Hello and welcome to this exciting episode of Sattology, Debunking Mythology. Today is a special occasion for all of us. Today is the second day of the Literature Festival. And today we are speaking about many topics are there. So stay tuned and I'll tell you the topics when they begin. At 9:30, so this is the panel discussion will be there. So before you are all up to doing so then before you join, know that will be some introductions right now. A lot of people from American Panchayat are going to join our team. And also at 9:30 will be a uh, Native American panel discussion. So you know about the history of Native Americans from them directly. And after that, the series will go on and topics you must have already seen. If you have not seen, look at my on the X. Please follow us on X as well, and then you will see the topics also over there. So you can see them over there. I can show you. And so can you hear me, all of you? Okay, let's check on the audio. Hello, can you hear me? You can't? No volume?
We don't have volume.
Okay. So if you can hear me clearly, just text me so that I know when you can hear me. It will be very interactive. So if you can hear me, just text me. Yes, working. Okay, thank you. Thank you. At least just want to know. So the schedule is today's second day. At opening remarks will be there, expand your perspective, and then after that will be the native history of the United States. We'll be discussing with various chiefs, and then ancient spiritual power of the world, which will be a presentation by me at 10:30. It's a half an hour presentation, and then 20 at 11:15 is can intelligence and consciousness be programmed? A very wonderful discussion with Jean McNaughton, Sankrant Sano, Zeb Homison, Bashir, and Desh Kapoor. At 12:15, we'll have Dr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, which is going to talk about the impact of stars in our lives. So wait for the interesting take on the current geopolitics also. That what are the predictions? Then you have at 1:15, we have Michael Cremo, Stephen Knapp, Nilesh Oak, and we'll be discussing how old is the universe, timelines of when the universe was created. At 2:15 p.m., we'll have audience talk moderated by Srina Simon. 2:15 Pacific, all times are Pacific. So India is 12 and a half hours ahead of us. Bharat is always ahead. So Bharat is ahead of us. So you can talk from there as well. Towards the end, last two panels are very important. Why History of Colonies is Lost, which is Nick Collins and Ratan Sharda from India, and also me and Ankit Shah at 2:45 p.m. And then you have 3:45 p.m. is What Makes You Intelligent. Again, this will be led by Richard Gordon and moderated by Richard Gordon, but the speakers are Sharad Mohan, Dr. Ranjan, and Zed Homison. So this is the schedule for today. And do support us, like us. You know what Satology does. Satology makes us, it's a word invented, created as an antonym of mythology. And we at Satology, what we do is we write books, make videos to educate you and educate the world about the importance of our own culture, our own religion, and also culture is a uh, language, food, and method of worship. Bhasha, Bhojan, or Puja Padati. So that's what we do. We run Gurukuls. We have affiliate organizations like Learn Things Share, Gaming Cipher, and many other organizations who run our courses. So Gurukul courses are on Telegram as well as in person in San Diego. You can join and learn the core concepts of Dharma in a very private way as well as very informative way, plus from the Bhakti point of view. And Bhakti and Yoga are synonymous. Bhakti, Yoga, Sanatana Dharma are synonymous, needed by everybody in the world. So that's what we do. And so you can support us, you can sponsor this event, and also you can join us for various programs that we have 7 days a week. Also, we have very special programs for the colleges and the corporates. So for the colleges, we have programs where we educate children in how to working with their mind, how to make them intellectually stronger using Yoga Sutra principles. In fact, many of my books you can see if you search Sattology on Amazon, you will see them being all over the world. So I have many people now joining. So welcoming Sankranji on the stage. Sankranji, welcome. I think you're on mute.
Namaskar, namaskar, namaste Adi, welcome. Welcome to everybody who's listening.
Yes, go ahead, Sankranji.
So we are going to start on the day 2 of the program
Yes.
and continue to expand the consciousness and expand our experience. So welcome everybody to the show. We're looking for a very full schedule. I see Vibhuti ji has joined also. Namaskar, Vibhuti ji.
Namaskar. So Vibhuti please add few words. Sankranji also. So expand your perspective. This is day 2.
This is day 2. First of all, I wanted to greet everybody who has joined here, all the guests. We are here because we feel for the cause. The point which I wanted to make here was the topic yesterday was how do you determine your future? You don't control your future, but you definitely have your future in your hand. And remember that part. This is very important that how your tomorrow will be dependent on what you do today. The day you decided to become an engineer like Sankrant Sanu, his future was cast. The day I decided to be a banker, my future was set. How you make that future in your life is up to you. That's what is important. Destiny, future is very much in our control, provided we work towards it. And that's what is important. People take decisions and choices. And those decisions and choices are critical for your becoming who you are. And we must bear that in mind all the time. And it is, a lot of people say, go for the stargazer or soothsayer or, predictor and everything else. None of that matters insofar as you are concerned. If you are 6 feet tall, your height can't change, regardless of what you do. So that's what is important for you to know, accepting the given and proceeding ahead with that. So always be conscious about that. Sankranji used the word consciousness. Be aware. Be aware of your surroundings or be aware of who you are is one of the biggest lessons in going forward in your life. The name is Satology, and I love this name. Aditiji knows about it, that he's brought about the truth. It is related to Satyameva Jayate. I always say in my programs that if you want truth to triumph, and truth must triumph, truth alone triumphs. Give any way you triumph. That's why most of the Hindu events are known as the victory of adharma, victory of dharma over adharma, good over evil. There is a reason for that. It doesn't happen easily because it requires sacrifice, it requires efforts. And unless and until you make that effort, you can't hold a Sattology International Literature Festival. That's what is important. Never forget your dharma. Because intuitively, intrinsically, and intelligently, we all know when we are doing the good thing, right thing, or not. I'm not going into the wrong things. Every time you know, even when you indulge in a vichar, which is evil, that's the wrong thing. Entertaining even a thought which is not okay is adharmic. And that's the beauty of our faith. Dharma always wins. And that's what is important. People join the dharmic war. And eventually, after many sacrifices, let's put it this way, people have to make sacrifices. I mean, I give my friends, American friends, an example of those Americans who are watching it. Forget about Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Bhagavad Gita because it will take time for you to understand that. But just look at Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. There were two tiny boys who took the responsibility, and one defeated Lord Voldemort and his army, and the second one defeated Lord of the Rings. Think about that. How many lives were lost? How many sacrifices were made before that happened? And trust me, most of my American friends say, "Oh my God, didn't think about it from that point of view." So that's all I will say today. Second day, and I'm out of town. That's why you see my studio is not perfect. My lighting is not correct. I'm somewhere else. So help me. And Aditji knows also this time that today is my wife's birthday, and yesterday was some other event in the family, so I could not be all the time. And I will not be all the time today again. But I thought, let me seize the moment and join all of you and greet you and wish you all the best going forward. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Vibhuti ji said something interesting. He was saying that there is destiny. Your height is fixed, but let me remind everybody that your height is destiny, but your weight is free will. So, so,
your weight is free will, and also your muscle building is free will, right?
so what that means is that both are operable at any moment of time. You have both the destiny and free will operating at any moment of time. And there is that old saying, to accept the things that I cannot change. So it's like having that acceptance and also having the purusharth, having that will and saying, okay, I'm going to make a difference. So have becoming the change as well as accepting what is at the same time. I think that's really the art here, and that will expand our perspective. And the one other comment I'll make quickly is that, oftentimes we listen to all these talks and seminars, and if somebody asks us the next day, what was it that we heard in the last 2 days, we probably won't be able to recall anything at all about what happened. And so I would exhort people when they are expanding their perspective to maybe from the whole conference or maybe from a session, just take one thing that will expand your perspective, the one insight that you got, that you want to mull on, that you want to incorporate, then that has some meaning for you. And maybe write it down, maybe share it. That will keep the journey going on. Welcome.
Gokul.
I just joined. I'm sorry I missed some of the conversations that took place earlier. But I think the way to expand your horizons and expand your perspective is basically to actually have a firm determination that you want to grow. जिसको संकल्प बोलते हैं, आदमी को एक संकल्प लेना पड़ता है कि I really want to grow myself, I want to grow my horizon. And if you do that, I find that many avenues open up to you because you do want to grow, you want to expand. And I think that is one of the purposes of life, is to be able to expand and reach out to as many entities, living entities in the world as you can. And I can give you my own example. We have a company in India, and this company manufactures cutting tools. We make very high precision cutting tools. And we had a joint venture with Kyocera Corporation of Japan. And the joint venture ended up in a situation where we came out of the joint venture and continued to expand our existing operations, which we owned. And in 2 years' time, our company has expanded fivefold. It has expanded fivefold because we were determined, we had a sankalp that we are going to be larger than the company that has been left over by left with Kyocera Corporation. And today we sell twice as many cutting tools as Kyocera does, and more importantly, we've expanded our geographical horizons. So we are now operating in 15 countries, operating from Russia, Romania, Poland, uh, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Korea, and so on, in addition to being a major supplier to Apple iPhones in India. Uh, Almost all the iPhones that are made in India, they have all the iPhones have a frame, and making that frame is a very, very, very precise operation. It takes about 128 different types of tools to make that frame, and we make all of those 128 type of tools that make the frame for the iPhone. The point I'm making is that all of it actually started with a determination, with a sankalp, that this is what we want to do. And if you have that sankalp, then automatically you will find ways to expand your horizons. I'm so sorry that I brought in the example of our company, but that's what came to my mind at this point in time.
No,
Thanks.
no, thank you. We appreciate all your insights. And that's why we came up with the topic of expand your perspective. And like I said yesterday, by the way, I'm Richard Gordon. I go to CEO Dojo, co-host for the Sattology. And so what I said to the folks yesterday, especially when you get really high-level intelligent people, you ask them this broad question, and everybody starts asking, what does that mean? What should I say? What does it mean? What should I say? And then once you look at it and embrace it, the beauty is you can say anything you need to say. And that's the beauty of what we're getting out to our audience is your perspective, right? Again, your perspective is what we want and how you explain your perspective. So now I'll turn it over to Larry Namer, a very great friend, esteemed individual in the world of entertainment, and just a great gentleman. You know, the fact he comes from Brooklyn definitely gets winning points for me being a Brooklyn boy as well. But Larry is just a champion to help, a champion to work with other organizations, and he's been a friend of ours at Sattology for a couple of years now. So Larry, we posed the question to you, and I think all of the people on the panel embrace truly expanding your perspective. So how did you go from one point to another point, and how do you continue to expand your perspective in the ever-changing world?
Well, for clarification, I'm in the media world and stuff, and me and my team, we realized very, very early on that, Hollywood, while it used to be the center of the media world, if you wanted to make a movie, you had to come to Hollywood way back, if you needed big sound stages and expensive cameras and all of that. We realized that as technology keeps bringing down the costs and therefore the barriers to entry, that media will become a global business. So we really focused on international markets, and probably Richard, the most well known of my business ventures has been Entertainment Television, which is it's the only TV network in U.S. TV network that was ever started by a person, as opposed to a media company. A big media company, still is to this very day. I think we're in 142 countries now, and arguably the biggest influencer of pop culture in the world. I mean, we're literally all over. And but a lot of it really just has to do with keeping your eyes and your ears open and having an open mind. And rather than come into new countries with your preconceived notions, pay attention to what you're seeing and what you're hearing. So that's kind of it.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that. You are definitely the king of expanding your perspective and going where no one has gone before, right? Truly, you're a pioneer in your industry. how do you do that, and how do you help other people see that they got to go beyond their comfort zone, get outside their bubble, get outside their usual 9-to-5 routine? So what is your input? I know you work and coach and mentor a lot of young people. So especially in the young people world, how do you tell them to pursue these crazy paths, right? There's no other word for it, crazy paths that make us successful. Volume's off. You can't hear that.
Cannot hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Larry.
Larry, you
Hello?
Yes.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
Well, you
what
wanted to
I
keep the secret, right? That's what happened. You wanted to keep the secret still secret. That's why you were muted.
yeah, I wish. I don't know why it did that, but you know what I look for, you know, wanting to stay independent. I look for, you know, who are the companies or who are the people that could squash me in any of my new efforts, and then I look for places that I know that I can be competitive with, or just being who they are is actually a negative. So, you know, in my case, the big monster in the media world has always been Rupert Murdoch. So I look for opportunities that I know I can compete on an equal level of Rupert, or even better, because they don't like him and they don't trust him. And so I've started media companies in Russia. I've had the #1 TV show in Russia for 11 years. We did over 300 rock concerts there. We did films and everything else. And then I went from Russia to China, and I still have a big media company in China. I think we're still the only Western company they allow to operate in the media sphere there. And again, because it's we look for opportunities where the big American companies or the big Western companies couldn't squash us.
Appreciate that. And we'll go to Vibhuti. Vibhuti, you have any questions for Larry? Again, you're a man of the world, so I'm sure you have some insight and or questions. And definitely you and Larry can sit down and chat for days and hours for sure.
Hey, thank you. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. So nice to see you back again a year later. Larry, you have been very well spoken by my friend Aditya Satsangi and Richard here. So I have heard your name before, but the first time I'm seeing you face to face. You are in entertainment, and I'm in entertainment by mistake. But television is my passion. I run my own show. So someday I will definitely talk to you long enough. But important part would be in expanding your perspective. I think one of the biggest things, because I have spent my life from 10 years onwards away from home. And one thing which I learned was you have to be willing to learn and listen to others. For me, LOL stands for listen, observe, and learn. So, so the question is, how important is the ability and the desire to listen and learn critical to expanding your horizon or perspective?
Oh, yeah, no, I think that's absolutely key. And I've been successful in countries that normally are not welcoming of particularly Western media companies. So they, people ask me how I do it. A lot of it actually goes back to, how you grew up and family values. And people, when I say this, people kind of look at me, but it's absolutely true. When my mom moved to Florida, and I would go and visit, and I would say, and this is my example. So I'd say, hey, Mom, I want to go for Italian food at 8:00. And she'd say, no, we're going to the deli at 5:30. And I go, no, I don't eat at 5:30. And her response was, this is my house, so it's my rules. If you don't like them, go stay in a hotel. And that's kind of what guided me in all these countries that I go to. I'm a visitor there. I need to be respectful of their culture. I'm not there to change their government. I'm not there to change their values. I'm there to provide entertainment and fun, and so they go to sleep with a smile on their face instead of worrying about tomorrow being a worse day than today. So every place I go into, I'm incredibly respectful. One of the things in China, and people, say to me, how do you operate in China when everybody else has failed? And we went in there and we said, the reason that people fail, the Rupert Murdochs would go in and say, hey, you know, we'll take what we do in Australia and we'll subtitle it in Mandarin for you. And the Chinese kind of laugh. They go, you know, look, we're 3 or 4 times bigger than you. And if you don't really want to produce for our people in our language, you're in the wrong place. And they're absolutely right. I mean, we don't let the French in here to control our TV networks. Why would the Chinese let, you know, someone come in and produce in a language, you know, with a whole different sensibility? So when we set up that company in China, we produce in Mandarin. We produce specifically for the Chinese audience. And, you know, a good example, you know, here in the US, if I did Hollywood news, you know, it would be very gossipy. It would be like, so Tom Cruise, tell me about, you know, your religion. In China, they're like, you know, we want to know what he does with his kids on the weekend. It's much more gentle and sweet than it is back here where, you know, we're basically gossipy. So we produce specifically for that market. Everybody in the company, other than me, is actually born and raised in China, educated in the West. So they bring not only, you know, best business practices, but they bring an understanding of the culture, which I, as a visitor of their country, could never have without their help.
Well said, Larry. We appreciate the way you approach things. And Sanskrit, you were on yesterday, and we talked about culture. You know, what we do is Satology is history, culture, language, spirituality. And we talk about culture being a part of being able to expand your horizons. So Sanskrit, your thoughts on that? Do you think Larry's on the right path? Of course he is, but in your view, do you think that's the key to success, being able to embrace different cultures?
Well, I think there's so much to learn from Larry that I'd rather hear him talk some more. So I have some more questions for you, Larry. Especially, you know, how do you, for budding entrepreneurs in the media world, for instance, how did you get your first break? Tell us the story of how you started and what you know. How did you go from the beginning to creating such a huge empire?
Well, and you know, the story is absolutely true. I graduated. I was the first person. You know, family were immigrants. My family came from Turkey, and you know, they were early, you know, American immigrants, and their child was going to be an American kid as quickly as possible. And you know, so they pushed me into going to college, and I got a degree in economics. And I quickly found out there weren't a lot of jobs for economists. So I knew somebody who was in the electricians union in New York. And they, you know, I said, could you get me a job there? I just want a summer job until I figure out what I do with my economics degree. And they said, yeah, we organized this new thing. It's called cable TV. Not really sure what it is, but here's the phone number of the shop steward. Go tell them the union sent you. So they gave me a job in Manhattan, working underground. I would open up the sewers every day. I would go down into the sewers and I would put the wires together. And they paid me $90 a week. And, you know, but very quickly, you know, the heads there were going, hey, kid, how did you learn how to use the equipment in a week when it takes other people 6 months? And I was like, it's really simple. I read the instruction booklet. So I kind of went from an assistant splicer to a splicer, and then, you know, kind of worked my way up through all the technical ranks. I don't have a degree in anything but economics. And then I was, the company got bought by Time Incorporated when Time Inc. was a printing company. They were a magazine company or a book company, and they wanted to transform to media over 10 years. So I ended up getting asked by the union to go on the negotiating committee because they had to negotiate against all these guys from Harvard and Yale, and you know, they basically their constituents in the electricians union and the cable division barely had high school degrees. So I sat on the negotiating committee. I was like 23 years old, which was totally bizarre. And we had a very successful contract. And then after the union said, we love, you know, having you on the negotiating committee. and they actually made me the vice chairman of the Cable TV Workers of America at 23 years old, which was kind of crazy. So I got to learn how to, act as a, representing the labor force. And then Timing put in a guy named Nick Nicholas, who went on to, as president of Manhattan Cable, he went on to become the president of Time Warner after the merger. And he kept saying, Larry, you need to come into management. And I resisted. And then finally he convinced me. So I went into management. And literally, I was 25 and they made me the director of operations in Manhattan. So all the cable, all the different divisions that I once worked through now reported to me. So I kind of literally grew up in that business. And then, they decided to start this thing called home box. So, I was part of the group that was the early satellite users, and we started pay television and that. And, but because Manhattan was the only underground cable system ever built at that point, kind of 1980, all the big cities decided they wanted cable, and they were giving out franchises, but the caveat was that they wanted the cables to go underground, not on telephone poles. And a big Canadian company won Los Angeles to build the first two-way interactive 61-channel cable system in the world at that point. And they needed to hire someone who knew how to build underground cable systems. And, there I was, being the only one who ever built one. So I ended up getting the job as the head of Valley Cable, which was the biggest cable company in the country at that point, and the most sophisticated.
Let me jump in, Larry. Larry's has a book out that definitely we'll post your book, Larry, and let everybody get the opportunity. And again, with the Satology, we are setting up a community. So it's not a one and done. So basically, Larry will be available to connect with you folks. We'll be doing other events to get you to connect. And again, just reach out to him, reach out through us. And again, I think definitely this panel has the ability to connect with each other and make amazing things happen. That's what we're doing with our Satology community. Desh Kapoor, do you have any comments before we end in the next few minutes?
Yeah, I think it's been a very interesting conversation. Listening to Larry and Vibhuji and Sankranji. So I think
we'll have to catch up more, Larry, offline here. Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead.
So I think my my own experience, like in terms of how to expand horizon and how to become a better human being, or at least a more effective person, is that no matter what you do, just commit yourself to any one thing. Don't distract yourself with 10 different things.
Totally agree.
So if you can commit to one thing and do it for long enough, then you'll start becoming better at that and start expanding your horizons in a way that you have never done before. So no matter how talented you are, talent only takes you to just takes you only so far. Beyond that, you really need your diligence, your commitment, your integrity, and your hard work. So I think that's all I again share for now. I think everybody has shared some really great insights. So thanks.
Absolutely. And I think every success is not a straight line. Cool. Go ahead and please finish it up with your thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on what Larry was saying. Like Larry, I was also in the entertainment industry. I did the master plan for the Burbank Studios way back in the 70s, and it went beyond that. But I also had an opportunity to work in 60 different countries physically, like Larry has been in 120 countries or whatever. And one thing that he mentioned is extremely important. And what he mentioned was that you have to respect the local culture and local, traditions. And if you do that and you give them enough respect, you will be expanding your horizons to many different places. In every place, people don't want to be looked down upon, they want to be looked at the same level and not above or below. So I think that's a very important element in trying to expand your horizons, because you can't expand your horizons unless you reach out geographically and so on. So I totally share what Larry has suggested.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen. And early in my career, my mentor told me always leave them wanting more. I've been able to do that on these panels the past couple of days because I want more. I could chat with each one of you gentlemen for hours. But again, we will continue our dialogue offline and reach out to each other and support each other. Next coming up, we have the native history of the United States, and then Adi will be stepping in and overseeing that one. But again, gentlemen, thank you for your time. It's always a pleasure to be in your presence because it makes me raise my game a whole lot higher. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Larry. Thank you, Ruthiji and Gokulji, for and helping us and being part of this, integral part of this. So now we'll have our communities coming forward. So we have John Mercado coming on the screen. John, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And we have Sharad Mohan, thank you for joining the show. And we're waiting for Chief and Andrew, as well as other people who are going to join the show. So thank you, Larry, and all the previous panelists who this was a day 2. And thank you all for coming on the show. And it's a second day of Literature Festival. So do join our communities, do join our Telegram channel, and you'll hear about our courses, about Gurukul courses, and also our regular programs, which we have throughout the year, 6-7 days a week, consistently. So, if you would like to speak something about the history and expand your perspective before you.
No, Adi, I'll let the others speak. Actually, I spoke on this yesterday. Expand the perspective.
Okay.
So yeah, I will just drop off. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So,
How do you drop off?
Yes, please. Yes, please. So we're waiting for the second day, the second panel, Native History of the United States is the panel. So waiting for people to join. Just give me a second. Give us a second, and we will get started. Just give us a second. So thank you all. So we have Andrew. He's the Vice Chief of the Apache Nation. Welcome, Andrew, to the show.
Good morning. Namaste.
Namaste. Yeah. And we have John Mercado, Jr., historian, Pala Reservation. So please introduce yourselves. And for the viewers, you can ask them questions. So those of you who thought that in the international world that there is no Native Americans left in the United States, here they are. So don't have that misconception, please. Okay, they're here and they're thriving and they're growing, and everything is possible now with us. So please go ahead. Please describe. Just give us a second. So Vice Chief Andrew Aranda, as well as John Mercado Jr., historian, Pala Reservation. So please tell us about the history of this country. Andrew.
Good morning to all of your listeners. We appreciate being here on behalf of the Indian Apache Nation and Chief Angel Red Eagle, which is he was unable to attend today. I'd like to thank everybody for coming in and listening to our history. The Apache people arrived over the Bering Straits about 13,000 to 18,000 years ago. We are a people of peace and harmony. We At this point, not all of the Apaches are recognized. The Apaches are scattered throughout the U.S. We are a people that are trying to reconnect with each other. There are different tribal groups. I'm a Lipon. My chief is Chiricahua. He is the great grandson of Geronimo. We together have formed a coalition of all of the Apache groups to come together and form one Apache nation. We are in the process of federal recognition with the U.S. government, but it is a lengthy process, as you're all aware. But we are going through a congressional process with Congressman Issa and Congressman Scott Peters to circumvent the long, lengthy years that it would take to be federally recognized through the normal processes that are allowed, called the Bureau of Indian Affairs. This could take 30, 40, sometimes 50 years for a tribal nation to be federally recognized by the U.S. government. This is what we're in the process of doing. However, we do have a wonderful relationship with our ambassador, our international ambassador, Adi Sansagi. He is our spokesperson overseas, and we welcome the opportunity to be internationally an internationally federally recognized tribal nation. There, we wouldn't be the first one. There is the Choctaw. They were recognized by the nation of the nation of Ireland after the Trail of Tears. After what they endured, they got together $175 and sent it to the people of Ireland in a gesture that is still remembered to this day. There's a monument in Ireland for that act of kindness, and they do have a mutual cultural dialogue that survives to this day. Um, these are the things that we as the Apaches would love to have uh, dialogues with all different nations and be accepted as a sovereign people, as we have been in the past, and we strive to do that in the future.
John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is John Machado. I go in the community by Bud, our buddy. I'm here in Paula, California. I'm a Cupeño Indian in Southern California, kind of North San Diego County, the Paula Indian Reservation, and I kind of specialize. There's many Native American stories, many Native American cultures, but I can only really speak on my culture, the Cupeño culture, here in Paula, California. We're a small tribe, but we are still here. We still do practice our cultural traditions. We come together. We do our arts. We do our singing, our dancing. I myself, I practiced teaching the Cupeño language. I am an instructor here right now. I'm here at the Koopa Culture Center. I teach out of here. I teach online. Because we have there has been a decline in language, our Cupeño language, throughout the United States. I feel like that's a thing, a generational gap when people are losing their language, and here has affected us especially. So I'm part of the revitalization process to help bring back the Koopa language. We do, like I had mentioned, here at the Koopa Culture Center in Paula, California, we do still practice these old traditions. We still have the community come together and practice old games, old basket weaving. Now it's modern. We still continue to do these things. They are not lost. We still practice these old traditions. So that's kind of a little bit about me, and what I do, because I still do practice these Native American traditions. I still read the old stories that were passed down. The language itself and the culture itself has always been passed down orally, generation and generation, through oral oral presentation. There was nothing written down until later, the 1920s and 1970s, when linguists came out and how put it into to recording. So all the old songs and stories, that's kind of what I learned from, was stories from families, stories from texts that were written down as well. And we still have creation stories, animal stories, and like I mentioned, songs. And so yeah, many different cultures in the United States, and we still here federally recognize a tribe in California on an Indian reservation. It was a village, but now it's grown into a bigger town. We take care of each other. We help each other out. We work together with one another in the community to make sure that we are successful people, and we help see each other get into the future.
See, the world wants to know about the history of Native Americans. The world wants to connect with them. The world wants to see what happened to them. In fact, most of the information about Native and original Americans of this land, most of that history is not known to the world. So, Andrew, how can you give us this information? Like, tell us something about this continent itself.
Well, when the colonization happened with the Spanish, when they arrived in the 1500s, they brought to this land, unfortunately, disease that the native population was not accustomed to, had no immunity to. Vast numbers of the indigenous population died from disease that was brought from Europe to this land. There was no type of cures for some of the diseases that came here. Vast numbers died off as they immigrated, or as they came to the southern part of the United States. I can give you more information about the Apache people. We had direct contact with the Europeans, the Spanish. Very quickly, they began to overpower the native population and put most everybody into slavery to mine for gold and silver and precious gems to send back to Europe. This was a history, unfortunate history of what happened with our ancestors. Our language was forbidden. The practices of our ancient religious customs were prohibited. So this is the history of not only our people, but a true history of the U.S. Unfortunately, sometimes things don't change as rapidly as we would like. For instance, the practice of using feathers. Johnny is a member of a federally recognized tribe. He is allowed to have eagle feathers. However, only federally recognized members here in the U.S. are allowed to have eagle feathers. We use, as Apaches, we use eagle feathers in our prayer rituals. But if we are caught with a eagle feather, we face fines of $150,000 and up to 15 years in a federal penitentiary for even possessing an eagle feather. Unfortunately, these are things that are denied. Our religious rights are denied still to this day. Although this land is known to give everybody religious freedom for most, but not for all. This is the story that we must share with the world, and hopefully we have that opportunity to change these customs here in the U.S. so that they can allow everybody to practice the religion freely and openly and without fear of persecution.
So when I talk about the history of religion in the native communities, what do you have to add on that, John?
Oh well, when the Spanish came and created their colonies, their civilization here, they brought Catholicism, Christianity, and they went up the coast to California and created their missions, and they converted the Native American Indian populations. Mostly, they try to convert them into Catholics and Christianity, and the Native American Indians helped build their churches, their missions that are still stand. Most of them still stand to this day. In the community I live in, the Paula, there is a Paula mission that is still built with adobe. But for the most part, a lot of Native American communities still hold on to their traditional values and their religion. In my culture, the Cahuilla culture, we prayed, we gave great honor to spiritual animals. We worshipped and gave honor to the land that we came from, and we cared about the land, and obviously the people around us, and some of the animals held great spirituality, like the eagle Mr. Arenado is talking about. And so, but a lot was lost due to that. A lot of culture was lost, but a lot of it was retained nowadays, and especially when in the 1900s, late 1800s, when boarding schools happened, they try to take some Native American people and teach them the modern ways, English, and try to have them not learn their language or their culture. But some still held on to it, and a lot still held on to it and preserved it for the future generations.
Exactly. John Machado being a very important part of the future, to teach the children, the next generations, those languages, those customs. Without those, we we don't survive. Our people will cease to remember what was practiced many generations ago. So people like John Machado that will continue to teach the younger generations the customs, the traditions. It's one of the most important things that any native community could ever have.
Thank you.
John,
Actually,
how many years have you been teaching
Have I been, excuse me,
teaching the language?
about 5 years now within the community.
Wonderful, wonderful.
so actually, whenever you use the Roman script, like the Roman script destroys the pronunciation, like it never produces the same. So any language gets massacred in the Roman script. The Roman script is what English is written in, or Spanish is written in. So whenever you speak that language, your native words will get destroyed. The pronunciation gets destroyed. So that's why I introduced in my book Devanagari for Native Americans. In Devanagari, you retain the exact pronunciation, and you can produce any sound you can have. Any sound makes the tongue very clean. So one of the questions that's come from our viewer is that do native languages have scripts to write them? Are you using English alphabets to write them? Same question.
Nowadays, we do use the English script because in older generations, everything was passed down orally, language, culture, songs, everything was passed down. Nothing was written in my culture, but there's maybe other cultures that did have scripts written.
So Andrew, did you have script for Apaches?
No, we did not. It was basically an oral tradition, oral languages. The only way you could learn it is by being submersed in it from childhood. In the Southwest, the Athabascan language was prohibited from being used. If they caught you using the native tongue in the boarding schools, you were often whipped. And so the first thing they did was they cut your hair if you were in a boarding school. And they wanted you to assimilate with the English culture, and mostly they tried to get you to forget your culture, your background, your religion, especially your religion, was prohibited. There was no way that children could defend themselves against these atrocities as we see them now. But this is what the history of our nation really was.
So there are around 763 federally recognized tribes in USA, and there are more than that, like equal number are unrecognized as well, equal number, not just 753. So, and oftentimes we see that in the popular media, hardly there are many stars from the Native American communities, by the way. Many people are there who are connected with native cultures, like Keanu Reeves, many other stars are there. So have you ever considered that many of these popular people would invest in setting up a language and re-scripting the languages in a script in a script which doesn't destroy the original pronunciation? Have you approached them or something like that has been done?
It's never been done that I can recall. Since this country is has immersed the Native community in the English language. That's true. There's the syllables, the vowels are are very limited in what the pronunciation of different words would be. That would be something very interesting to look into the future, to see if the pronunciations could be better saved in a different language format. That might be something that the native communities would someday look into.
Yes.
I think
So the
a
script,
lot of the linguists that came out in the early 1900s, they worked with the, especially now, they work with the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet. I believe Cherokee has a unique script they use, and they have keyboards that they use with their language to help distinguish, their sounds. It's very unique. The
yeah,
Cherokee people.
yeah. Because most of the times the way the language gets lost is when you use an incomplete script. That's where the language gets lost, because the scripts preserve the language, and language is not the script, and script is not the language. Script is just a tool to put it on the paper, and
Mhm.
that's why the most of the languages get lost when they use the Western or the European scripts, because the European scripts, other than Latin is pretty more closer to Sanskrit, so Latin is pretty good in many ways. But as soon as you go Western Europe, like you go to the Roman letters of the English, then that's where you start losing the language, because English depends on who is speaking it. So in a Louisiana English will be different than Yankee English, European English, or Western Eastern European English, or a California English will be different than someone speaking from Canada. Or Australian English is sometimes you won't even understand what they're saying. And the British English, we all know. I have a joke over there. I won't say it on this forum right now. And the Scottish English, you have to literally pick up paper and pen and write. You won't understand a single word out of it. So English depends on who is speaking it. And naturally you'll see all English speakers make fun of each other. So an American will make fun of the Australian English or an Indian English guy. And my mother tongue is not English, by the way. It's my second or third language. So Andrew, coming back to you,
Yes, sir.
there were great warrior traditions in Apache, Cherokee, and Jain, like great Apache warrior traditions. What happened to them today? Where are they right now?
Well, our Chief Angel Red Eagle, he is the descendant of Geronimo. Uh, the Apaches were separate bands of native communities. I am a Lipan. Chief Angel is a Chiricahua, but we also have Mescalero, White Mountain, San Carlos Apaches. Uh, these leaders, uh, their descendancy is still around. The main thing we could say about the leaders of those years, Geronimo was he was taken into custody for 19 years. Um, he was never allowed to go back home, even after he was released. They did not allow him to go back to his ancestral homes. Uh, his but his descendants are still here. Um, Chief Angel is one of two great great grandsons left. Um, so those Apache warriors. I'm a descendant of a man by the name of Pocaropa. He was a Lipan Apache chief from the region of the Nueces River, and he married the daughter of Chief Cabezon of the Rio Grande area. He brought peace between the Comanches and the Spanish back in the 1750s. So, but the descendants of theirs scattered throughout are living all throughout the U.S.
Yeah, this is one user has asked a question. Sorry to ask, but people over the internet say natives were fighting amongst themselves. So what if European came in and converted and won all over them? I would like native opinion on that. Thank you all.
Johnny?
I think in our community there wasn't much fighting. We lived not in harmony, but I'm sure every community has feuds with one another, or discrepancies. But I don't hear too many stories of war or conflict in Southern California with the Native American tribes. It was mostly working together, trade. When times of ceremony, of any gathering, we would gather the other communities nearby and have a big have what they would call a party nowadays, and they'd celebrate in ritual and sing and dance and share food and amongst
John,
each
I
other.
would like to answer that Europeans. I mean, tell me which European country has lived peacefully ever with each other, any time in history. And not a single European doesn't have, I mean, look at their families as well. I mean, how many European families even live together? Tell me one. There's no history. In fact, the natives are far more united than anything Europeans saw.
Yes. My Johnny's uncle, George Machado, and his father are dear friends of mine. George and I have known each other for many, many years. We talk every single day. He's Copeño and I'm an Apache, but we consider each other brothers. Um, we uh, we are the closest that people could ever realize from two different native communities. We go to powwows together. We go to play bingo together. We go watch baseball games together. One of my dearest friends. Uh, we have shown that the native community can be strong, even though we are of different native groups, but we still have a draw to each other. The spirit of community. We understand it's something that's ingrained into our spirit. We always seek each other out for companionship, for camaraderie, and it's a good thing. Even though we are Apaches here in Southern California, historically we were not in this region. However, we traveled through this region through ancient trade routes. Exactly like John said, we brought trade to this region. Up in the coastal regions in Santa Barbara, we would trade for abalone shell, and we would take those abalone shells because we use those in religious rituals to burn incense. What seemed to be something that one native group would throw away was very valuable to someone else. So the fact that our different tribal groups have coexisted for hundreds and if not thousands of years. Something that I saw in a DNA genealogy workup, we actually have tribal members that have, or actually the Luceños, Cupeños, they actually have strands of our DNA. This I believe would have happened because of those trade routes that happened thousands of years ago through this region, and they are the descendants of those people that lived many years ago, and this is why we all have similar DNA patterns in our history.
And just to emphasize a little bit more, even if there was a conflict or feud, a lot of the times in a lot of communities in Native America, American Indians, they would play a game. They would settle conflict with a game. We have hand games here.
Beyond.
We have shinny here. And sometimes you'd wager and you'd bet and you put your land up. These traditional historical games that are still played to these days are these are ways of settling conflict in older days.
No, it's an insinuation. It's just an allegation by the Europeans on native cultures. I mean, if they were, a lot of logic can be used. Not a single European country has ever lived peacefully with each other, including their neighborhood. So it gives the right to all the Chinese and Indians to come and conquer them because they were fighting in any way. So it's the same logic, you know. So
Well,
even
um,
in the family, I mean, there can be differences in the family. So
yeah.
so it doesn't give right to anyone to come and destroy them altogether.
And I think like I communicate a lot. I spread this word in my tribal community. We would the hunter, the hunter would go and he would get his game and get his prize, but he wouldn't just save it for himself. He'd take it back to his community. He'd take it back to the big house and share it amongst his people. And he wouldn't even eat the first bite or wouldn't even eat his kill. He would share it amongst the people, and hopefully another hunter would bring food for him to eat. But that's tribe. That's what tribal community is about: is taking care of one another and helping each other out. And that was practiced, throughout my culture and still practiced to this day. Tribal community taking care of one another.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a more probing question. And you are in an international setting, so a lot of people are watching all over the world right now. So, and nobody hears about the native cultures. Nobody hears about. I mean, people assume that they're no longer there now. Already assumed. So, whose fault is that?
I I'm not quite positive. Um, after certain timelines and certain, you hear about these wars and these feuds with government. Well, maybe after that time, a lot of culture doesn't want to be shared. And because they felt like things were stolen from them, land was stolen, culture was stolen, maybe at a certain point in time, people stop sharing and stop letting people know, whereabouts certain. Even nowadays, we have cultural sites that we don't want shared because people might go and destroy. So,
Absolutely.
possibly that could be an answer, little part of the answer.
Exactly. Right now, the oak flats are under litigation. The oak flats in are being taken over in Arizona by a mining interest to take all of the gold, all of the copper in the copper mines. If that is destroyed, we'll never be able to recover that. What's being proposed is a 1 mile pit to remove all of the copper ore. Uh, these issues were supposed to be protected. These religious sites were supposed to be protected under United Nations treaties. However, the U.S. government decided the interest of the U.S. was more important than the treaties with the Native American communities. Currently, it's still being fought for because if these religious sites are lost, we can never recover those. These oak flats in particular are where Apache young girls become women. These are the traditions of our people. It's called a sunrise ceremony. It lasts about 3 days. It's where a young girl transforms herself into young womanhood. Um, but that is a sacred location that ritual is done in San Carlos. So once we have the U.S. Government on our side, this it's still going to be it's still it's going to be several years before they recognize our rights and acknowledge the rights of the indigenous populations, so that we could fully be accepted. We tried as much as we could to integrate into the society that they imposed on us. Um, we have served in every war, First World War to even my cousin Armando Garcia served 6 deployments, 6 combat tours. He retired as a chief warrant officer. He served this nation with honor, and we continue all of our people still continue to serve this nation. But we would like exactly what everybody else has, just those dignities and the human rights that everybody else has.
Very strongly put, Andrew. And by the way, Andrew is a vice chief of Ande Apache Nation, and I'm the international ambassador for the Ande Apache Nation. Now, one question I have: the history of colonization is common across Australia, across New Zealand, across Canada, in the Anglo-Saxon world. Anglo-Saxons conquered all these territories. I would say not conquered, but in a far subtle way, is rooted, and they replaced those native populations. But now I see a global movement, especially starting from New Zealand, Maori, the Haka dance, and Haka dance has reached the New Zealand Parliament now, and which is pretty common. And one thing for the viewers, I'll tell you, the native indigenous cultures of the whole world, Africa, South America, North America, Russia, and Pacific, they share very common characteristics with India. I don't know how, but it shares a lot. And the way the thought process, the language, the prayers, and the deities all match with the especially Hindus in India, which is a so no native indigenous population in the world is alone. There is 1.4 billion people out there to support them. So that's why the India always takes up a lead for that, supporting the native indigenous populations. And look at the comments here. All the comments coming from India that how we can integrate our brothers. And somehow this connection was destroyed by the colonization. Now, in Mexican University, there's a very famous work in the University of UNAM, Mexico City. There they trace the origins of Mexico to India. They connected that to India. And they said that 10,000 years ago, some sailors came from India and shared some part of their culture. So tell me, Andrew and John, like how, because according to my books and which I've written over there, I feel that the origin of the North American culture is actually coming from Yucatan. So how do you see that in your researches?
Well, one of the interesting things that I was privileged to speak to Dr. Kumar last year. I was honored to have him here as a guest in my home. He said something that I kind of it kind of raised some question in my mind. He said, Andrew, if you were to walk downtown in New Delhi, you wouldn't be you would be they wouldn't consider you an outsider. You would look like everyone else. Our skin tone is identical to yours. Um, from what I've researched in the Q holotype of these of the DNA strands, um, we actually have similar DNA from India and from China. And but what he said was always struck me as a strange comment. But then there was truth in it. The last year that I researched what he said, we do have a similar background DNA. Those ancient DNA strands were of the same same family tree. Goes back thousands and thousands of years, but it's very, very true. There's you can't fool DNA. There's truth in it.
John, you're saying something.
No, I was just listening. Just hearing the stories passed down, and some stories lost, and having known people who work in the archaeology field, finding sites and always having our monitors at these sites around the communities to protect our land that was lost because a lot of those sites were taken over. But going back to the stories, there's a word chachamin, and it means the Pleiades constellation. Many stories in communities, tribal communities, have stories of this constellation, the Pleiades Seven Sisters, and this is one of the oldest stories dating back to Australia and European culture. And possibly we don't have this story, but we still have the name for it. But there's many communities in Southern California, tribal communities, that do have the stories of older Pleiades constellation, the Seven Sisters. It may not be the same as European stories, but there is still a story very similar. How things change, stories change over time. But then dating back, just the archaeology sites. There was a site found in San Diego dating back to 125,000 years ago. And that's the science, but behind the older times. And some people might say, because I deal with the language, the Uto-Aztecian language, and it falls under the branch of the Tokic branch. And people might say in older days we all spoke one language and then spread off into subdivisions of different cultures throughout the United States.
Yeah, that's why Sanskrit is known as the oldest language of the world. It's the oldest language. Most of the European languages have come from Sanskrit. And there are a lot of Sanskrit words in English language, a lot of Sanskrit words. I mean, English is made about 25% Sanskrit words, actually. And Latin is almost like 35 to 40% now. And so Sanskrit is the original language. But, but still, nonetheless, every land has its own language, every land. And we need to respect the language of the land, local land. And unfortunately, whenever the European colonization comes in, that fact gets destroyed. It has happened all over the world. Look at the Mexico. They're not speaking Nahuatl, they're speaking Spanish. And look at the North America, they're not speaking Cherokee or Cheyenne, they're speaking English. Again, colonization. Now, tell me one question now I have on the cosmology, because I've seen that the native cosmology is very unique and very different than the European cosmology. Have you all studied that anytime?
Well, the Aztecs had a calendar that predated anything that the Europeans ever had. Very, very accurate.
Europeans were children, like blind till 17th century. By the way.
Yes.
Their discovery period was the world's ignorance period, actually.
Yes.
All right, please go ahead.
Cosmology. There were certain people in the community that could read the stars and know, when the seasons were, and they call it out in the community in older days. So there was a very key aspect to community that would look into the stars and see and be ready for the next season. The season of hunting, the season of preparation, reading the sky, reading your environment, knowing there's people who specialize in certain plants that they would go to. Not everybody could do everything in the community, but there are certain people that could help specialize in certain things in the communities to help the community thrive. Because we lived off the land and we had to work with the seasons and the skies to learn from them and know about them.
You're correct, because it was very important to follow the seasons and know when to plant. If you planted too early, your crops would fail. You had to do it at a time when rains would be on the way to nourish the land. So these But this was done by the elders of the families, by the elders of the tribe. They knew exactly when to plant, not too soon, not too late. But this was done through reading the stars.
No, studying the stars and their movement was part of every single old culture of the world, every single one. For prayers, for sowing the seeds, for harvesting, for many other ceremonies, stars are very important. In fact, I had an experience in West Virginia when I went with some of the native groups, and we went to lodges and we were praying in native languages. And that was really interesting for me to see how they used the stars and studied and prayed over there, very similar to other countries, other indigenous people, cultures as well. One question to you, Andrew, is in the political representation stage, and like some of the questions which has come to me just now, why a Native American was never made the president of the United States? Some people ask.
Wow, we were treated less than human. The European people would never, ever even consider that. It's surprising that it took this long for Deborah Holland in New Mexico to become the leader under the Biden administration. She was the Interior Secretary, Department of Interior Secretary. Now she's running for the governorship of New Mexico. That it took that many years to have a Native person. There have been Native Americans that have served in Congress, but the higher leadership, I believe she was probably one of the first. And look how many years it's taken for even that to transpire. I think we're still about maybe another 50 years away from, at the pace things are going, for the Native American community to attain those levels of status in the U.S. government. I would love for somebody like Johnny to run for Congress someday. Oh, that would to a Native person, and he's young enough to attain those type of goals. I'm too old, too set in my ways. Uh, we need somebody in congressional leadership of his age and his learning, uh, his ability to speak. He's well rounded. These are people that we need in our that would serve the interests of the Native community. However, not enough are have come forward to do these to actually. Sometimes I believe it's uh, the younger generation does not feel that they have enough enough to add to the community. But our the local congressman that we have right now, he was Daryl Issa was he was a businessman that had a company that sold security systems. Yet he became the congressman of the 48th congressional district. Um, he has little to no interaction with the Native community. The needs of the natives are still always being put secondary, and that's why I would love in my lifetime to see a Native American congressman from this region, or Native American governor of the state of California. But these are things that I would wish for somebody in our communities to go forward and succeed in that manner.
Yes, I do agree, and protecting, having someone protect our tribal sovereignties, recognizing that we are individual communities, that we govern ourselves as well, but also assuring that our children have that proper outlet and that proper space to achieve higher educations in our communities, as well as in every community, that we can offer higher education to children to help them push to those goals, of those high ranking seats would be nice.
Yes.
Now, coming to one more question about the I know it's going to be hard a little bit. Now, when we talk about the native indigenous cultures, now the Maoris are making a news in Asia and India. Now we do not see such public display. Now recently, if you look at the history, if you study Latin America, Bolivia, there was a huge protest. Uruguay, there was a huge protest of the Native communities over there, indigenous communities there, to regain their identity from the Catholic Church, by the way. They rejected Catholic Church as a source of colonization. But we don't see that happening in the native communities in the US because they do not recognize that most of the Catholic churches were used to put them into missions and also colonize them. So the religion was used to colonize them. What do you say?
That's true. There was a large conversion of the native communities all throughout the U.S. Um, the uh, the natives were not allowed to practice any of their customs, culture, religion. Uh, these were uh, these were basically things that were done to subjugate the native communities by taking our religion, by taking our language, by ending our customs, or trying to anyway. This is one way they subjugated our people.
Yes, and I do hear stories of them creating and converting and transcribing the Bible into the native tongue just to convert them. And a lot of tribes back east have these old this old written Bible in their language, and fortunately, it's helping them bring back their language as well. But there are these stories of conversion and tribal, religion lost.
So
Yes.
if you were given a chance that today you're going to make a change and really express yourself. Like for example, you cannot fight colonization with European tools, language and religion. You fight colonization with your own tools. Like in India, it happened. I mean, they learned English. Like only 0.4% of the Indians speak English, maybe, but they learned English to colonize the British, and but they retained their own languages. So, and that's why it is said that by 2030, English will not be the official medium of communication in India, because if you look at the history of the world, Japan speaks Japanese, and that's why they are strong economy. Chinese speak Chinese, that's why they're a strong economy. India, when it speaks their own language, they're a strong economy. So the English will be relegated to only Anglo-Saxon countries. And by the way, USA or Canada or New Zealand or Australia, these are not Anglo-Saxon countries. These are extensions of the main country, which is UK. So so what is your plan, or how do you foresee that we work on our own script, our own language for the future of USA?
International recognition of these tribal nations and the sovereignty of each and every one of the tribal nations is, I think, vitally important. I would love to see someday one of the representative of one of the tribal nations sit on the United Nations, have a permanent seat at the UN. Um, right now, all of the tribes that are recognized here in the U.S. are considered um, dependent nations of the United States. Can we ever have equality if we are dependent of another nation? I don't think so. So one of the main things that we could do for our own people is to seek international recognition of our individual tribal nations so that we could be equal uh, in the world, so we could speak openly about our of our people, and to be able to better assist our people in the future. we need to have that equality in the United Nations or throughout the world. We must be recognized internationally as a sovereign nation and to have an equal voice at the UN.
And
So we
also
have,
in tribal communities, we also are looking out for one another, our nearby tribes. We're supporting one another. I know a lot of tribes in California are creating immersion schools, bringing back their culture and language in the schools, where they're teaching nothing but their language, and just having these programs and creating funds to help these schools and these tribes look out for one another and themselves as well. So we take care of ourselves, and like as Andrew was saying, we have that leadership to do that and that voice.
Yes.
thank you all, gentlemen, for joining this panel. And thank you, Andrew, and thank you, John, and also other native chiefs who are connected to me right now. And I know they want to join now, but it's already late. So we will have them in the next panel, which is in the afternoon. And for all the viewers who are joining, thank you for your questions. Do like, share, subscribe, let us know your feedback. And I'll see you later today with a lot of other discussions also coming up now.
God bless
Thank
you, my brother Johnny.
Thank you.
John, thank
Brother,
you.
brother Adi. God bless you.
Thank you. So now we have the next phase starting of the event. And the event is, so we'll have the solo presentation by me on world cultures. And so we'll see you in just 5 minutes. So meanwhile, we'll have announcements going on, and Richard is going to talk to us about the upcoming event of the day. So please bear with me, and then I'll come back and we'll start the next presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and definitely thank you to Adi and our esteemed guest on speaking on such a very crucial topic. Again, what we're doing here at Satology is getting you information to pique your curiosity. Nothing is designed to provide you all the information. It's designed to help you with our 2 days. Just kind of expand your perspective. Come back to that. Give you a little food for thought. Go ahead and do some research. Talk to our guests. Pursue things that interest you. We've covered a lot of diverse topics over the past couple of days. And again, that's why we came up with the different themes for our Satology events, which we've been running for the past couple of years. Expand your perspective is a broad kind of topic. So we had different guests, and each one spoke differently about their perspective and what it meant to them. So therefore, you're going to see different things that resonates with you, different things that you're going to want to follow up on. And Satology, and what we do, the word Sat, is the study of truth, and ology, which is the word that Adi created because it didn't exist. So we're looking at the study of truth, and you get deeper into that. It's like, okay, what is truth? What is the difference of truths? And we're talking about culture, history, language, and spirituality, and then they play a part in how someone is raised, how someone sees the world, and again, coming back to the theme, perspective. What we do at Satology is we debunk mythology, tag to ancient cultures of the world through books, video, podcasts, and literature. And Adi's been a very big forerunner on podcasts throughout the world, consistently speaking on various topics. Again, he's well-rounded and well-studied in all areas of historical stuff. So he speaks on what he has engaged and traveled the world to know as the truth. We hold conferences to engage all. So we're not looking at a particular audience, which you have to when you do events. Anyone who does events knows that. But we're looking at being able to include different people's viewpoints from different cultures, different upbringings, different spiritualities, different languages. So this way we could all come together and see we have more in common than not. So that's our overall goal. We provide support to veterans and law enforcement groups. We work closely to help the community in any way we can. And we've also created the Learn, Think, and Share, which is the corporate side of the company. So Learn, Think, and Share supports Satology in their nonprofit efforts, and then Satology supports Learn, Think, Share in promoting us. So what Learn, Think, Share does, it's an executive training program that we put together based on our collective knowledges. So it's a combination with Adi, myself, and my wife, Galit Gordon. We put it together. Again, it's a money-making venture, but we're doing it to help and provide services to people so they can all become very, again, we're looking to help guide people. So that's the true essence of all the fancy talk and marketing and publicity language. We're looking to use our skills, our knowledge, which is vast, and help guide people to have a better life. There are many people struggling out there, and we looked at the executives, we looked at corporate people, we looked at law enforcement and military, and especially people in high rank. They're struggling, right? There's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of different pitfalls that they face in life, especially with changing times, the global change, economic change. People are suffering in lots of ways who are forced in leadership roles to make very difficult decisions. Oftentimes it's layoffs. Oftentimes it's changing the direction of a company. Sometimes it's leaving a company or moving in a completely different direction, shutting down your company. So our goal is to help people to come in and teach their individuals as a corporate, as management teams, to teach their employees, to give them life skills on how to, again, it comes back to keep using the same thing, is expand your perspective. When times are changing, as a leader, you have to look at, okay, what changes do I see coming, right? There's a lot of things we could foresee. We can determine that things are going to change in a certain direction. Nothing stays the same. We all know that. It's like water. Bruce Lee talks about water. Water never stays the same. It's never stagnant. It's constantly moving. So we need to look forward like water does. If it sees a rock, it goes one way, goes the other way, it goes over, or in the true essence of water, it's so determined to get to its source, it goes through the rock. So that's what we want to look at as our planning for our corporation, our life. Are you approaching retirement? Are you ready for retirement? Maybe financially you are. Maybe you've done your planning, you got everything in place. But what about your mindset about embracing a whole new life? It's going to be a whole new chapter of your life. I work with a client, run a law firm for many years. That's all he's known. High school, college, worked his way up in the law firms, owned his own law firm for decades now. What does he know about retirement? What does he know about not working 16 hours? What does he not know? What does he know about not working the grind? What does he not know about dealing with the problems of running a business, dealing with law, changing laws, clients, billing, all of those things that he consumes himself with each day? And we have to understand the one thing we work with is when you do that, you get a certain satisfaction. That's why you do it, right? If you have that personality to achieve, you get a certain satisfaction about rolling up your sleeves and digging into your business and digging into your company and making things work. But what's life after that, right? If you're dealing with that life, how do you go from running some mega company or a law firm or running a hospital or running any type of high-end entrepreneurship to just going to sit on the beach? Some people can do that, right? Some people could just flip the switch, but most people cannot. It's truly not that easy to go from 16 hours a day. That's all you've ever known. That's all the plan you've ever had. That's all you built your life for. Your family's based around it. Your family knows you come home at 7, 8 o'clock at night. Now, all of a sudden, everything dynamics has changed. So again, you have to have a plan. So we work with people how to help you expand your perspective. Again, we go back to ancient teachings. Adi brings his ancient Sanskrit. I bring my martial arts background. And we go back to the basics of what has kept man and woman, successful from the beginning of time. It's a simple formula, but why is it complex? Because there's so many distractions. We've had more and more distractions over the years. You look at our younger generation, middle school, high school, college. They're bombarded with so much more information and internet and things coming their way that we've ever had to deal with 30, 40, 50 years ago growing up. So it's a different world with different challenges. We had challenges as well when we were growing up. So it's not one generation is better, easier, tougher. Every generation has had its challenges and has been met with various obstacles on how to get through your adolescence, how to get through your high school years, how to get through college, how to start out as an intern, how to climb the ladder. So that's what we're looking at as well, as helping the next generation using our experience. We don't tell people what to do. We don't show them how to be. We guide. Our overall role as a mentor, coach, the true role is to guide somebody. I don't tell people what to do. I just talk to them, understand. And one of our panelists used a good word, actually, Mac. used the good word passion. He said when he works with younger people, he finds out what is their passion. So once you know someone's passion, then you can help guide them, give them input, advice, introduce them to the right people, put them in the right circles to pursue that. So if you want to be an actor and that's your passion, you're truly passionate about being an actor, an actress, then a good coach, mentor, guide can help guide you, introduce you to the right people that are in the acting world, or can connect you to the credible agents. So that's what we look at when we focus on helping somebody. And that's what our community has become, Satology. We bring in people who are willing to help, who are willing to share their knowledge, willing to share their experience to help guide other people along the way. And that's what we've been doing successfully for many years now. And with your help, you can continue to help us reach our goals. So we do a nonprofit with the Satology. So if you feel led, definitely you can donate to us. We got a post up there where you can definitely donate to help a cause. This year we're doing it online, so we got to reach a lot of people. So this is the 5th year we're doing this Satology International Literature Fest annually. We'll be back again next year. We're looking to do a whole lot bigger and better next year. Stay tuned for that. So each year we've expanded. Each year we've changed the direction of where we're going to include more people, to include more people on the panel, and to include more opportunities to share information and connect people. So we're not just doing the one shot, 2 days on this online or at an event. The key is to connect people so they can have relationships, so they can better each other, they can move forward. So again, help us in Satology. We're out helping people, we're helping military, we're helping law enforcement. And as you know, in the world of law enforcement, they're always short of funds. So if you can help us in that venture, we'd be very appreciative of that, so we can continue to give them the training to deal with their stressful lives day to day in the street, help them expand their perspectives, to go back to literally old school ways of being able to breathe, focus, and approach situations that cause them a lot of stress. Again, you can't eliminate stress. Life is filled with stress. Stress is part of your life, and things grow with stress, right? That's the key. You put metal and gold and all of those examples. You apply stress, things happen. You make diamonds under stress as well. So people know those examples, and they're great, good cliches. But how? How do you process that, right? How do you put that into the real world? How do you make that happen? And that's what we do with Satology, Learn, Think, Share. So join our community, help us, support us, and we'll continue to be reaching out to help support you in what you do. And without further ado, I'm going to bring back Adi. We're going to get back into our next session where he's going to take you through a whole lot of information that he can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you all the viewers who are watching us. Now I'm going to take you through the original atlas, and I'll have to sit down and make a presentation and show you what we need to do and how we take you through different places all over the world. And that's exclusive by Sattology, because we have been working on this for a very long time. Okay. All right. So let's begin. Our admins, we need to make the camera a bit more so that you can see me. I'm okay? Visible on the cameras? Okay. All right. So this is the ancient spiritual places of the world. Let me share my screen with you. So let's go to some maps. If you see my screen, you can see what I'm showing you. And I'm using Google Earth to show you. I've mapped these places. It's part of my book, The Original Atlas, as well. So let's delve into it. The original spiritual places of the world. Now, this information research I've done using Purana, Ramayana, and Mahabharata. Now, most of you do not know, may not be able to pronounce the name as well. It's called Mahabharata and Ramayana. and also Purana. Some of you may pronounce it, some of you may not pronounce it, but these are the most ancient records of the history of the world. So let's begin. So this is some of the maps I've done from India. Now these are the places mentioned in Mahabharata. Some of these places, there are many other places mentioned as well, but some of these places are there mentioned in Mahabharata. So let's begin here, and we'll start the slideshow. So this was the ancient capital of the world 7,000 years ago, still existing. 7,000 years ago, this was the capital. And let me tell you one secret about this place. It's on 29 degrees latitude. Now 29 degrees latitude, if you see, this place goes all the way to pyramids of Giza. So 29 degrees latitude was a very important latitude mentioned in Mahabharata. Goes all the way, touches Giza. Giza is also in pyramids, are also on 29 degrees latitude. And also if you go by this, then it goes straight to places in Yucatan, which is also on 29 degrees latitude. So if I see this 29 Yucatan, crosses Houston. Houston is on 29 degrees latitude, and many parts of Florida are also on 29 degrees latitude. So this was the original power circle of the world. And you'll find many spiritual places in that area as well in Florida. Many native communities and temples are also there. It goes on the east side, it goes all the way through to real China or Zhejiang. There are temples in Zhejiang which are also very important on this 29 degrees latitude. In fact, some of the many kings of the world, ancient world during this time, were on this latitude. Now, if you map a straight line to any of these areas, from Zhejiang to pyramids of Giza and to Houston, you'll see a straight line, many other spiritual places of the world existing on this latitude. So this was the original capital of the world, Hastinapur. Now, in recent times, Puncak Jaya, it's in Papua New Guinea, also known as Shishira. The names are very Sanskrit because this place was the place of, it's called Rupyak in Ramayana, Rupyak Dweep. In fact, you will find many cities like Jaipur, Bokondini, Alkamar, Sabang, Mon. These are all Sanskrit names. Atat, very Sanskrit names here. Sibyl. Then you will find many other names here in Puncak Jaya, very far from the original capital of the world. And most of the European scholars will not tell you because they don't know. So most of the researches in the European scholars is to prove European history or church history, not even European history. The real European history is pre-church history. Papua New Guinea was artificially carved out with a random line, straight line, like with a scale, following some river path on this part. And this was just carved out from the original piece of land here from Indonesia. But if you look at the old history, now you see this island known as Australia, or continent they call it nowadays. The original name of this continent is Shalmali Dweep, because entire on the coastal side of Australia is semal trees. Semal is cotton trees all over the coastline, and the centerpiece is desert. So most of these places is known as semal tree or Shalmali, and there is a famous Bunjil geoglyph here near Sydney, which shows about its original place, because this was a place of Garuda, the son of Vinata. That was the original place, and this place was mentioned in Ramayana also. Ramayana, Mahabharata are the world's foremost, most authentic pieces of geographical information, along with the civilizations in those places. Now, coming back to the next place, which is mentioned in my research, which is again in India, known as Barnawa, and which is connected to Mahabharata history, one of the villages in Mahabharata history. The old fort in New Delhi is one of the foremost examples of old architecture, and this place is also connected to Mahabharata, including a temple in the center. There is nothing in India was belonging to Mughal, because Mughals, from where they come, they had no architecture also. There is a fake history being taught in the Western universities about India. But in the center of this complex is a beautiful temple, which is right here, visible from the top. And this temple was known for ancient place from Mahabharata. The temple is also known over it. Let's move on to the next place, and which is Himalayas. It's called Hathi Parvat. Now, these places were connected to ancient travel path between India and Sandhava or Trigarta. Sandhava is the banks of Sindhu. Then you have Nainital. Now, these are some places mentioned from India. But now let us go to the global places, and which is let's take it to first to South America, and then we'll go to the North America. Lake Titicaca. Lake Titicaca, a very sacred place, again connected to Purana. It's a place of Viracocha or Virochana. Virochana, the son of Prahlad. And this place has a lot of artifacts. In fact, Apohuna, this mountain, this is mountain which is connected, which is mentioned in Ramayana and Mahabharata. Then we have another place which is there and so accurately mentioned that you can't even go wrong. Aconcagua, this is Manasottar mountain. It's a very unique mountain. It's a Manasottar mountain, and this is where the people worship there or come over there to spend their time, or this is the place where the sun stops. And if you're following the sun trajectory, this place is known for dividing the sun's time into two halves. And literally you will find this place mentioned as a Manasottar mountain, where Vamandev put his one step, and you will see the entire mountain and the lake resembling like a step, like this whole place. You see this? The hill and the step itself. And this place is also mentioned in Purana, Ramayana, and Mahabharata, the original historical records of the whole world, far more authentic than any American university or European university has put out so far. This is called Ananta Mountains. Ananta is a Sanskrit word. It's called without any limits, eternal, Ananta. And you will find that the whole mountain ranges are known as Ananta. There's too many Anantas here. It's in Latin America with having a Sanskrit name, Ananta. Very close to Lake Titicaca and very, very prominent. In fact, this entire mountain range, which the Europeans named as Udayagiri, as Andes, In Sanskrit, it's called Udaygiri. Udaygiri. Now, and this is Tempu Koko, Tempu Toko. Now, this place is very close to these mounds, as well as this place to Canula Parakas. Canula Parakas is also close by. So, this place is also mentioned over there in the Ramayana Mahabharata. Now, let's go to some other slideshows to see what else is there mentioned over there. This is Turkey. Now you'll see how come Turkey is mentioned there. Well, Turkey itself is a Sanskrit name, Turkiye. Nowadays they call it Turkiye. Is Turkiyamas is a Sanskrit name, Turkiya. So we have Gobekli Tepe, Gobekli Tepe, which is a Shiva site mentioned in Ramayana and also Mahabharata. And Mahabharata, Ramayana is much older, and Ramayana is much older but more accurate geographical coordinates. So the Earth has not changed its form for millions of years. So Gobekli Tepe is the site. And I hope you can see me, so you can comment over there. Khalid, can you turn on the camera? So, sorry about that. So Gobekli Tepe. So this is the site over there. It's known as a site for the entire Turkey. Is mentioned as a region of devotees of Shiva in Ramayana Mahabharata. And so you have Karan Tepe, you have Gobekli Tepe. These are all sites connected to Shiva. See, modern European archaeologists and other archaeologists can dig bones, find out the age, but they cannot tell a story. In fact, when I went to Caral in Peru, and I said it is connected to Charana. Charana means devotees of Durga or Bhagavati. And when I asked them, and I saw a Sanskrit inscription over there, they're trying to wipe it off. So Europeans or other people cannot tell you the story. But people who are connected to Ramayana and Mahabharata, there are many good people in Latin America connected to Ramayana and Mahabharata. And those people can tell you the story because they know the story. And that's what I did in my book, tell a story, what exactly happened there. Because when you look at these places from spiritual eyes, you see them accurately as it is. Call it a mystical ability, but backed by solid proof of text. Generally, we say, where is it written? Who said it? Now, all those things are documented well enough in our Shastra. Now, if I look at the second place on this map, Karan Tepe, similar site, beautiful temple site. And in fact, if any of you would like to join Satology and sponsor us for these trips, we can bring out a different narrative based on Ramayana and Mahabharata, which will be far more accurate to the local sensibilities, actually. Now, the next place is Amintya's rock tombs. These are temples, ancient temples, very well preserved, and these are no longer part of the original history, but these are very sacred areas. So we are talking about a land which is in the same part, close to, I'm zooming out so you can see, this is Cyprus, this is Amintya's rock tombs, and Chandragupta Maurya, a great Indian king, in 1800 BC, around 1800 BC, visited this place. In fact, Antalya is actually a Sanskrit name, which means a place of death, actually. And people used to go there to retire in the old times. So this place has very strong history with connected to the ancient scriptures, Ramayana and Mahabharata. In fact, I can tell you on something additional. Syria, Petra rocks, or any of these areas have it's known as Madra Desh, Madra. It has very strong connections to India. And to the history of Ramayana and Mahabharata, the word India is coming from Indu, which means the Indian Ocean, and therefore it became India by the Greeks. But the ancient name is Bharat. Then the last site over there is Temple of Artemis. In fact, most of the Tertullian documents, Tertullians, have deep connection with the lost culture from Mahabharata. The Temple of Artemis is a classical example, including the pole you can see in the shade here. This is Indradhwaj, place of Indra, and this is well mentioned, documented in that book. In fact, most of the places here, Europeans or any of the scholars, academic scholars, can tell a story, but I can tell a story. I can tell you the real history. Now, these places belong to the whole humanity. They don't belong to any one country. And I think United Nations has done a very bad job because they have ignored Ramayana, Mahabharata, and also Purana. So if they take references from there, they have to take a reference from there and then show it. And I can help them with that to correct their own history, because humanity deserves to be told the truth. Now, let me take you to China, and then I'm going to take you to Central Asia. So the same places, China is mentioned 9 times in Mahabharata as a place which pays taxes to Hastinapur. I showed you the first city, Hastinapur. The most powerful city in the last 10,000 years is Hastinapur. They commanded unfettered control over the entire earth, all 7 continents. And people may ask me, how did it happen? Believe me, there were good boats at that time also. Good boats, good chariots, they were all everything possible. In fact, their weapons are far more superior to anything that we see today. Now, this is called Jokhang Temple. Very beautiful place and connected to the ancient culture of Sanatana Dharma. It's called the Heart of Lhasa. Very beautiful temple connected to Mahabharata as well. Then you have Lama Temple. Now it's in the middle of a city, but actually this was a very old place of spiritual existence. Then you have Fogong Temple, my favorite temple actually, in Wutai County, Shaanxi province of China. This is a very ancient temple connected to fire, and it has been rebuilt over and over again in the same place. Then your White Horse Temple is again made in a memory, and Emperor Ming, he made that. It's a beautiful temple connected to again Mahabharata history. Shaolin Monastery or Shaolin Temple is the birthplace of Shan Buddhism. In fact, this was a place mentioned for Sanatana Dharma in Mahabharata as well. It's rebuilt on the same old place. This temple I visited many years ago, one of the beautiful architectures. In fact, it looks like a temple from South India. It's called Viman architecture, and believe me, the entire humanity came all over the world at the same time. There was not one just source of beginning of the human race. All continents were populated at the same time, but connected through common roots, like these ones. The architectures here will match the architectures in South America as well as in India. Same knowledge source. It's called Maya Vastukala, Maya Kala. Jade Buddha Temple is in Shanghai. I visited this place, very ancient place in the middle of the skyscrapers, but very well maintained, and again part of the same connections through Mahabharata. Dakshyangpo Temple is a Chinese Buddhist temple. When they say Buddhism, Buddhist temple, it doesn't mean actually Buddhist temple, because the Buddhist word is used in an English way. If you look at the actual temple name in their language, it's called just a mandir, or a place of sacred spirituality. That's what it means. But in English, you all know English is an incomplete language, so there is no other word other than temple. You have to add 3-4 words to it, like the place of spirituality of the soul. That's what the actual meaning is of this place. Very prominent building, rebuilt 1700 times since the time of Baba. Even Chinese don't know this history. One of the amazing places, the Hanging Temple, Hangshan Hanging Temple, is a place of fire worship. Fire, earth, sun, moon, these are the natural objects of worship because they give life for every culture. Whether you're in South America or North America or any part of the world, natural sources, beautiful place. Then you have Temple of Heaven. This belongs to Indra in Chinese language. Very well maintained place. In fact, everyone should visit this place in China and take advantage of this place. Now, let me take you to other parts of the world because it's important to know where are our histories located. Let's take you to Southeast Asia. Starting with the most ancient place in Vietnam. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, all these places are amazingly well equipped as a historical custodian of the world. During the British time, they were known as Indochina because most of the people thought of them as India. So all these ancient temples existing, preserved, bombed to hell by the American forces in the Vietnam War, but nothing happened to these places. So most of these destructions you see on these temples were done by the American forces. They dropped bombs on these temples because they wanted to take out the Vietnamese. And I think that was a very sacrilegious act for the rest of the world. So now I think if American historians are watching, I think American government can pay to repair these places to help them restore it. And then you have many of these centers are located close by. So you'll see all these places. Visit them for spiritual purposes only because these are very old histories, bombed like anything during the Vietnam War, but still preserved, stood the test of time. So most of the destruction you see is because of American bombing. Now, this is the prime meridian of the world. And believe me, when the time calculation is moved to this meridian of the world, then there's no point in changing the clocks after that. This is the original prime meridian of the world before GMT was adopted. And when the time is moved to this part of this line, then there is no need to change clocks, by the way. And also the weather can be accurately calculated, the weather patterns, even in European countries. Europe is in a way part of Asia, not separate. It's a small area. But because of conquest, their time was adopted as primary source of the time. Now let us move to, so this is Hastinapur, the ancient capital, 7,000 years ago. Now let us move to another part of the world, which is, so I covered South America. Now let us cover the Afghanistan area. Now you may be wondering why I'm covering that. Because this area is often disputed as an independent area. But let me tell you, this place, Takshila, which is in Pakistan, which was formed during the Ramayana era by the sons of Lakshman. His name was Taksh, became Takshila. That's how it is named as. And Kandahar was Gandhar, the land of singers. And these were artificially cut off from the ancient land of Bharat in 1919 by the British. Till date, Afghanis have not accepted that line, Durand line, officially. So it is still an area disputed, and I wish Afghanistan wins and takes care of this land so far. And all these areas are known for a deep connection with Ramayana and Mahabharata. In fact, this place is the mount on which the university was there, but it has been destroyed due to rampant occupation of the land. There is no part of the world which has doesn't have a footprint from Ramayana or Mahabharata or Puran. And I'll tell you how in the US also, the name of US in Ramayana and Mahabharata is Kraunchudi, Kraunch. I'll come to that a little later on. Now, I want to take you to Central Asia actually. Now, in the Central Asia, you have these places which are mentioned as Shadoba in Mahabharata and Ramayana. Shadoba in Ramayana, in Mahabharata, and Shaloba in Mahabharata and Shadoba in Ramayana. It's the same Nadi. The same river is called Saryu, Sardhyaj. It becomes Akshu later on in China. Akshu. Akshu means a drop of tear. It's a Sanskrit name. And you can see the temple in the mountains here, Jangushu, which is known as Meru Parvat. If you see the sun's movement and the Polaris is right above, vertically above this place. And the same places you have is Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat is the world's oldest temple in the world and the biggest in the world, bigger than anything the world has ever seen on religious sites. Because the whole purpose of astronomy or astrology was to actually, and mathematics was to actually calculate stars so that you can practice spirituality at the right time. That's what the purpose was. And that is mentioned. So this entire place is entirely built as per Vastu. Vastu means it's a geographical pattern which helps you to get the right sense of direction so that you can actually practice spirituality and mantras at the right time. That's why it is important. And then you have this place in South America. I told you I'm going to take you to America. The most important spiritual place in Mexico is Uxmal. It's the place of Venus. All the ancient Mayan kings practice in Venus, worship Venus. And this place has a unique distinction of many heads of the states visiting secretly and worshipping there. Uxmal, mystical place. Everyone must go there. In fact, Satology retreats I'm planning are going to start from Uxmal. So if you would like to sign up, do write to me in person. So we all can go there and be part of the retreat over there. Now, next is a place in Mount Meru in Africa. Again mentioned in Ramayana as well as Mahabharata. This place and also many Puranas. In fact, North America also forms part of Purana. Africa is a place of Agni, where the Agni Devta is worshipped or the fire is worshipped. That's Africa. And this mountain, Mount Meru, is a very ancient place, renamed after a place in Central Asia, but it's very, very, very highly, it's a place which has been worshipped for thousands of years. Belongs to Kusha, which is again the son of Ram. Now you have Mayan archaeological site called Restrohon. Again, if you look at the symbols of this place, you'll be shocked to see belongs to Ramayana Mahabharata, worshipping Brahma. Very ancient place, Restrohon. Restrohon Maya archaeological site. Very close to us, We are in San Diego. Good thing about San Diego is you can travel any places. Bunjil Geoglyph. Again, I was talking to Australia. This is a place which every one of you must visit. I have been to this place many, many times. This is the original symbol of this land known as Shalmali. Australia is not the real name. Australia is a name given by the European conquerors. Original name is Shalmali. And that's Bunjil Geoglyph because the original history of this continent is son of Vinita Garuda used to use this place for resting. And so you'll find the coastal regions green, but the rest of the big island is desert. The population is hardly 25 million people. And Petra is a very ancient place and connected to, again, Ramayana Mahabharata. It looks like a temple. It has nothing to do with the Middle Eastern architecture. Well-developed place. You can see the temples carved in the rocks. And it's the place of trade, worship, rest, education. And then you have this place known as Chetroketl in Chaco culture, New Mexico. I told you I'm going to take you back to USA, and I brought you back to USA. Very ancient place, very ancient place. In fact, I would like to thank the American parks who are maintaining these places. They've done a phenomenal work. In fact, some of the most well-preserved places of ancient antiquity are in USA today. And the way they preserve it, they don't tell anyone about it. And nobody goes there also. So, but still they've done a good job. So people who are genuinely interested have to find out, like me, and have to go there. This is one of the most ancient places in North America. And it finds mention in Purana, in Linga Purana. So how did the Puranas know about this place? In Kronchudip. And I'll tell you how it is Kronchudip. So when the Skanda was fighting Balasura, then he used his weapons to cut this continent into half. And that's why you'll find deserts all over the central place. And this is the place mentioned as history in that book. A Sanskrit book written far away from US, thousands of years ago, mentions about these places. Pueblo Bonito. Now this name is actually coming from Spanish conquistadors, but actually the old name is something else. Once I find it, I'm going to share it with everyone. I don't know right now. But it is mentioned about this region, places, people living in this region. And it looks like burnt everywhere. That means something has happened. And everyone knows about Grand Canyon National Park. Now this is a treasure place for education, research, spirituality. It's a very mystical place. And if anyone is watching from the National Park Service, I would like to gain access to all the secret places of this area and arrange my tour. And I'm going to tell a story about this place, which I have to verify and tell you. But this place also gets mentioned in Purana. And all the references are there in my book, the original atlas. In fact, the next version is coming out, which is known as the Magical Atlas. In that you'll find more history. Did I miss out any part of the world yet? Yes, Europe. I missed out Europe. So let me take you to Europe. There you go. So my time is almost up. I have 15 minutes left, so I'm going to wrap it up in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 10, 15? Oh. All right, so my time is up, but I'm going to just show you one last place, Almendra Komlek, which is Stonehenge, and this is for Europe. Ancient place mentioned in Ramayana, place for worshipping moon. And this place is Arctic Henge. The Arctic Hand is very recent, but you need to check about this place. I stand corrected over there, but we're going to talk about New Grange. Is a prehistoric, again, the place of worshipping moon, because Astachal is where the moon is worshipped. Astachal is the Alps mountains, and southern France is Saraikali, says Mary de Elmar. So Saraikali, the Romani goddess, and so very ancient place, very ancient place. So European prehistory is well known. So these are the maps which are there, and so I'm going to stop here, and I'll have other people coming on board. So give me 1 second, and I'll see. Thank you all for watching. If you have any comments, do write to us. Meanwhile, I'm waiting for other people to join. So is Jean? So meanwhile, I'll take some questions you have, and I will share. Actually what I saw in Israel Museum with the viewers. Yes, Israel's history is very clear. Uh, Israel's history, Israel we saw native cultures, native our Mother Desh history, and ancient connections of Israel or Mother Desh with Bharat. Yes, it's an event. Namaskar, Namaskar. Sambala. Yes. All right. So our next event is the Can Intelligence and Consciousness Be Programmed? So waiting for Zeb Allison, Desh Kapoor, and Sankrant Sanu. If you're watching, Dean McNaughton, please join, and Bashir. Waiting for Desh Kapoor ji.
Wonderful.
Desh Kapoor ji, Jean McNaughton, Bashir. Who is moderating this? Desh Kapoor. Sankaji, just give me 1 second. So we will
No worries.
see that we can update the title of this one. The intelligence and consciousness. The screen is off. Okay. So, yeah, right after this is PV Narasimha, VR Narasimha. Sangraji, just give me 1 second. I will call Desh Kapoor and see where he is. Okay? Just give me a second. Meanwhile, you can tell us about your Garuda books and your business.
Absolutely. Namaskar. Welcome, everybody. So good to see all those people who've tuned in. I was looking at some of the comments on YouTube, so definitely subscribe and comment. Adi asked me to talk about Garuda, and we are one of the leading Indic publishers of Indian knowledge systems now in India, Garuda Prakashan. I was in the tech world, and I left that to create a platform where we can tell our own stories. The site is garudalife.in, garudalife.in, and in the US it is garudalife.com. So many of our books are available in the US through that website. So definitely go check it out. And there are some books that are very notable that come to mind. I was just listening to Aditya presenting about all these places all over the world that were inspired or were connected to Sanatana Dharma. And we have a number of books touching on those topics. One of the books that comes to mind is The Imperishable Seed, How Hindu Mathematics Changed the World. Now, there's a lot of things in there which I did not know when that manuscript was first presented to me. And I worked very hard with the author for over 2 years to actually validate everything that is in there, make sure it is backed by research, and add a lot of new content. And what I learned surprised me, that most of what we study in mathematics today in the world, including algebra, trigonometry, the decimal system, and even the basics of calculus, actually came from India and were transmitted either via the Arabs or the Middle Easterns to Europe and other parts of the world, or there were also Jesuit priests that came to Kerala and learned directly from the Kerala School of Mathematics, the Madhava School, where they copied many of the sine, cosine tables, calculus series, including what is now known as the Taylor series expansion, difference equations, differentials. Many of these ideas were taken to Europe, and much of the origins were erased post-colonialism, once India was colonized. Before that, actually, the Europeans, there is evidence that the Europeans admitted to where these things came from. But once India was colonized, that was changed, and India was deemed as this backward place, which Europe is enlightening with bringing science and mathematics, while actually the reality is quite the opposite. Very interesting tidbit. We know today that there is a prime meridian. This is where all the latitude and longitude lines uh, come from. But what most people don't know is that the most prevalent prime meridian was actually passing through Ujjain, which is the Mahakal temple in Ujjain. And these are the tables of longitude, which are in many of the medieval texts, or even all the way up till the 19th century. The texts actually have Ujjain as the prime meridian, and only in the 1884 International Meridian Conference was this changed to Greenwich Mean Time, or the Greenwich Meridian. And this also happened very interestingly because all the representatives of all these countries met. And guess what? The representative of India in the 1884 conference was actually British. So most of the people were actually countries were represented by British representative, not by the people of those lands. And so the so-called consensus was that Greenwich will now become the prime meridian, versus many others that were prevalent, one of which was the prime meridian of Ujjain, where most of the tables of longitude were built on. So many of these things were transmitted, as I mentioned, many of the branches of mathematics, many of the branches of science. A very interesting anecdote where the analogy that Galileo uses to show that the Earth revolves around the sun is very similar to the one which is found in Aryabhata some time back. So it's very possible that astrophysics ideas and cosmology, physics, many of those ideas were transmitted from India to the rest of the world. So the book is called The Imperishable Seed by Bhaskar Kambale. The Imperishable Seed by Bhaskar Kambale. Do urge you to check that out. Very simple thing, for people. I started out because I was trained as an engineer and a scientist. I started out when somebody used to say these things to me. I was always a little bit skeptical about it. Like, oh yeah, how did it make sense? How could trigonometry have come from India? We've all studied it came from Europe, and so on and so forth. But when you actually started looking down into the original sources, then I was very surprised to see all of the evidence that's there. And the sine cosine was called Jaya and Kojaya, and it was actually mistranslated a couple of times, as this is how the name sine and cosine comes up. And also with respect to zero, we always thought that zero is like the only contribution that the Indians did. But the real contribution, which is kind of turned into zero, is the decimal system, the place value notation of how numbers are written. So it was not just that zero came about in India, but the place value notation using base 10, where I could write very large numbers. This is what comes, this is what comes from Indian mathematics. And a very simple test that you can do yourself is you take a large 4-digit number, not even that large, and you write it in decimal. But then you take away the decimal number and you write it in Roman. Let's say you write 2456 and you write it in Roman, which would be whatever, MM, so on and so forth, C, however they'll write it. Now you have this number written in Roman. And now if I asked you to multiply it by itself, which would be a very simple thing to do if you're using the Indian decimal system. If you were to multiply a Roman number by itself, that would be almost an impossible calculation to do. So the idea was not only that India invented zero and the decimal system, but it didn't invent it for no purpose. It invented it because the mathematics and the arithmetic operations became way more powerful and much simpler. So it is natural that the arithmetic operations were invented with the decimal system. So all of the arithmetic operations are defined in Brahmagupta by Brahmagupta in his works, and this is where all of the standard mechanisms for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and so on and so forth come from. In fact, there was a contest in Europe, where the adoption of the arithmetic of zero and the decimal system was taking place. There was a lot of resistance to its adoption. In fact, the church banned it at one point in Europe, but because it was so superior, it would keep getting popularized. And then there used to be this contest between the abacus and the algorithmics. So the algorithmics were the ones that used algorithmic arithmetic, which is arithmetic based on operations on the decimal system that you could do with the pen and paper, and the abacus that were using the abacus to perform the same calculations. And very soon it proved that the algorithmics were very regularly beating out the abacus, and this is how the number system, the decimal number system, finally got adopted in Europe. So that was a little anecdote. I see Richard is here, and we can dive into our discussion.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you giving that wonderful insight, and waiting for Adi to join. So he's going to join us on this panel, and I'll oversee it. So basically, we're looking at, can intelligence and consciousness be programmed? Again, another one of those questions. Adi came up with this, and it's straightforward and not. That's the beauty of good questions. You want it to be thought-provoking, and people are going to take a different approach on it. And so everybody will think one way or think another, and then go off on that path. So until Adi join us, your thoughts, can intelligence and consciousness be programmed? Right? Straightforward.
So shall we wait for Adi, or shall we dive into it?
He's up and right.
He's almost here. I'm just going to turn the light on a little bit so it's a little brighter. Just give me a moment. I'll be there in a second.
Welcome, Adi. We posed the question that we're going to be addressing: can intelligence and consciousness be programmed? Which is a very simple and straightforward question, but any good question is more in-depth than that. So we're looking forward to a very detailed and in-depth conversation.
Yes, thank you. I think we have to first define what is consciousness, because a very vaguely defined term. So consciousness is nothing but Atma. So Atma or Alma in Spanish, or soul in English. So Atma is a Sanskrit word which means who we are, Atma. In fact, Atma cannot be changed. And evam pravartate. So Atma is all over the body, and people refer to it as consciousness, but I'll call it Atma. Atma never changes. Atma cannot be burned, cannot have no change. So Atma is currently the control of the three modes, guna, and Atma can be relieved from these three modes and becomes back to where it belongs to, be with the Paramatma or God. So Atma, according to me, from Bhagavad Gita and Yoga Sutra, cannot be changed. Now about intelligence, yes, it can be modified through yoga. Evam buddhe param buddhva samsabhyatmanam atmana. So we can definitely change the intelligence, because the intelligence binds us to this material world. And the process of Yoga Sutra is to deliver the intelligence or make the intelligence stronger. So the way you do it is, when you connect Atma to Paramatma or Brahma or Bhagwan, then automatically the intelligence starts getting controlled, and it can be programmed, because right now also it is programmed. It is programmed to follow the three modes of nature, which is guna, and it is programmed to follow them, and that's how the mind gets affected. It's a whole circle, it's a whole hierarchy. So therefore, yes, intelligence can be programmed, but for Atma cannot be, because Atma has to be relieved from the afflictions. Yogas chitta vritti nirodhascha. So there can be aklishta vritti, and which can be removed using yoga. So in short, the answer is that, and it all depends on the next questions you have. Over to you.
Your thoughts, Sanskrit, on that one?
Absolutely, that was wonderful exposition by Aditya of the so much nuanced understanding in the yogic and Hindu traditions about what is consciousness. And I think those are the two questions actually we have to start with, because if we say, can intelligence and consciousness be programmed, there are three words there that we need to understand what they mean, or recognize that perhaps we don't understand what they mean. So we start off by looking at these three words. The three operative words are intelligence, consciousness, and programmed. So what is intelligence? What is consciousness? And what does it mean to be programmed? So if I look at the very first word, which is intelligence, now how would you actually tell if something is intelligence? In computer science, there is this very famous test called the Turing test. And in the Turing test, devised by Alan Turing, he came up with this definition of artificial intelligence. What would define something as having achieved the goal of artificial intelligence is when you are having a conversation with a computer and you're unable to distinguish whether you're talking to a computer or a human being. So this is one definition of intelligence. And I would say by that definition, we are probably approaching fairly close to achieving intelligence. Yeah, some might say that we've already passed the Turing test with the current AI systems. So at the same time, if you look at how the AI systems work, the AI systems are essentially line fitting. So imagine, very elementary course on statistics, or, we'll even simplify it further. Imagine you're holding a graph paper and there are a number of dots on the graph, and you want to find a line that approximates those points, and you will draw a line, approximately that goes through the points. Some of the points may be on the line, or some of the points may be off the line, but you have an approximation, right? And so what happens is, when you've got millions and millions of data sets like that, and millions of lines, you start to approximate how you can simulate intelligence. You can simulate a human being, right? But the question really comes, is that intelligent or is that not? For instance, because AI has access to so much data, it can create what seems like very creative patterns. It can create what appears to be creative prose. But at the end of it, what it is doing is taking the data out there and creating extensions of the data, right? Just reformulating an extensions of the data. So we have this notion in creativity called inspiration, right? Oftentimes, as a writer, as a researcher, I have, I've been thinking about something, and then something comes as an inspiration. It's like a gift. It's not line fitting. It's not coming from extending existing knowledge necessarily, right? It is coming perhaps from a different field. And again, AI could emulate that. AI could emulate and simulate that to the extent that for most people it will be indistinguishable. But my experience with it so far at least, and again, AI is, I would say, it's in a very nascent phase, even though it seems very advanced, is that it is highly limited in its ability to really create original thought, right? To really create something which is not based on extending very simply existing data that has been fed into the system. So that's the first part about whether the intelligence can be programmed. The second part is about consciousness itself. Now, one of the aspects of consciousness in the Hindu tradition is that which is measurable is not is Maya. Mayati iti Maya. That which is measured is Maya. So everything that can be measured is not consciousness per se. Consciousness itself cannot be measured because consciousness is the perceiver. It is not the object of perception, right? And if you look at the consciousness not being the object of perception, can AI get to a place where it is not the object of perception, but the ultimate perceiver, right? To me, there is no system that can actually get you there. There is no system that can be programmed that you can get there. And programming itself is the third word, which is an interesting word, because in some level, all of us are programmed to some extent. It's not programming just out there in the computer. We get programmed. We get programmed in childhood. We get programmed in school. We get programmed in so many ways through our experiences, which are the different sanskaras and the different karmas that are part of our system, which is part of our programming. And the human quest, in some ways, in how the Hindu tradition has seen it, is to transcend that programming and experience pure consciousness, right? So consciousness is the transcending of programming. And to that extent, consciousness can clearly not be the program or be programmed, because to get to that the state of pure consciousness is to transcend all programming. And I don't know whether AI can do that, but it's very clear that AI in its very nature is the programming. So there is no mechanism for it to transcend its programming. So that's how we can start the discussion, at least.
Excellent, gentlemen. Great insight. And what I hear, what I listen to is the traditions, right? We go back to historical. We go back to the beginning of time that lays the foundation. But my question to you is to take it to a broader audience, right? Broader meaning Western world, other people who didn't have the benefit of the schooling you have to understand the Hindi tradition, the words, and how it all comes together. So if someone doesn't have that knowledge, right? Do you have to take them to the basics? Like you can't teach someone calculus, right? You need to start with some basic mathematical terms. So what we're looking at in the Satology world is, is to try to reach out to people to help them improve their lives. So how would what you both said, right, at this very high level, and again, it's very accurate, but the average person is not going to be able to start applying that today. So Adi, how do you see it? And you've worked with a lot of people, both of you coaches. How do you see this the first step to get to this level of understanding?
It's like everyone has a mouth, everyone has an eye, everyone has a nose. You don't need a training to know where is your nose. Even though when you are small, our mothers say, where is your nose? And we say, there's a nose, there's an ear, there's a mouth. And I think the same way, the ancient traditions and the same mother and father used to teach, Aham Brahmasmi is a Sanskrit word. I am Brahma. So yes, somebody has to be told when they are small kids that you are a spirit soul. I am a spirit soul. All of us are spirit souls. In that way, all of us are related because we are all similar. Not the same, but similar. All of us are similar. And everyone needs breakfast. Everyone needs lunch. Everyone needs dinner. It's as simple as that. Understanding that we are all individual spiritual beings and we have the same needs. That's the basic beginning line for consciousness. That's what the Vedanta Sutra says. Aham Brahmasmi means we are. Asmi means, there is a I am Brahma. I am. So this identity needs to be taught in the universities and schools, and every parent can teach them that yes, you are a soul first, then the body second. And I think this is the biggest platform of unity in a mind across the world, across different cultures, whether you may come from Israel or Africa or South America or Europe or me, or I am coming from India or USA, any country you go. Aham Brahmasmi, I am the spirit soul, I am soul, I am Brahma. That's a basic line which we need to tell ourselves every morning and every evening. And that's where the real unity begins. Very simple there. Now, when it comes to intelligence or buddhi, buddhi is the way you take decisions. Yes, no, 1, 0, maybe. And that's what Sankrant is talking about, the AI, and how we are building AI to mimic a human thought pattern. That's what we're building in the machines. But I'll say to Sankrant in a lighter way, we need to first program ourselves to the real I, the real intelligence also. And then before we move on to the artificial intelligence. But the real intelligence can come in when we say we all take decisions. Every minute of the day we take decisions. Whether I should watch what's the time now? That's an intelligent decision we're taking, because there's something else pending over there. So the entire process, the spiritual process, is designed to make us become more answerable to ourselves. So the whole process is to modulate our intelligence so that we use our experiences wisely. And in the traditional processes, like this one shloka I really like in Bhagavad Gita, it says, Evam buddhe param buddhva samsabhyatman matmana. Now, Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book, by the way. Bhagavad Gita is the guidebook for every single human being on the planet. It doesn't mention any community on the planet. It mentions about the soul on which the entire world is united. This is the only book in the world which doesn't mention any community. It doesn't create Christians, doesn't create Hindus, doesn't create anyone else. It's meant for the whole world. So Bhagavad Gita says, Evam buddhe param buddhva samsabhyatmanam atmana. So knowing yourself to be higher than your buddhi, you must control the buddhi. And control the biggest enemy of human mankind is known as lust, or propensity of enjoyment. And very aptly it puts it. And so the entire process is to pranayam to find intelligence, because when the intelligence of buddhi becomes situated in sattva guna, then automatically you experience peace.
Thank you.
Over to you, Richard.
Yes, sir. Your thoughts, Sanskrit?
Absolutely. So the question was, how do we simplify this notion of intelligence and consciousness so that it can be accessible to everyone? And I think the simplest way is for me to look you in the eye and say, are you your body? Richard, are you your body? Right? And I can ask this for everybody who's listening. So, and my urge would be, whenever you hear the question, you just say the spontaneous answer that comes. Don't overthink it. Don't think about what you read somewhere. Just say, what is it that comes when we ask the question? So very soon when that question is asked, you'll find that the answer is that no, I am my body, but I am more also. So I am not just my body. So there is something beyond. And the more layers you peel out, the more you find that none of these layers are really the I. Right? Am I the body? Am I my breath? Am I my mind? So you go peeling the layers of the onions until the point where there is emptiness, and that emptiness is also the fullness, and you can debate whether it's empty or full, and that is to the place of pure consciousness. But another easy way to understand is, let's assume Let's do a thought experiment where since we are talking about programming and also we've talked about artificial intelligence, let's assume that each of your senses, and we are already doing this, by the way, like take the optic nerve, and instead of having it connect with the eyes, you connect it with the camera. So the optic nerve is sending, the camera is directly sending you impressions, and that is what you're seeing, what your mind is seeing. Similarly, you do the same thing with your hearing, do the same thing with your sense of smell, do the same thing with your sense of taste, and do the same thing with your sense of touch. So now all of your senses are coming to you from these devices in electrical signals. And now you can remove the devices and simply send pure electrical signals generated by a computer and into your mind. So then your entire world perception will be constructed by this simulation. So now the question is, how do you know that you're not living in that simulation today? What would distinguish that simulation from the world you are in today? Because it could very well be that all of my five senses have been replaced and programmed, and that is the world that I'm actually living in. And the answer is, at the level of the senses, there is actually no way to know. Because if it's a good computer program, like in the Matrix, the movie here, then there would be no way to know if you're actually living in the Matrix or you're living in the real world, right? So this comes back to the question exactly of what is the real world? What is real? And we know that even when we look at the so-called real world, physics is now telling us that what we see as concrete objects are actually all hollow. They're all hollow and empty, and they have all these. They're actually different levels of waves in many ways that are constituting everything that we are seeing out in the world. So the senses are simply a layer, and the more you start to look inward, so you turn the drishti towards the drishta. So you turn the view towards the viewer, right? Rather than looking outwards, and you turn the gaze inwards, and then you can start to see that the world is actually within, and you have all these. Because in this particular thought experiment where we connected everything to the computer, the only thing that the being inside there that was getting all these perception could know is that I exist and I have all these impressions coming, right? And that I am conscious. Everything else may very well be an illusion that is constructed from the outside. And I think the way we apply this to our life is I think one way to apply is just simply not to take it so seriously. You could very well be living in a simulation, and in many ways we are living in a simulation, right? Absolutely. It just depends on the level of simulation that there is. Like today, for instance, I was seeing Elon, who has launched these 2 AI companions, and he's actually made them into kind of romantic, sexualized companions. So you can call them up and have chats with them. You can have phone sex with these AI companions out on the sky, and they will talk to you back. Right? That's what I mean. I think he even launched phone numbers for them on X. So it was really interesting for me to see that, because if you're talking to somebody on the phone, it comes back again to intelligence being programmed and all of those things. I mean, they have been fed all of the possible conversations that human beings have. Imagine that, right? And so the response, the things you're going to say are, many of the conversations that we have in love, or we have in lust, or we have in all of these are conversations that can probably be programmed and repeated ad infinitum.
Awesome insight. Yeah, great insight on that. So with that, we'll take that whole concept and look at which the word Adi coined is Satology, right? Is the study of truth. So that addresses is it real or not real. And so then that's a whole other topic upon itself. But I want to look at, we talked about, you both and I talked about, we cannot program the consciousness, right? We can't change that. So we've agreed on that. That's on the shelf. Again, further discussion, long-winded topics on that. But now we look at intelligence. So intelligence, you say, can be changed. And we look at here, Satology, history, culture, spirituality, language, food, and land has an impact on how we're literally programmed from birth. And that's how we're going to be imprinted. So how do we, or how does one change that? And in what healthy way? Because sometimes people think change, they think they have to reinvent themselves or, go against their culture, go against their people, which of course is not necessarily the point. So how do we do that, Adi? How do we make the healthy change, right? How do we transcend the mind and like Sanskrit said, go back to the soul and the core of who we are? And as I say, be you, how do we get there?
Yes, I think very simple. Like I said before, also it's not something which I invented or anyone else invented. It's mentioned by Patanjali himself. So when you subdue the vritti through regulated ways, then you transcend your mind and strengthen your intelligence. See, like there is one very interesting word which I like about Patanjali writes, Tasya Vachaka, means he says is how he is called. And so these are technically known as mantras as well. Not just any repeatable thing is not mantra. By the way, that's a faultness of media today. Anything which is repeated is not mantra. Mantra begins with Om, Klim, the invocations for the mantra. And not everything can be made mantra as well. So when you start this process, it strengthens your soul's connection with Paramatma, then automatically intelligence is controlled. I'll stop here and give it to Sankrat. Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Your thoughts?
So, repeat the question, Richard.
Well, now I have to repeat my very profound question that I just kind of...
Well, the thing is, Adi gave such a short answer that I was expecting him to expound this for a little bit of time, so then I could pick up on.
Adi did throw us a curveball there. Yeah, that was a pass of the ball quickly was a surprise to us all. That's what I was saying is basically with all the elements that come into play, history, culture, spirituality, that helps program us, right? They influence us from birth. How do we go about changing that core without changing who we are and who we're meant to be, right? Because some people think, the media says, oh, you have to deny your culture, lighten your hair, lighten your skin, you need to be taller, like basically going away from the cultural things that are not bad. So how do we change for the good?
I think it's a very subtle and very important question, Richard, because again we'll have to ask what really is culture, and there is actually a way in which culture differs from religious claims. Mm-hmm. And the way in which it differs, and this is something that's a very great topic of interest for me as a study, is that if you look at cultures are all human cultures. They are human cultures that belong to a particular geography. They belong to a particular region and area, and they develop in the milieu of that environment, of that natural or otherwise environment in which those cultures have developed over time. And therefore, the cultures come with all the packages of being human in a way, of how we interact with the environment, of how the language develops, of how the sensibilities develop, what we think is good, what we think is bad. Many of those things are coming from the culture. Religion, on the other hand, has a claim that it has come from a supernatural source. Mm-hmm. It comes because God has sent a messenger, or God has made some intervention into time, and that intervention, in the case of certain religious ideological frameworks, is in conflict with the culture, because it's supposed to come and bring this sort of commandment from God, which is in conflict with the culture. But I think if you look at the indigenous perspective, that actually makes very little sense, because from the indigenous perspective all over the world, the the divinity is within all of the natural things that are around us, and so the culture is naturally to be respected. The very notion that I can go and impose my culture on somebody else is as silly as saying I shall impose my ancestors on somebody else, because your ancestors are your ancestors and mine are mine, and where mine grew up is where mine grew up, and where yours grew up is yours grew up. The plants that we slept under are different. So every geography, every area, everything has this beauty of its own particular milieu in which it exists. At the same time, in the quest for truth, I think there is all of that diversity which is completely worthy of celebration, and at the same time there is a common thread of our humanness. In fact, a common thread of life itself, which goes beyond the humanness, life itself which permeates all living things, including the plants and the animals and the human beings. And in that thread of life, which is what is connecting us to that source of life itself, which is pure consciousness. um, and in that thread of life is where we find our common ground, and are able to have the dialogue. So that's my view on culture. And
No, great point. And again, I appreciate the both of you being concise, because these are big topics. And again, like we say here, we're just trying to get people to think and to kind of wet the whistle to engage us in more conversation. So no, I appreciate you answering the questions concisely, because one, it's off the cuff, and two, it's a lot. The other direction I want to go in, and I'll quantify it, is anytime you talk about intelligence now, people jump to AI, right? That's just the spot we're in time. So my question to you is, we all know AI is here, so we won't go there. We have other topics of conversation for that. But how do we, right, along the lines of consciousness and intelligence, how do we maintain our humanity, right? How do we continue to separate ourselves from being lumped into the AI, right? When I first heard AI, I always thought of it as like alternate intelligence, like the alternate universe. That's what always dawned in my mind. I heard AI, which kind of it is, right? It's definitely a parallel to humanness. And so with your insight and intelligence, how do we maintain our intelligence and not be sucked up by the machine like we've seen so many movies depict?
Richard, the thing is, the real intelligence is something that we all need to focus on. See, the AI, the world has been invented to make up for the shortfall in populations. And in fact, the AI is going to decrease the human potential to a very large extent. Like, I'm very much worried about looking at AI being used for doing basic functions, like writing a letter, where you put your thoughts to a paper. And nowadays, children are not even doing that, copy pasting it and calling it their own. So plagiarization is going on. So the intelligence is definitely not being used to the fullest potential right now. So the real intelligence that we are talking about is the human intelligence, the creativity, because the creativity is a hallmark of a human being. That's how they've created computers, the calculators, the AIs of the world are created by humans. And the only way to increase the intelligence, or to program intelligence, or to make a human fully yoga, or the processes of given by yoga. And that's the only way to actually bring kindness, compassion, tapasya, like doing some penances. All these things, they are the hallmark of a human being. And so the society will have to choose that not only teach people how to use the tools of AI, but also teach the tools of making themselves more relevant to the current age. And I think that's what is needed today. I'll stop here.
No, thank you. A very, very insightful answer. Same question.
I think the important thing here, Richard, is to see that the programming actually already exists even without the AI. And this is in a way what Aditya is also pointing to, which is, all these ancient seers that were writing these texts were actually telling us how to be free of our programming, right? And that programming is all of the, I'll give you a very simple example. even before the AI, let's assume many of you, all of us perhaps, have played a video game, right? Maybe a video game that we've played a lot, right? And let's assume in this video game there is a sack of coins that you earn, right? And there are things by, you've invested several hours in playing this game, and there are actions in which you can gain those coins or actions in which you can lose those coins. And imagine a moment in the game where you lost a whole lot of those coins. What happened to your emotion, right? Was your emotion at that time thinking, no, this is not real? Or was your emotion like, oh my God, I just like lost my whole bunch of coins that had accumulated over these several hours of play or several days of play, right? The experience that you're feeling at that moment is no different from the experience that you would feel if you were having, quote, real money outside that was being lost. And the point of this example is that everywhere we are programmed, AI is simply another level of that programming, which might be more. I think the problem, as I pointed out several times, we imagine these matrix like doom scenarios where the AI is taking over the world and all of this is happening, but we don't need that doomsday scenario. The real problem with AI is that just like that video game seems so real to us and it affects our emotions, we are going to get sucked deeper and deeper into the AI world with our emotions and with our mind. And the other part of the real danger is that we will lose our own ability to think as a muscle that will atrophy. The real danger, my quotable quote on this is, the problem is not the rise of AI, but the rise of NS, the rise of natural stupidity. Uh, because what will happen is that if we find that it's a little too much work to think, why don't I just let AI do it? Over time, we don't exercise that muscle anymore. It's like we've stopped going to the gym or we've stopped walking, and suddenly we lose the ability to walk. So the more we lose that muscle of being able to think, the more the machine will consume us. So the way to counter that into the original question is to keep that muscle vital, is to exercise that muscle. I mean, it used to be that our ancestors never needed to go to the gym because they would walk to work, or they would cycle, or they would take a load, or they would grind the grain, or do all these things that would be natural exercise. But today, because we are not doing all those things and we are sitting at computers, we say, no, now I have to hit the gym because I need to exercise these muscles, right? Now imagine the same thing happening to thinking, where you don't really have to think. I mean, the machine is doing it all for you. You have to press a few buttons and maybe tell it what to do. Then the question will be, how will you exercise that muscle so it doesn't atrophy? And I think that is really the antidote, if you would, which I would challenge and suggest to all our users, is even when the AI is generating it, look into it, challenge it, use your own mind. I've been coding with AI lately, which has been a lot of fun because I hadn't coded in a long time, and AI makes it easy to do that. But it's really nice to be a little bit ahead of it and ask it, like, why did you generate this? Why didn't you do it this way? This is a better solution. And the more engaged you are with it, rather than just letting it kind of give you the answer, I think the better our muscles will develop.
No, that was great insight. You really have a way of giving insight and visuals, because again, we're seers. We have to see it in our head, and when you do that, that you give good examples that apply. And so you definitely covered what I was asking, how to apply it to our audience, which is a vast amount of people all over the world. So thank you for that. You've been very successful at really crossing a lot of transcending areas. Adi's just getting ready for the next conference, so he stepped out for a minute. He had to tear himself away from this very, he's smiling. He had to tear himself away from this very gripping discussion we're having here. I only have a couple of minutes, but I just want to ask you one question because we continue to go the loop, and we've talked about this on some of the other panels. So with all of the challenges that we face as adults, right, and we've been programmed or whatever word you want to use, what about the young folks? I know you have a daughter and it can go middle school, high school, and even college because they go away to college. They might go to another state, Wisconsin, another country, and then they're getting more programming, right? Different, good, bad. People always think programming is bad, right? We're programmed. We go to engineering school. We take up an engineering way of thinking. That's the whole purpose for going to an engineering school. So your quick thoughts on that. We only have a couple of minutes. Like I said, I know it's a big one, but just a little, wet people's whistle about how are the young people facing these challenges on the changing their intelligence?
My suggestion would be to not get swept by ideology of any kind, whether it's left or right or whatever it is, whatever the notions that we have, because all of those notions are ultimately at some level coming in the way of perceiving reality as it is, right? So your real quest is, we talked about this in a prior session to Richard, the fundamental human quests have not changed. Fundamental human quest is, how can I be happy? How can I be happy for a long time? How do I find what is real and what is unreal? And these are all the questions that are very, very basic to all human beings. And what I would do is keep those questions. Don't let the questions die. For me, that is the one thing I would say, because I remember when I was a child, I had those questions, and I actually had a question about that. I was like, do these adults, they seem to have figured it all out. Like they're going about their lives as if they've figured it all out, and they must have figured it out, otherwise they would go crazy, because these are such important questions. And then when I grew up, I realized that most of us just put the questions to sleep. We don't let them rise and arise within us. So that's the only thing I would say, Richard, is keep the question alive and go out and enjoy the world.
Great insight, and it's always a pleasure speaking to you. And like I say to the audience, our speakers are here. They're out there on the circuits. They're looking to help. They write books. They're out there in the public looking to provide services. So reach out to them through us or directly. But again, I thank you very much again for your time. Thank you all the viewers out there. Next up, we have Adi will come out and introduce our next speaker, which is going to be Impact of Stars in Our Lives. Stay tuned.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Sankranji. And wonderful conversation you have. We have PVR Narasimha Raoji. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Literature Festival. Thank you so much. And Sankranji knows you very well. All of you know you very well. So we have a unique presentation by you on the importance of stars in your life. Just give us a minute. And viewers, please spread the word around, because he's one of the foremost Vedic astrologers of our country here in USA. So let us. Just give me a second, everybody. Yes, Pure Narasimha Raoji. First of all, how do we address you? Panditji, Jyotishi?
Whatever you prefer. Call me PVR, call me Narasimha.
PVR. Okay. This is the second day of the International Literature Festival, Sattology, and we focus on core issues facing us, the mind, intelligence, and our history from Ramayana and Mahabharata, and how United States also is going through a lot of change today, and drastic changes. So first of all, I want to know from you the impact of stars in our lives, so that we take this more seriously, because many of the groups, religious groups in the USA, treat it as paganism or bad influence, or it's like a non-godly, or it's like a heathen, or like some very negative word when they talk about the stars. In fact, the Native Americans always refer to the stars, by the way. We had a group of Native Americans. They had a cosmology, and I don't know if they don't like stars so much, then why they want to go to the moon? I have no idea. So anyway, so please explain like why, what are stars and how do they govern our lives on day-to-day basis?
Namaste Aditya and namaste to all the viewers. It's a very loaded topic, but I'll basically keep it very high level and accessible. And those of you who are experts in Vedic astrology, for you, this may be a trivial talk, but I'll try to make it more useful to a broader audience. We have this subject called astrology across many cultures. Like Aditya ji just said, Native Americans looked at stars. They looked at what the stars foretell about the future and about things that are hidden from our direct perception. And if you look at various cultures in Europe, Greeks had their own astrology. In the Americas, Mayans had their own astrology. And if you look at Far East, Vietnamese had their own astrology. The Chinese had their own astrology. There was basically astrology practiced across the world through millennia. But one interesting thing is there is something common to all these. Everybody divided the sky into 12 parts, 12 zodiacal signs. We call them Aries, Taurus, Gemini, etc. In Sanskritam, we call it Mesham, Mesha, Vrishabha, Mithuna, Karkataka, etc. So people did not use 11 zodiacal signs or 10 zodiacal signs. Everybody used 12 zodiacal signs. And everybody had basically similar planets, same planets or similar planets. And what the planet represents, basically the symbolism of planets is also similar across various cultures. So there are two possibilities. One is that there were all these islands of knowledge that basically existed across the world in the last few millennia were at some point of time in distant past, distant but forgotten past, were connected, and there was something common. They all had some shared origins. That is one possibility. The other possibility is there's something that you can experience and directly realize. Because if you look at our Indian astrology, Jyotisha classics, rishis say that I basically got this knowledge through direct revelation from gods. So it is possible that this knowledge is based on something that is timeless, something that's not human made, but it's something that is there as a part of the rules that govern the cosmos that we live in. And it was revealed or it was discovered or realized by different seeds across different cultures. In either way, it's basically a very interesting thing that there is something common across various cultures. But the thing is, we are living in an era where all the ancient knowledge systems that have a lot of power and wisdom behind them are being questioned by people, which is not really a bad thing. Sometimes when you question something and you approach it with a skeptical mindset, you can basically discover the truth more powerfully. For example, Vivekananda said, Swami Vivekananda very famously said, I did not believe in everything my Guru Ramakrishna Paramahansa said. I questioned him. I asked him so many questions. And because of my skepticism and questioning, I know every inch of the way now. Instead of taking it for granted blindly, I kept questioning, so I know everything. So it is good that people are questioning. But the thing is, we know anecdotally that there have been astrologers and there are still astrologers who make some predictions, amazing predictions. And here I want to take a step back and talk about predictions themselves. Not all predictions are the same. There is something about the quality of predictions. For example, a particular prediction may have a 50% probability. If you say, for example, NDA and India alliance are fighting the election in India. If somebody says this alliance will win or this alliance will win, probability is 50%. So you have a 50% chance of winning. But the thing is, not every prediction is a 50-50 prediction. There are some predictions that have a very low probability. So for example, if somebody says Modi ji will prevail as the prime minister, but it will be a closer election. He may even have to depend on allies. Like I predicted before the elections, that's probably less than 50% chance. The probability of that, if you, under any reasonable analytical model that you basically create, the probability can be evaluated to be lower. And there are many predictions that were made by greats like Dr. Professor B.V. Raman, Ashri K.N. Rao, and perhaps some made by me that have much lower probability. For example, I wrote in a magazine article in 1999, I believe, in March, that between I forget the exact dates, but mid-May 1999 till August 1999, there was a clear chance of India having to fight a war with a neighbor. There was a chance of war with a neighbor. So if you look at it from a random guess point of view, if somebody randomly guessed it, what is the probability of that coming true? It's probably very low. The probability is like 10% or even lower. But the thing is, there was Kargil war at that time. And at the time the prediction was made and sent to the magazine, there was basically very little chance of that happening. So like this, there are, and another thing, many years back, I predicted that 2020 to 2036 will be a turbulent period for the world. This is once in a millennium kind of transformational period where things that nobody expected will happen. There'll be unimaginable chaos and turbulence, but in the end, world will find a better equilibrium, a more sustainable and dharmic equilibrium. Again, what is the probability? If I was predicting it 10 years ahead, what is the probability that from 2020 something like that would happen? This is a low probability thing. Like this, we have many, astrologers have made a lot of wrong predictions, but there have been many cases where astrologers have given predictions that are that have a very low probability of happening if they were random guesses, but they held true. So the thing is, there is something to astrology. There is something to this collective wisdom that is part of Indian knowledge systems as well as across various cultures. And now let us look at what are the basic parameters of astrology. As I said, we have the skies, the 360 degrees of the zodiac. What is zodiac? Basically, if you look at sun, Earth is moving around sun in an elliptical plane. So if you basically take the plane that contains that orbit, we call it the zodiacal plane. So that zodiacal plane can be divided, the 360 degrees can be divided into 30 degrees, like that, 12 parts. And they are basically 12 zodiacal signs, Aries, Taurus, etc. And we also have a division into constellations, star constellations. We have so many stars in the skies, and there are groups of stars based that have been given certain names like Ashwini, Bharani, Kritika. For example, Kritika literally means scissors. So there is a constellation in the skies that looks like scissors. So that is basically the Kritika constellation. Like that, there are 27 different constellations, and these are called nakshatras or stars. And by the way, these are used not only in Indian astrology, but Chinese and Vietnamese also use the star-based astrology, nakshatras in their astrology. And then we have what is we look at the planets. Sun, he's not a planet. See, people question astrology is unscientific because they think that sun is a planet. The word we use planet for ease of communication. The correct Sanskrit shabda is graha. Graha neither means star, not planet. Graha literally means grahayati iti graha, which means something that grabs. So grahas are those which grab your mind, your consciousness, which take hold of your consciousness, which take hold of what is moving in your consciousness, basically the vibrations in your consciousness, and they create various experiences. So sun, being a celestial body very close to us, he has an impact on us. And moon, even though he's not a planet, he is basically a satellite of Earth, but being very close to us, he has an impact on us. And then we have the planets that are basically in the solar system, like Mars, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. So, and then we have Rahu and Ketu. Rahu and Ketu in Indian astrology are called Chaya Grahas. Basically, Chaya means shadow. So basically, shadow planets. They are not really planets. If you look at the Shastras, they define them as the points where the orbit in which moon is moving around Earth and the orbit in which Earth is moving around sun, those two orbits intersect. If you basically create those two planes, they intersect at those 2 points, and those are Rahu and Ketu. In Western astrology, they are known as northern node and southern node. So because they show the synergy between the two orbits. So those are important planets, even though they are analytical points. So Rahu, Ketu, and the 7 planets, including Sun and Moon, basically we have Navagraha, what are known as Navagrahas in Indian astrology, in Jyotisha. So these bodies have an impact on us. Now, people may question, how do they exert influence on us? It is unscientific. So a lot of people I know who are well educated will dismiss astrology as a superstition. As a matter of fact, when I was doing BTech at IIT Madras, during that time, even though I had seen my father make amazing predictions during my childhood, and I had the basics of astrology, I learned them when I was 8 years old. So still, I basically fell in the same trap. I said, how do planets influence us? There's no established mechanism for planets to influence our destiny. So this must be a superstition. But the thing is, after my studies, when I actually got into astrology and when I tried with charts, tried with real people and what is happening in their life, I found that there is some good correlations that cannot be dismissed. They are actually, I may not be able to make 100% correct predictions, but the correlations I'm able to find with astrology are way better than random guess correlations, basically statistical probabilities of random guesses. So I concluded that there is some merit to it. But the thing is, let me turn the question around. If somebody says it's a superstition because you don't know how it works, I will ask them, do you have a proof that planets cannot influence our destinies? Okay, they cannot influence our minds? If you do not have a proof, and if you believe that they cannot influence us, that's a superstition. Anything that doesn't have a proof, if you say that it's a superstition, the fact that planets cannot influence us also is a superstition. So some people have hatred for astrology in a superstitious way. Now, I don't have a clear description of a mechanism through which planets affect us, except that we basically know from experience. We know statistically, we know that there are interesting correlations between planetary movements and what is happening in people's lives. Except that I don't have a theory. But the thing is, who knows? See, how exactly does gravity work? Why exactly is that the formula? There are certain things that are basics, that are like axioms. You basically don't necessarily have a proof for everything. And who knows, in future, we may discover more things that basically make things clearer to us. For example, each of our bodies are made of huge number of atoms, which are basically, and also different elements. And all these elements, all these atoms are coming from different corners of the universe. So who knows what are the connections between various of these substances? So for example, certain materials coming from Jupiter from distant past, maybe in us basically as certain elements or certain atoms, and they may basically impact certain ways we behave or certain ways things happen in our life. So there are it is possible that there are explanations, but the fact that you don't have a clear explanation of the mechanism of how a correlation works does not imply that this correlation is wrong. As long as we're able to see some correlations between what is happening in the lives of people and what is happening with respect to planets moving in the skies with respect to Earth, as long as we have some correlations that are basically well studied, and they seem to hold up, not 100%. See, it doesn't have to be 100%. No branch of science, except for some hard sciences, works 100%. So it doesn't have to be 100%. But the thing is, if it works better than the random probability, if I basically say that there is a chance of war between India and Pakistan during this 6-month period, and if the random probability of that is, let's say, 0.001, and then I said that 5 times, and out of those 5 times it happened 2 times, that's basically way better than random probability. So if astrology is, Jyotish Shastra is giving us insights into some correlations that are way better than random probabilities, random guess probabilities, it is basically a worthwhile subject. So after I finished my studies at IIT Madras and Rice University, and I started working, actually before I started working, I basically got seriously into astrology, and slowly I convinced myself that there is a lot of merit here. This is not just some stupid, speculative subject taught by some rishis, some old people. This is actually, there is some deep merit in it. But one small point here: many astrologers who practice astrology today, they use a chart known as Rasi chart. And Rasi chart, basically what it contains is these 9 planets that I mentioned: Sun, Moon, and the 7 planets, including Rahu and Ketu, who are the abstract points, the intersection points of the 2 orbital planes, as I mentioned, because they are not the same. So Earth is moving around Sun in one plane, and around Earth, Moon is moving in a slightly angled plane. So there are 2 intersection points. So those are Rahu and Ketu. Apart from these, there is something called Lagna. If you talk to any astrologer, you may have heard the word rising sign or ascendant or Lagna. It is nothing but what is on the eastern horizon. If you look at the eastern horizon, the exact point it is point. If you make a tangent where it is pointing in the zodiac, that basically is the ascendant at a given time. That is the Lagna. So Sun will be exactly at Lagna at the time of sunrise, and he will be 180 degrees from Lagna at sunset. So Lagna basically moves around the zodiac in a non-linear way, and basically it takes roughly 24 hours to finish one rotation around the zodiac, simply because it's the eastern horizon. So it's basically capturing the rotation of Earth around its own axis. So these planets are going to be in the same sign for long periods of time. Saturn will be in the same sign for 2.5 years. Jupiter will be in the same sign for roughly 1 year, and Sun for roughly 1 month, and so on. And Moon will be in the same sign for roughly 2.5 days, and Lagna will be in the same sign for roughly 2 hours. So the so-called Rasi chart that many astrologers use is the same for all the people who are born in a 2-hour window. And then some astrologers use a chart known as Navamsha chart, and that chart changes every 14 minutes. Basically, all the people born in a 14 to 15 minute window have the same Navamsha chart. Their Lagna, Sun, Moon, and all the planets will be in the same signs as the other person born, like let's say 10 minutes apart. So these are changing at 14-minute quanta roughly. So I was studying when I was thinking about astrology, when I was in this skeptical mindset. I basically asked myself, how can this work? It doesn't have enough degrees of freedom, because I personally know some twins and triplets who are born like 2 minutes or 3 minutes apart, and they are so different. One is super smart and has a degree in engineering and medicine. The other is artistic. Like that, basically, this is just one example. So I collected the charts of some twins and triplets. So they happen to have the same Rasi chart, and in many cases, same Navamsha chart. So how can astrology that basically has the same chart for everybody born in a 2-hour window or 14-minute window, depending on which chart you consider, how can it be correct? How can it throw light on your destiny? It doesn't have enough degrees of freedom. So that was one of my skepticisms, even though I basically saw my father make crazy predictions. For example, before one elections in my home state, Andhra Pradesh, he predicted the exact number of states NTR's party will get. NTR was the chief minister at that time. His party will get in the elections, and they got exactly the same number of seats. So I saw many crazy things like that, and I was wondering, how is he so confident? For example, in my junior college exams, I was appearing for this engineering entrance exam for IIT. There used to be 5 IITs at that time, and they had a common entrance exam called IIT JEE, Joint Entrance Examination. So, and in addition, I wanted to also appear for local engineering entrance exam called MSET. And my father said, "Why do you want to waste 25 rupees of my money? Don't apply for the local one. You will get IIT. This is a terrific year for you academically. You will have great academic success, and just do one thing." He was so confident, and I basically fought with him, and I basically made him spend that 25 rupees of entrance fee to write the other exam. And in the end, I was state first in the junior college, and I went to IIT. Everything went well. So when I look back, he not only made precise predictions, he was supremely confident in them. So I thought that there is something to it, but the logical person inside me, the rational person who was educated basically in the modern education system, who's basically an engineer, he did not buy it. He thought there's something amiss here. And the thing is, after my studies in US at Rice University, I went back to India. And before I started working, I took a break of a few months. And during that time, I got into the actual classics. When I read, there is this text called Brahat Parasara Hora Shastram. Anybody who's interested in Jyotish Shastra, this is basically the magnum opus of Jyotish Shastra. And it is written by Parasara Maharshi, who is the father of Vyasa Maharshi. Vyasa is the one who basically chronicled Veda in the form that we currently know it. Basically divided into 4 Vedas. He organized the 18 Puranas, and his father Parasara, he basically wrote this book, Brahat Parasara Hora Shastram. And in that book, he taught 16 different charts. You not only look at the physical positions of planets, sun is in the zodiacal sign of Gemini, moon is in Leo, like that. There is some abstract math you do with their positions, and you basically come up with some abstract charts. There are 16 different charts. What you do is you divide each zodiacal sign into either 9 parts or 10 parts or 20 parts or 24 parts or 16 parts, and you map back all those parts to the same 12 zodiacal signs again. And you basically, based on the exact position of the planets, exactly which part he is in that sign will change. And accordingly, when you do this abstract mapping, he will come to a different sign. So based on different mapping, you have a different chart. So the deepest of these charts is called Shashtyamsa, which is literally Shashtyamsa means 60th part. So you divide each zodiacal sign into 60 parts, which means half a degree. So depending, each of those half degrees is mapped back to one of these 12 signs. So there is using that mapping, you place the planet in that particular sign, so you get a different chart. And the lagna, if you see now, I told you that it changes once every 2 hours physically in the Rashi chart, but in this chart, Shashtyamsa, it changes once every 2 minutes. And if you look at various other charts they defined based on dividing the Rashi into 45 parts, 40 parts, 30 parts, 24 parts, 27 parts, etc. Basically, you are in some of those charts, planets will be in different positions, and maybe Lagna will be in different positions for the twins and triplets who are born 2-3 minutes apart. So, in other words, if you look at all these 16 charts as entities that together determine somebody's destiny, not basically just the Rashi chart determining somebody's destiny, you combine all these to see what the person's destiny is. If you do that, then every 24 seconds, a unique astrological profile is born. In other words, every 24 seconds, a unique combination of these 16 charts is defined. And the funny thing is, when Parasara talked about what to see in each of these charts, he basically, the deepest chart that I mentioned, Shashtyamsa, which is based on dividing each sign into 60 parts, he gave it the highest weightage. He said it's very important. It shows some subtle momentum of karmas that is coming from previous lives. So the thing is, that chart is a very important chart, and most of the astrologers don't even see it. So this basically made me realize that there are enough degrees of freedom. The fact that many astrologers are not using them, it is their problem. But the rishis have given us enough degrees of freedom. It is just that perhaps because we were in deep Kali Yuga, perhaps because knowledge has deteriorated in the last couple of millennia through the dark ages of Kali Yuga. Perhaps all this knowledge is lost, but at least the original texts are still there. So if you go back to them, if you experiment with them, then basically perhaps you have enough degrees of freedom. So there is something that is pretty structured. In other words, let me make another tangential point here. Astrologers make good predictions because of two things. One is the accuracy of their calculations, basically the structured part, and the other thing is the unstructured part, the intuition. Most astrologers tend to do a lot of spiritual sadhana, so their minds are pure. They want to help you. Of course, not everybody. There are commercial people who are exploiting people like anything, but there are people, especially if you go to Indian villages, you still find people like that who are very pure hearted. They just want to help people. They see themselves as instruments of God to serve others. They don't have any pride or ego. So when such people are trying, they yearn to help others. God basically ends up using them as instruments. So the intuition will be sharp. So things may be working because of intuition. Things may be working because of the rational, the logical, the formulaic, the calculation part of it. But what I realized is, forget about other astrologers. Many may be depending more on intuition, but there is enough. There are enough degrees of freedom for something that is structured, that works with a uh, reasonable level of success or probability. So reasonable level of replicability. So after that, and one more thing I realized is, just like many other traditional subjects, whether you take Veda or Upanishads or Puranas, most of the translations that are available today are just literal. They basically don't understand, people don't understand that rishis had a layered way of teaching. They basically give something in such a way that the literal meaning is right in front of you, but the real meaning is hidden from your direct eyes. It is basically when you are ready, when you are pure enough, and when you are ready, the internal meaning will become clear to you. So if you look at Veda, if you look at Upanishads, or if you look at the stories in Puranas, they're all basically metaphorical representations of something higher, something that is happening within us. Let me take a step back and give an example here. It's a concrete example. See, there is a story. Brahaspati, or Jupiter, his wife is Tara, and Moon, or Chandra, he was infatuated with Tara. He found her really beautiful. So he basically went after her, and he had an affair with her. And Tara was also interested in Moon, in Chandra. So Tara and Chandra, they slept together, and Buddha was born. Basically, the Graha Buddha, which means Mercury, the planet Mercury, was born to Moon and Jupiter's wife. And then later, Jupiter found out about Buddha, and he said, "Okay, that's fine. You are my son. Come." And then he forgave Tara. Tara was back with Brahaspati, and Buddha was with him. He basically treated him as his own son, and he basically taught him all the Shastras and made him a learned scholar. Buddha, one of the meanings of Buddha is great scholar, right? So he made him a great Buddha. So that is the story. So if you give the literal translation, it just looks like a story of incest and all that. But the thing is, there is a hidden meaning there. All the grahas, they're different aspects of our consciousness, the different aspects in which our consciousness experiences the world, the dual world that we perceive. Sun, he's the Atma, or the willpower. And Moon, he's the Manas, or the mind. He's the mental faculty. Basically, mind is that which perceives the world. That is why, if you look at Sun, he's always bright. He's either under the horizon and not seen, or he's above the horizon and you can see him. But he has no phases. Similarly, Atma, it is either hidden from your perception or it is fully glowing. But the thing is, it has no phases. And Moon, he has phases. Similarly, our mind, it has moods. One day it is happy, one day it is fearful, one day it is angry. Like that, it has various moods, just like Moon has phases. And Mars, he personifies the fire in our belly, the initiative, the determination, the fight to do things is personified by Mars. And Venus personifies the spirit of enjoying things, whether they are material things or spiritual bliss, or even freedom, spiritual freedom. That is, the spirit of enjoying things is Venus. And Saturn is the spirit of hard work, spirit of hanging in there, persisting and getting things done. The discipline and hard work are personified by Saturn. And similarly, Jupiter is nothing but personification of our intellect, our wisdom, our judgment, our discretion, our knowing the difference between right and wrong. That is Jupiter. That is why he's in the stories of the Puranas. He's the guru of devatas. He's the teacher, the preceptor of gods. Who are gods? Various good qualities in us, various strengths in us, and who are demons or rakshasas? Various weaknesses inside us. So the fact that Guru is always working for the victory of devatas means our wisdom, our discretion is always working for the victory of good inside us. If we are trying to do something bad, our wisdom will tell us, hey, that's wrong, don't do it, that's wrong. So that is the meaning of Brihaspati or Guru being the teacher of gods. He and always working for the victory of gods. So Jupiter is basically our intellect, and Tara, she is his consort. And one basic thing we have to remember about our stories, Puranic stories, is the male devatas are always the potential energy, and the female devatas are the kinetic energy of a particular thing. They are basically inseparable. Lakshmi and Vishnu, or Shiva and Parvati, Shiva and Shakti, they are inseparable. They are basically two sides of the same coin. So just like potential energy is converted to kinetic energy, or kinetic energy is converted back to potential energy. Similarly, Shiva becomes Shakti, Shakti becomes Shiva. It's basically an interplay between them. So Jupiter is the intelligence, or the Dhishakti, or the wisdom. And Tara, she is the kinetic aspect of it. She is basically, what is kinetic? Applying intelligence, putting intelligence to work. So that is Tara. Tara personifies application of intelligence, putting intelligence to work, the kinetic aspect of the spirit of intelligence. So no wonder Tara, Moon is infatuated by Tara, because Moon is, what is Moon? Mind. It is basically perceiving the world around us. So when we perceive the world, there's a computer in front of me, there is a monitor in front of me, there's a light here. When I perceive all these objects, I want to make sense of them. I want to basically understand them. So the kinetic aspect of intelligence, the application and putting the intelligence to work, is something that the mind is naturally infatuated with. So when mind, Moon, and the application of intelligence, Tara, combine, when there's a union of them, then Buddha is born. Who is Buddha? Learning ability. Buddha is basically, he personifies the learner inside us. He personifies our ability to comprehend the world around us, understand the world around us, and come to terms with the world around us. That is Buddha Graha, Mercury. So the meaning of Chandra and Tara sleeping together and Buddha being born is this. And in the end, Brihaspati is not jealous. He's not like, oh, my wife slept with another man, this is so bad. He's not like that. He's basically, he loves Buddha as his own son, because for intellect, for intelligence or Dhishakti, learning ability is basically a natural ally. So intelligence has accepted intelligence and application of intelligence. Brihaspati and Tara, they have accepted Buddha as their own son, and basically Brihaspati trained Buddha as a great scholar. So this is just one example. You can basically take any Puranic story, or even Upanishadic passages. Everything has a very, very subtle meaning that will allow us to appreciate what is unfolding within us at different stages of evolution. So these stories are not just some random made up stories. They're metaphorical representations of inner truths that we can experience within ourselves. So just like Upanishads, Veda, Purana, etc., various ancient knowledge systems like Ayurveda, Jyotisha, Vastu, everything basically got corrupted in the deep Kali Yuga, in the deep phase of Kali Yuga. So people basically, this was an era when you just preserve the text, so that at least you have the text. If you have the text, you can always create the meaning. You can always find the real meaning. So you basically have all the text and you have the literal meanings. So it was a blessing that I learned Sanskrit at a very young age. When I was 11 years and 12 years of age, actually 11 years of age. By that time, I passed 2 exams equivalent to BA in Sanskrit, Sanskrit Bhasha Kovida and Sanskrit Bhasha Visarada. So I did not have to rely on translations from others, because believe me, most translations of astrology classics, including Brihat Parasar Horasastram, are very literal. They have sometimes very clear mistakes, and sometimes it's not mistakes, but they're basically going by the surface level. They're not going under the surface and getting the real meaning. And sometimes there are blunders, plain mistakes also when it comes to objective things like calculations of some charts and some parameters, etc. So the thing is, astrology as it is understood today is not very 100% reliable, but it is basically pretty useful in the sense that it is better than random guesses. It is way better than random guess. So it is a useful subject. But in my decades of study of astrology, what I am convinced of is there is a lot more depth that is still to be understood by researchers. I will very confidently and humbly say that I have probably understood less than 5% of what Parasara taught in his real intent, basically. Rest of it, I only know the literal meanings and not good enough. So, and probably it's the same for many other scholars that are out there. So, just like all other Indian knowledge systems, we need to basically go back to the basics, approach with a fresh mind. This is where skepticism is very helpful, and make sure that you understand and don't go by English translations. Learn Sanskrita. If you learn Sanskrita, you can really appreciate some of the real meanings. If you are blessed by Parasara, when the blessings of Rishi comes, and you also have the knowledge of the Bhasha, the Sanskrita Bhasha, you can basically, the right meanings can come to you. I'll give one specific example to illustrate what is the kind of thing I'm talking about. See, if you use English words, they're not as powerful. If you use the original Sanskrita words, there are layers of meanings, just like I mentioned earlier. Let me give one concrete example from Jyotisha. We have 12 houses, starting from the sign that contains the Lagna. We count first sign, second sign, third sign. So you have the first house, second house, third house. So you have 12 houses in the chart of a person. So the English word is house, but the Sanskrit word is bhava. Bhava, one of the meanings of bhava is basically bhavanam, or building, or house, etc. So that is one meaning, but that is only one meaning. Just keep it in mind now. And now there is some abstract math you do with each house. You see where the point is, the point corresponding to the house is, where the Lord is, what is the distance, find the same distance from the Lord. And then you come up with an abstract point that is called the pada of that particular bhava. So you have the first bhava, second bhava, third bhava, and so on. And you have the first pada, second pada, third pada, and so on. And Parasara, he said, from the fourth bhava or his pada, you see one's vehicle, happiness from vehicle, etc. So he basically listed several things that you see, and he did not distinguish between what you see from the bhava and what you see from the pada. Basically the house itself and the abstract manipulation and the abstract definition that is arrived from corresponding to each of the 12 houses. He did not tell us what it is. This is the way of rishis. They don't spoon feed you. But the thing is, the clue is in the word itself. If you use the word house, you are lost. But use the word bhava and pada. They have other meanings. What is the relation between bhava and pada? Pada, one of the meanings of pada is word, and one of the meanings of bhava is meaning. So bhava and pada are basically meaning and word. So what is the relation between meaning and word? Word is tangible. Meaning is intangible. Meaning is internal. Word is external. When I say this word, these are the sounds you are hearing, the words you are hearing. And what exactly I mean by those words, the meaning that is in my mind is being recreated in your minds by those padas. So words are tangible, external things through which we communicate. And bhava is something internal, and it is replicated inside somebody else, basically. It is the bhava that is inside your mind, the meaning that you are feeling inside your brain, it is inside your brain. The meaning that is inside, the thought that is inside my brain, is inside my brain. We are using words to get across, recreate this thought inside your minds. It may or may not be perfect, but the thing is, this is what it is. So the external things are pada, internal things are bhava. So now with that understanding, let's come back to, let's say, what Parasa said. He said from the fourth bhava and his pada, you see the vehicle that somebody drives and the happiness from the vehicle. Now look at vehicle and happiness. What is internal and what is external? The vehicle that I drive, everybody can see. You can see that, oh, he drives a Tesla, or he drives a BMW, or he drives a Honda Civic. You can basically see actual vehicle. So, and how happy I am, you don't know, but you judge it from the vehicle. If somebody is driving a big BMW, you think, oh, he's very happy with the vehicle. If somebody is driving a bicycle, you will think, oh, he's very unlucky with the vehicle. But who knows? The guy who is driving an Avon bicycle may be very happy. I have an Avon bicycle. It's so smooth to ride. He may be very happy. On the other hand, somebody driving a BMW, he may think, oh, I only have an X5. My neighbor has X7. I wish I had X7. What a stupid car I have. So the thing is, somebody having a very strong pada, but a very weak bhava, may have a great car in the eyes of people that people can see, but his happiness from the vehicle may be very weak. Similarly, somebody who has a very lowly, so-called lowly car may have a weak pada, but a strong bhava, and he may be very happy. So like this is just one example. For all the houses, you can find the pada, so you can see the distinction between internal factors and the external factors. And the thing is, this is not taught in any book. And if you are contemplating it, one day it just clicks. And the beauty of the teachings of our rishis is, once it clicks, you have no doubt in your mind. You basically, because it is so beautiful, it just makes sense. It just fits like a glove. So you know that, yeah, this is it. Why the hell didn't I think about it until now? But the thing is, you need to get the blessings of devatas and rishis for that. And very to be very honest, I had this kind of moments with certain particular set of things, but there are several other things that are still mysteries. This is why I say only less than 5% of what Parashara taught, I believe that I have cracked it or figured it out. I have understood it. So there is a lot more that is yet to be understood. So my call to action to any youngsters who are interested in Jyotish Shastra, in astrology, is read the modern books by greats like Dr. B.V. Raman, Sri K.N. Rao. And if you go to my website, vedicastrology.org, there's a free ebook. You can download it. It basically gives a lot of basics in a very structured way, like a textbook kind of way with exercises and so on. So you can learn. But the thing is, don't be satisfied with that. Then also make sure that you have some basic command over Sanskrit Bhasha, and then read Brihat Parasar Hora Shastra and try to basically do research. And one more thing is, for those who are not aware of my work, on my website vedicastrology.org, there is a free software called Jagannath Hora. It is used by many researchers and students and scholars. So you can download it, and it has a lot of calculations, and you basically can experiment with things on your own, and you can see what is working, what is not working, what is working how, etc. Now one more thing. People will tell you, I'm running Saturn Dasha, this is a bad Dasha, or I'm running Venus Dasha, this is a great Dasha. Now the thing is, when people say I'm running so-and-so Dasha, they're talking about a particular Dasha called Vimshotri Dasha. What are Dashas, by the way? They are basically ways to divide one's life into phases. Each phase governed by a particular planet. Your mind is under the influence of that planet when you are in that Dasha. And then each phase is subdivided into sub-phases controlled by a sub-planet. So you may be in Venus Dasha, and within that you may be in Saturn Antar Dasha. So basically, this 20-year period, you are under the influence of Venus, and within that, a couple of years, you are under Saturn influence. Venus influence, and secondarily, Saturn influence. But the thing is, Parashara Maharshi taught tens of Dasha systems. In each, what is the order of the planets who control your life? How do you determine the first planet who controls your life when you are born? And the durations of these periods, they vary from one system to another system. He taught tens of Dasha systems. And people just use one of them as the Dasha. But the thing is, in my own practice, certain other Dashas will dominate in some other charts. And I have been able to decipher some clues on when a particular Dasha may be preferred over the standard Dasha. So the thing is, these dashas are very useful and powerful, but the thing is, what people do nowadays is very superficial at a very surface level. It is not 100% consistent with what the rishis meant. So there is more research needed there. But one thing I want to say is, don't be biased. If you are running Saturn Dasha, people think that, oh, I'm under Saturn Dasha, or you're running the so-called Sade Sati, when Saturn is either over your natal moon or previous sign or the next sign. Those 7.5 years are known as Sade Sati, basically 7.5 years of Saturnine troubles. So people are scared. Oh my God, Saturn is going to ruin me. Don't basically, all these thumb rules of astrology, don't let them create fear in your mind, because I know for a fact that there have been people who became prime ministers in Saturn Dasha. In my own case, I passed a couple of exams equivalent to BA in Sanskrit and another exam equivalent to BA in Hindi at the ages of 11 and 12, 3 BAs by the age of 12. I was state first in junior college. I went to IIT. I was second in my class there. All this, I came to US. I studied at Rise. All this in Saturn Dasha. Saturn is not dangerous. Similarly, Sade Sati. Trump became president during Sade Sati, and uh, Modi ji became prime minister during Sade Sati. So basically, some of the fear mongering that you see in the name of astrology, don't be biased by it. Basically, there are always subtle modifiers, and particularly, as I said earlier, Saturn, he's the personification of the spirit of hard work inside you. So if your life is taken over by Saturn, just get used to working hard. Just be a workaholic. Just be disciplined. Don't basically expect to sit down on a couch, watch TV, and things to happen by themselves. Then basically Saturn will teach you forcefully. He will give you some setbacks and he will make you learn discipline the hard way. But if you are already disciplined and if you already work hard, he may do you great good. And moreover, in your own chart, Shani may be a great planet. He may be a yoga karaka. He may be giving you a rajoga, in which case he's not a bad planet for you. Similarly, Shukra, because he's the planet of pleasures, people think that Shukra Dasha will be positive, happy, and period of lot of happiness. But if Shukra is a bad graha in your own chart, he can give you all kinds of suffering. So the thing is, there is a lot of subtlety when it comes to understanding astrology, just like most ancient knowledge systems. So don't basically go by the thumb rules. Try to keep your mind open. And secondly, if you don't have access to a good astrologer and you don't know astrology yourself and you don't want to learn astrology by yourself, don't basically worry too much about astrology, because there is always this fundamental question of free will versus destiny. When it comes to astrology, people always ask, what is the role of destiny versus free will? Both are correct. Astrology, what it captures is your destiny, and you do have a free will, and free will does allow you to coexist with your destiny in a meaningful way. I can give an analogy. Suppose an animal is tied with a rope. Its neck is tied to a rope, and basically the rope is tied to a pole, and it cannot move away from the pole. Basically, how far it can move is controlled by the length of the rope. So that the rope that is tying us to that pole is our destiny, and within that area you can move around, and you can basically, suppose you're thirsty and there is water on the other side. Maybe if you are creative enough, you can go around even with that rope without breaking it, and you can actually reach the water, and you may be able to quench your thirst, and you may not realize it. Sometimes the rope may be tied around the pole many times, so it may seem really short, but if you go around it a few times, it may become much longer than you were thinking it is. So basically, if you impassionately look at what are the realistic options in front of me right now, and if you always pick the best option in front of you and execute it dispassionately, you will get the best out of your destiny. So many times, what is bogging people down is not only their bad destiny, but their indecisiveness, their unwillingness to put their free will to the best use possible. They basically are so worried about the bad situation they find themselves in. that they don't use their free will meaningfully enough to basically get the best that they can get within the destiny. Destiny basically decides the circumstances in which you have to perform your current karma, and the restrictions are the constraints on what is the set of possibilities for your current karma. But always you have some options, and most of the times you have more options than you believe you have. So if you basically look at it pragmatically and pick the best option passionately, you can always do the best. So the thing is, astrology is useful to understand how your destiny is unfolding. And sometimes if you are at a really bad juncture, knowing that this is just another year and a half, and after that a terrific period is coming, that can give you the strength of mind to basically hang in there and do the best you can during that time, instead of basically hitting a rock bottom and basically falling into an abyss. You can basically just survive somehow. So that is another good use of astrology. You can basically, it can give you optimism when you have some insight into what is ahead for you. And similarly, if you know that your bad times can last much longer, you can basically just be prepared to grind it out. So, but the thing is, I always like to say astrology is a probabilistic science. It is not a deterministic science, at least as we understand now. Who knows if basically it is understood at the level of Parasara? Who knows, it may be deterministic, but the way we understand it is probabilistic, with the probability basically being more than random guesses. So it is a probabilistic science. So take it like that and benefit when it's your good time. Take more chances, but don't basically take it for granted. When it's bad time, be a little extra cautious, but don't basically just give up, because giving up means it is the end. So don't give up. Just do your best and be prepared for the worst. So it is basically, astrology can give you a mindset if you use it in a reasonable way. If you use it the way Rishis intended, it can basically give you a way to cope with your destiny, because you can't change your destiny that was already accumulated, but you can pick the right actions now so that your destiny going forward is shaped better, because your destiny is not frozen. It is constantly evolving. The karmas that you are doing now, they are adding to your destiny. Today's free will becomes tomorrow's destiny. So whatever you do with your free will today adds to your destiny tomorrow. So basically, astrology will help you come to terms with your existing destiny and pick the right actions so that you can add to your destiny in a meaningful way later on. And one last thing before I conclude, I want to say is see, life is about material success and basically accumulating things that you value in your life, whether it is family, whether it's your career, whether it's your positions, material positions. But in the end, we all know, hopefully, that this is all transient. All this reality that we are perceiving is just a transient reality. There's something beyond this. And being well established in that is the goal of existence. And from that perspective, there are many paths, spiritual paths that are available. You can engage in Jnana Yoga, you can engage in Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga. And if you are interested in worshipping Devatas, there are different forms of divine, different forms of the divine energy that basically have different qualities. And depending on your destiny, you may be more fine-tuned with a particular kind of energy. For somebody, worshipping Kalima may work better. For somebody else, worshipping Sri Mahavishnu may work better. For somebody else, worshipping Bagalamukhi may work better. For somebody else, worshipping Vamadeva may work better. So this is another use of astrology. See, this is something you don't find in Greek astrology, Chinese astrology, Vietnamese astrology, etc. But this is something that is very central to Vedic astrology or Indian astrology, Jyotisha. You basically have some insight into the connections between your horoscope, your planetary combinations, the rasis and nakshatras and grahas in your chart, and the affinity to various devatas, and basically the connection you have built over many lives with particular spiritual paths and spiritual energies. So this is another way astrology can help you. It can basically give you a better direction so that you can basically make more meaningful and faster spiritual progress in your life. So another one last point, another important thing is, people may have heard the word Muhurta or Muhurta. The Sanskrit word is Muhurta. Whenever you are doing something new, suppose you are getting married, the existence of those two beings as one entity that are basically pursuing dharma, artha, kama, and moksha together, that new existence is starting. So that's an entity, and people may think that. And similarly, if you are joining a new job, somebody is tenure at a particular job at a particular company is starting at that time. Suppose you are founding a company or a institution or an organization, that basically a new entity is starting its existence then. So they have their destinies too. We may think that only human beings are basically have destinies and only they are real, but the thing is, we are these abstract entities that I mentioned are as real as human beings are, and they have their own destinies. So when you are starting a new venture, when you are doing something very important, it is possible to basically pick a good good muhurta, so that that particular entity has a good destiny. That particular entity will have a smooth existence in this world of ours. So muhurta is another good application of astrology. You can basically find a good muhurta with a good lagna and good planetary position, so that the whatever event you are starting or whatever effort you are starting is likely to have a smoother. Of course, no muhurta is perfect. There will always be challenges, but you can basically make sure that the divine energy, the cosmic rhythm is in favor of what you are trying to do rather than opposing what you are trying to do. So, like this, there are many uses of astrology, but what is important is to understand the strengths and to understand its limitations and approach with an open mind. And while some people may consider it superstition, really logical and scientific people don't close their minds to anything. They always keep their minds to open to everything, and they basically have some inquisitiveness. And if you are inquisitive, there is a lot of worthwhile knowledge hidden in the teachings of Parashara and other rishis. So, on that note, I basically want to end this small talk, and may the knowledge of rishis in Jyotisha as well as various other hidden gems of ancient knowledge, Arshavidya, come back to the fore in the coming decades.
Thank you so much. One thing I really stood out, and for viewers, I'm going to invite him to Satology to learn more in detail, because that's what he said. It's a short and it's a science. It's a vigyan, because you have to see it from the, when you see the gyan from the eyes of yoga, then it becomes vigyan. So this is a vigyan, and much deeper than science, because in the sense science is very it can be dual purpose, but yoga or vigyan can be only single purpose, which is connected good for the society. So I'm going to invite him and to speak at Satology in much more detail. But I'm going to, before he leaves, I'm going to ask just one question, and I want one line answer from him. Is that, can a country future be determined with Jyotish?
Yes, countries, just as I said, any entity that starts existence has its own momentum of karma. So similarly, when a country is formed, for India, we make the independence chart. So based on that chart, you can see the destiny of India. So and when the formation chart is not available for a country, a modern country, there are certain celestial phenomena based on which you can see how the destiny is for people in that geographical area of the world. So there are multiple techniques. There is something called Medini Jyotish, which is basically loosely translated as mundane astrology, that can be used for countries and cities and states, etc. So that is very much possible.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming on the Literature Festival Day 2. It was very kind of you, and I know, Jagannath Hora was invented by you, by the way, right?
Yeah, so
written by him. So it is a world famous software used by most of the astrologers in the world, written by him, Jagannath Hora. And when I heard about that, and I said, that's the major contribution to the world of astrology in the world.
And it's free. It's free. Just so that people know.
And it's for public service. In fact, I've been hearing about it for years, actually, years.
Yeah.
And when I read about it recently, because when I invited him for the Literature Festival, and then I was totally shocked. So this is his major contribution to the world. So I'll call you for individual sessions on Sattology, and thank you for coming on the digital festival and educating all of us. Thank you.
Pranams.
So we have the next batch is starting now, and you'll see Michael Cremo back again on the second day, and we have Michael Cremo. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Literature Festival Part 2, and Jai Jagannath. And then we have the next of the is up, which is the panel is Michael Cremo, Stephen Knapp, and me. Richard is going to moderate that panel. Richard is going to moderate the panel. So we're going to have a surprise addition. Just give us a second while we set up. Give us a second. Secrets of the Universe. How old is the universe? Okay, Richard, over to you. Yes. Sankrant. And Sharad is also there. Sharad is also there.
Welcome back, Mr. Cremo. He's getting set up, so we'll get started in a minute. He's shuffling to another computer. And so basically we're going to get ready to discuss is how old is the universe? And again, I'm sure the average person could render guesses, but they would not be quite accurate as the two individuals we're going to have talking about it now. So that's why you go to experts for expert information, because it's always interesting how information can be either one, people are not aware, or it gets distorted over time. And I'm sure in your travels, Mr. Cremo, you hear all kinds of false information that people are passing around out there. I'm sure at this point you just laugh a little bit because it's so far from the truth.
Well, probably they don't think they're communicating false information.
That's correct.
But
yeah, I talk to you about that all the time. Yeah, I talk to you about that all the time. Again, based on where you're educated is based on how you perceive information, what information you've been given. And that's why we do the Satology, the truth. We're providing experts who can give you insight based on their studies and based on their thorough research beyond what someone told you one time many years ago in college.
I would also ask which universe. I mean, presumably the one we're in, but there are many others as well.
Oh, absolutely. Once you start questioning, the questions become very, very deep and in depth. So, no, I appreciate you are correct. What universe are we talking about? Well, we'll get into that once Adi jumps on, and we'll have some fun with this as well as educate a lot of people, including myself. I'm always willing to learn, always willing to expand my horizons.
Yeah, and by your questions, I'll learn some things about my views as well. It's always interesting how you may come to reevaluate your own views in the face of questioning.
Oh, I fully agree with that. And that's the whole essence of this 2-day Satology theme is expand your perspective. And especially, as I say, as the more we know, and again, my field of expertise is martial arts, and I always have to remind myself that a true master is always a student, because there's always new things, there's always new versions, there's always new interpretations, and especially as I age, things are different. I'm in my 60s, so the things I do and see now are different than I saw them when I was 20. Physically, mentally, emotionally, it becomes a completely different approach to the martial arts, both physically and mentally. So was it there all along, or did I just discover it, or did it just kind of suit me now? So those are always the great questions about knowledge. And so, yeah, same thing. I'm always listening to people that bring a different view, that we've embraced this view for our whole life, again, perspective. Now all of a sudden says, hey, did you flip the coin to the other side? It's like, no, never did.
Yeah. Listening is one thing, I guess, in your field. When you step into the arena, your assumptions, mental assumptions, get confronted with realities, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Mine as well, too.
No, absolutely. And Mike Tyson had a great statement about that. He said, everybody knows, he's sure about things until they get punched in the face. It's very crude, but it's very accurate.
Yeah.
So he said the direct confrontation, be it physical or otherwise, everybody's certain until they get punched in the face, which is, again, like I said, very true.
Some general famously said, I forget his name, maybe I don't want to speculate who it was because it's escaped me at the moment, said everybody's got a battle plan, but as soon as you get the first engagement, it goes out the window.
Absolutely, another perfect example, and that's true, and you know that, and that's why I always try to remain. Again, it's hard, but I always try to listen more, because the more you listen, the more you learn. And then there's always the example: the more quiet you are, the more intelligent people think you are. Until you speak a lot, then you prove them wrong. And so those are funny little sayings, but they definitely hold true. So when I'm in the company of people who know a lot about something in a particular field, I definitely defer and listen a little bit more. But it's hard. It's hard to continue to be like silent and absorb. We weren't taught that way. People always like talk, engage. Sometimes that's not the point.
Well, at least provisionally, I think I have a view that is worthy of consideration, or else I wouldn't put myself in this position.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't accept invitations to talk about such things if I didn't have some reasonable conviction myself that what I'm saying has some possible truth value for myself and others.
No, and that's true. That's admirable, because that's bringing the integrity to the equation. And that's why I say it gets back to how we started it. There's so much stuff out there on the internet now. People are just literally filling the airwaves, and they do it with lack of integrity. Sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's not. It's just pure ignorance that they just put stuff out there. And a lot of it is just to, like they call it clickbait, just to get people's attention. And they say something that's rather not true, but it stirs up a lot more interest sometimes than the truth.
Yeah, well, the media environment is always shifting. So I guess if one wants to communicate to people in a certain media environment, one has to understand the medium and how people react to it.
Yeah, that's always the question. We had him on early, Larry Namer, a good friend of mine who's very big in entertainment for many years. And I always have the question, people say, well, that's a horrible show or a horrible depiction in a movie. And I'm like, well, that is what people want to see. Because if the movie was not popular, then it wouldn't be made. It wouldn't get any airtime. People wouldn't invest money. So it's a reflection on society in a certain way.
Yeah, well, I never consider myself limited to what I think people want to hear. It's more conviction of, I think I have something to contribute to what they should be hearing. But those are judgments everyone has to make. But are we officially entering into our subject now, or are we still dealing with preliminaries.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Adi to jump in. He had to switch to another computer, so he's in route to that. Sharad has joined us, so thank you, sir. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good to see you again. And do you know Michael Cremo? You two have seen each other before, or do you not know each other?
I saw Michael yesterday. Yeah, and he was awesome. Yeah.
Okay,
Was
so
he?
we'll start out with basic introductions again. So again, we'll start with you, Mr. Cremo. Just tell our audience out there, which is worldwide, who you are and what you bring to the table.
Well, I'm a member of the Krishna consciousness movement for many years, and my thoughts on topics related to cosmology, human origins, and antiquity are very much influenced by my studies in the Vedic texts, particularly the Puranas, which are the cosmological and historical writings. So I've been representing these ideas to the general public in the academic world for quite a few decades now.
Thank you, sir. And Sharad, sir.
Yeah, so my introduction will be, I'm a Sanatan practitioner. In a corporate life, I was IT side of the business, banking and technology. I have been an author of 6 books, and one of my book is The Legend of Lord Krishna and Mahadev. And that says about the god of ethics versus god of tactics. And so I did few research, and I was lucky to talk with Aditya to get the Krishna side of consciousness and all the knowledge of cosmology and universe creation. So we'd like to hear more from the other panelists on the universe creation and how old it is. So yeah, that will be my initial
Awesome. And again, audience, I'm Richard Gordon. I go by the handle CEO Dojo out there on social media. I'm a career martial artist. I've trained since a young man. I've also spent time in the Marine Corps. I'm also a global security expert on the physical side. Cameras, badge readers, entry to buildings, physical structures, security personnel, executive protection, things of that nature. People always ask, does that make you an aggressive person? It's the opposite. I just can understand the aggression and I know how to keep the peace. So it's like a full understanding of how to cause turmoil and you know how to keep peace. So it's kind of a full circle in that regard. I've met up with Adi many years ago, and then I've just embraced what he does with Satology, the direction we're going in. And again, the same thing we all have in common here is just trying to bring knowledge, and not knowledge in just a sense of filling your brain with data, but to help people improve their lives and have a better understanding. So that's what we're going to be doing now. So we'll jump right into the question, how old is the universe? Again, that's a broad question, but we'll start there because, like I was saying before we started officially, is that you ask the average person this question, they're going to be throwing out all kinds of numbers, myself included, because we have no real basis. We might have heard a number, we might have saw a little TikTok video, but we don't really have a full gamut of what it actually means. So Adi has just joined us. He's going to be popping up now. So Adi, we just had a little conversation. We introduced ourselves, but Adi's been on the air for the past couple hours, so hopefully people remember him and know who he is. So we're just jumping right into the question, how old is the universe? Again, you can take it in any different direction, data, what you think, what you feel, how your bones feel, because some people can tell it's going to rain by their bones. So maybe you can tell how old the universe is when you feel it in your bones and your soul. So we'll start with Adi. We'll let you jump in first, Adi.
So in a day of Brahma is known as Alpa. And we're talking about the really from the sources where I quote from, Purana, Ramayana, and Mahabharata. I quote from there. And today is going on the 7th Manvantara of Vivaswat Manu, Vivaswat 7th Manvantara. And for that, approximately 120 million years have passed. And there are 27 Manvantaras have gone before this. And each Manvantara is 71 cycles or 4.32 million years. And if you calculate 4.32 times 70, it comes out to be, anyone can, mathematics can make it out, close to around 350 million years or 400 million years. So we are looking at approximately 3.7 billion years, approximately 300 something billion years have passed. So this is the age of universe of the day of one Brahma. And like this, 365 days, 365 nights, plus you have, you're looking at a age of 51. So we are looking at a very large number in trillions, running trillions. That's the age of universe for the time being, for this period. Now, this is very, I say the reverse thing, that the science needs to be validated from Purana and Mahabharata, not the other way around. Because we have very accurate information in terms of down to the seconds, down to the atomic seconds. And we have never gone wrong, in the sense that when I see the world events happening according to this calculation, then it comes out to be pretty accurate based on all the material parameters. So the modern scientists, they can only calculate till the time of when this day started. They cannot go beyond that, because there is no archaeological proof before that. So they only talk about one day of Brahma only, not more than that. And so currently the half of the day has passed, and not half the day, still 11 a.m. according to Brahma's time, 11:30 or 12, not even midday. So a lot of time is left right now. We are literally at the halfway period, and the remaining half is also remaining. So if I use the ancient sources, then I get a much accurate information, because people who calculated these sources were, they were actually seeing what's happening. Like, there are many people in this world, and I know this may sound very unreasonable to some people who have gone through the Western education system, but according to me, that information is very regular. Like, for example, very authentic. Like, for example, Markandeya, Narada, Parvata, these are the great sages who have been living right now. Parshuram is living right now. Now, these are very old people, have crossed, and they have the ones who are given this data. And every single thing, gradually, if you look at the modern scientists, sometimes it's a heliocentric world, sometimes it's an earth-centric world, sometimes it's this world, that world. The theories and theories and theories. No one has confirmed answer. But the information which we quote or we use our sources from, that has never been changed. Like, for example, Purana, Veda, Ramayana, Mahabharata information has never changed. And therefore, when we talk about the age, we use those sources, because that gives you an absolute answer.
Thank you, Adi. That was a very detailed answer. Mr. Cremo, what are your thoughts on that? Those calculations, and your calculations coincide with that?
Well, I agree with the calculations that have been put forward, but I would extend them a little bit. Even if you go through the lifetime of Brahma, which, as correctly stated, was 311 trillion 40 billion years, this itself is part of a larger cycle, and that is the breath of Mahavishnu. This Mahavishnu, according to the Vedic cosmological text, is an expansion of God who is responsible for the material creation. And why there is a material creation, we have to consider, but maybe that'll come up later. But he's lying on the causal ocean, and he breathes in and out. When he breathes out, many millions of universes, uncounted millions of universes, expand from his transcendental form. And then when he inhales, they are reabsorbed, they contract, they re enter his transcendental form, along with any of the souls that happen to be in that particular universe out of many possible universes. So that cycle is going on forever, and a breath of Mahavishnu corresponds to a lifetime of Brahma. So when Mahavishnu breathes out, he expands all the universes, and each one of them, a Brahma appears and lasts for 311 trillion, 40 billion years. And then that universe and the Brahma and all the living entities within it are reabsorbed into the form of Mahavishnu. Then he breathes out again. So that process is endlessly going on. So, in one sense, you could say that the age of the universe is indeterminable in that sense. It's going on, it's being manifested and remanifested again and again and again. So, in one sense, you could say we're not creationists because this process is going on endlessly. Now, as far as what goes on in each passing of the day of Brahma, day and night of Brahma, I consider it to be something like the universe being a computer hard disk that is written upon in the course of a day of Brahma, which lasts for 4.32 billion years. And it's stated in the texts like the Puranas, Mahabharata, Ramayana, that during the days of Brahma, which lasts 4.32 billion years, life is manifest in the universe and would perhaps leave fossil evidence, for example. But during the nights of Brahma, everything is dissolved. It's in a dormant state. So I would say that during the day, it's like information is being written on the hard drive of the universe. And then at the end of the day of Brahma, there's a pralaya or devastation that I would propose, this is my understanding, that wipes the hard drive clean. And then it remains in a state of dormancy. Maybe it's being reformatted during the night of Brahma, during which life is not manifest in the universe. Neither are the planetary systems manifest that life takes as habitations. Then, with the beginning of the next day of Brahma, the disk becomes written upon again, which means it will record fossil data and things like that. So this latest process of writing on the disk of the universe began about 2 billion years ago, as was correctly stated by the preceding speaker. And that means one should expect to find, if that's accepted, one should expect to find fossil evidence for a human presence and the presence of other living things going back roughly 2 billion years, which is, roughly speaking, what scientists do find. So, and especially if you look at all the reports that scientists have given, and not just the ones that look at the current dominant theories. There's more I could say, but I'll stop there.
I appreciate all that insight, and thank you for that, both you and Adi. Mr. Mohan, your thoughts on what we've heard?
Namaskar. So I think I agree with both the panelists. I just want to mention one thing. When we are asked this question, how old is the universe? We as a human being, we are so small in the whole scheme of things and the whole galaxy that it's sometime to many it will look like astronomical number. You guys are just throwing some number, but there is a science behind it. And in modern science, they say that the Earth was formed some 4.5 billion years ago, and the universe was formed some 13.6 or 7 billion or 13.8 billion years ago. Right? That's a modern science, whether you go to Berkeley or whether you go to Harvard, MIT. But, and I'm mentioning a few things from my book, the star HD 140283, star HD 140283 is a subgiant star with an estimated age of 14.46 billion years. Now, this may raise an eyebrow for two, because you remember the age of the Earth is only 13.8 billion years ago. So, modern science will always face that these type of challenges. And this is where Adi mentioned that in Hinduism teaches that the universe is unimaginably old. And it is about say around 100 Brahma years, which is 311 trillion years old, right? That's the age, and it keeps on creating and dying. The stars, as per the astronomy, we know that stars are born and die. In fact, our own sun is currently in its teenage. It's like in early 20s. Now these number have to be mapped to the Brahma year, right? That's a whole calculation in Sanatan, which Aditya has covered in his multiple books. What I am referring from my book here is, we have all heard about the Big Bang. A Big Bang is taken as the beginning of the first Kalpa. The first black hole was born when the first pralay, we call it Manu's pralay, began 4.32 billion years after the Big Bang, approximately 8.6 billion years, or one Brahma day. After the Big Bang, our sun, Suryadev, was born, and later the Earth was formed. So it is estimated that the life began on Earth some 10.8 billion years ago. So you see all these interesting concept in Sanatan, where we also have a cyclic understanding of the cycle, where we start with Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and then the current, which is the Kali Yuga. And then it keeps on after every I think Manvantar, a Brahma life goes, and then a new Brahma is formed. All these are scales, so these are all mentioned, right? So to the question, how old is the universe? As per Sanatan, a Mahakalpa is about 311 trillion years, human years. And this is how old the universe is.
I'll just, Richard, take one liberty. Not a single explosion has created something wonderful in the history of mankind. Explosions are used to destroy things, or even if an oil well is leaking, then they use the explosion to cut the pipes. They do that. So there is some constructive uses also, but generally explosions have already destroyed things. So then how could the Big Bang created such a beautiful?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the point I have for these people.
Sorry, and that leads me to my next question. Thank you for interjecting that, because it leads me right in. So you gentlemen, very concisely outline the timeline, right, which has facts and data. But as we know, in any field, there's going to be people who have different views for different reasons. So in this field, are there people who have different calculations, different bases? And if so, why? Why do they look at it differently, right? We can say based on history, culture, religion, all of those things. But from your intellectual viewpoint, what are the different views, and what makes people like again, hearing you, it's data, right? What makes people look away from data? You know that sometimes people will shy away from data to have their own agenda. Is that the case in this instance? In your expert opinion, Adi?
Directed to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Richard, the point here is like, what is the reference point from which you're looking at? Because see, in mathematics and science, it all depends on what perspective or what window you're taking, and that's how you get the data. Now, selecting that source of reference or point of reference is a thing that can make or destroy your own research. Now, if I start bottoms up, like start collecting data from 1,000 scientists of today, and start moving up, I will never reach the conclusion because everybody's viewpoint was different. So, but if I take the data from somewhere in the past, whom I trust, like everyone trusts their father, grandfather. So, take the data from Bhagavad Gita. Imam vivaste yogam proktavana vayam, chapter 4. Because that is spoken by Krishna. I think that he is the most authoritative person who has given us the basis. Now, if I take that data and I find out the history of Vivaswan, when the Vivaswan came, that is the 7th Manvantara, which is 120 million years old, 120 million years back. Now I cannot go wrong because it is a definable value. Now I have to just extrapolate it to the previous 6 Manvantara. Then I will never go wrong. And at least I have a theoretical number. I say still it's a theoretical number because I have taken it on the basis of one incident and one word. But I can be pretty sure about that number because the person who is speaking doesn't change his words. He doesn't say anything else, changes it. And that's where it matters. I think that's where it goes. What is the point of reference you're taking?
No, that's definitely, that applies to anything. So that applies to any bit of knowledge or anybody. But there are factors that come into play that lead people astray of facts. Mr. Kramer, your thoughts on that? I'm sure you've got a few people that had differing viewpoints in your field.
Yes. And I think it's important to look at the history of science because, I mean, we're talking about, okay, today, if you go to MIT or Stanford or wherever, they will say the age of the universe is 13.8, I guess, billion years old. But if you went 10 years ago, they would have said something different. 10 years before that, something different. 10 years before that, something different. And judging by history, we can expect that 10 years from now, the age estimate for the universe will again be different. But if you look at the history of different cultures, you'll see that Western science, as we know it today, grew up in a Judeo-Christian cultural background, and they had a different concept of time. It's linear and progressive. That means there is some beginning, there is some creation event, which biblically they said, well, God created the universe from nothing, ex nihilo, and then created the different species, and finally the human species, which was in a fallen state and had to be delivered by some redeemer or Messiah. And then there's some final judgment, and the whole thing is over. Happens just once. And it happens within a relatively short period of time. They calculated within 10,000 years. And they did that by adding up the ages of the different personalities that are mentioned in the biblical texts. So that was accepted by science for a long time. Even during the 18th century, when the British were colonizing India as part of their imperialism program, They, when the British scholars and other European scholars encountered these vast ages for the universe, the ancient histories of human civilizations going very far back in time, millions of years, they tried to discredit that because it contradicted their understanding. And as I said, even their scientific understanding matched the biblical understanding at the time, as late as the 18th and 19th and even 20th centuries, and even now to some extent. So they tried to compress Indian history into the 10,000 years that they thought was the limit. Now, what happened back in Europe is that Charles Darwin, who was originally uh, a supporter of the young earth idea, Christian creationist idea, he began thinking about something else. Because the geologists in the universities in England were disputing the young age of the earth. Geologists like Charles Lyell were determining if when they look at the layers of earth and stone and clay in the geological column, they determined that well, these had to be deposited, and it would have taken much longer than a few thousand years for these deposits to accumulate. So they began to extend the age of the earth to millions of years. And actually, Charles Darwin needed those long periods of time in order to accommodate his theory of gradual evolution of body types, one from the other, over vast periods of time. And then these long ages, big ages for the Earth, seeped into astronomy and cosmology, and scientists began extending the age of the Earth in another way in terms of the age of the universe. So you had some cultural developments that continue to still act in some ways that have a different concept of time. Like many scholars and historians today don't accept the long periods of time mentioned in the Puranas and Ramayana, Mahabharata, etc., because they're still influenced by that old concept that human history has to be placed in a very narrow time span. And that has meant something about how they conceive of human history on this planet. What to speak of the age of the universe?
Thank you. That was very insightful and shed a whole lot of light on that. Mr. Mahan, would you like to add anything to that question?
Oh, yeah. So, well, what I would say is we extend the physical reality. You can say hypothesis or law or whatever physical reality beyond our observable universe, which implies that the physical reality existed before 13.8 billion years old, since the Big Bang, right? And again, Big Bang is one of the theory given by the Western scientists, but there are others like multiverse, cyclical universe, eternally static universe theory, string theory, all kinds of theory is there. But again, to answer a question of the age of the universe, we and again, modern science is hardly 400 to 500 years old, right? In their discovery journey. But there is one book which I refer along with the Puranas and the Gita is the Rig Veda. And Rig Veda is definitely one of the very old book. And for the viewers who are listening, there are 3 shlokas you need to take a note of it. 10.190.1, 10.190.2, and 10.190.3. And this is where the Rig Veda, which is easily, even in the Western scale, is like 1500 to 2500 years old kind of a book. It gives you the entire cosmology of the universe, creation, and so all these 3 Vedas, and one of them, the number 3, is where we even use for our daily achman, right? When we do prayer. And this is where there is a talk about the super creator. Science can call it any scientific name, maybe nature. And this is how the super creator created the earth, the sun, the heaven, uh, based on the imagination which we had. So it's very interesting if you deep dive into these knowledge which comes from the scripture. So for me, these are the scriptures which I'll go, because again, I'm a science student, but again, my science is still 500 years old. But when I go beyond the physical reality, just the matter and the particles, when I go into the consciousness, when I go into the why a certain behavior happens. For example, just today there is a news that below the below the ocean, like uh, uh, around 15 to 20 kilometers below, right? You know that the entire Mount Everest could be dipped into a certain area in Pacific, which is very deep. Even in that, there is a living being. So there is no sunlight. There is a huge water on it, water load on it. What is the science? That no science can explain that. You will be crushed into pieces, right? And this is where the scientists found that there is a stone which can self create oxygen there. And this is, but science has no explanation, right? So so to all my scientist friends, we all should be respecting modern science, because that keeps us from superstition. But that is not the ultimate reality. So science doesn't mean arrogance. Science means come with open mind and research on all the things which you may call it Sanatan, you may call it Hindu or Greek mythology, whatever you call it. Ours is Satology, by the way. So even Mr. Oppenheimer had to quote Gita, the father of the atomic bomb. He had to quote Gita. So if Oppenheimer, Carl Sagan, on all these big names, they get influenced by these books, you just cannot compartmentalize it into some religious kind of a thing. That's what my say would be. Thank you.
Beautifully stated, and you echoed exactly what we'll be doing here for 2 days with our Satology plan. So thank you for bringing that to light, because it truly is about expanding your perspective. And like we were saying, the higher you go, the easier it is to become very focused on your area of expertise. But as you noted, you must continue to expand your perspective. That's the only way to learn, because things change. As Mr. Cremo stated, things are changing. They're different 10, 15, 20 years ago. So the last question for you gentlemen, and all of you sat on the can you see the future, right? So we all delved into that yesterday. And so this is the last question, so we only have X amount of time for it. So the question to you is, we know when the earth started, right? The universe per se. We know when it started. We know when people came about. With all of that data, does it have an expiration? We know the earth is going to expire. There's talk of using up the oxygen. The water's going to go, an implosion. So with all of that data and facts, I'm putting you guys out on a limb, because this goes beyond your scientific mind. Does the universe have, our universe, right? Because we're talking about other universes. Does our universe, as we know it, have an expiration date?
I mean, first of all, I'll go back to Sharad's words and also Mr. Michael Cremo's words. Today's scientists are just degree holders, and let me put it out very clearly. If they were not paid a salary, they won't be scientists any longer. Believe me. There is no love for science left because they are trying to prove a political point and they're trying to make religion relevant now, and that's why they lose touch of whatever the science they call it. The open thinking, the open mindset, the open attitude is missing nowadays. It's all about dogmas have become science. Now, I'll give you a new definition of science today. When you see knowledge or gyan from the perspective of yoga, through yoga, then it becomes vigyan. That means your mind has to be controlled, your intelligence has to be controlled, and then you can really see things as they are. But today it's not possible because people are just working for salaries and producing researches which has no relevance. Like the importance of cockroach milk. Is that science-based topic? No. I mean, why should anyone drink cockroaches milk? Or why should people talk about studying gays in Uganda? Oh, sorry, gay monkeys in Uganda. Okay, which is gay monkeys in Uganda is a scientific topic now. Now, coming back to your question on this particular issue, I see that the people have lot of access to information, and literally every one of you who is watching this program, if you start looking at things from the yoga perspective, you are all scientists in modern definition. Degree is not needed. Just a good eyesight and a strong logic, how to see things, is needed to see the scientific perspective. Uh, the the amount of information available on your phone today makes the basic research easy. For advanced research, you need guidance, and I think everyone can find out, and you'll find out gradually that most of the things which was sold to us like science was not science at all. And that's what we're coming in the Sattology conferences, proving through all these different people, where we all have different points of view, that if we want to develop the society in the right direction, then we have to go back in the history, maybe prehistory. We have to go beyond 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, or 4,000 years, because that's a very small time from the perspective of eternity. I'll stop there, Richard.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Kramer, does the universe have, our universe as we know it, have an expiration date?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think it does. Many expiration dates, but more than one. But that question came up for me in an interesting way in 2012. I don't know if you all recall, but at that time, the Mayan calendar of South America and Central America was getting a lot of attention because in one sense it resembles the Vedic cyclical concept of time with periodic devastations occurring, expiration dates for the universe or at least our planet. And according to some interpretations, that devastation was going to come at the end of a cycle that ended in December 2012. And there was a huge Hollywood movie about it called 2012, about this huge devastation that wipes out the whole planet. And I went to India. I was giving lectures at universities all over India, IITs and big universities. And a question I kept getting from the students, they had seen, on mobile phone, you can get anything these days anywhere. They had seen this movie, and some of it dealt with India. Like there was a poster for the film showing a monk, a sage, sitting in the Himalayan mountains, seeing a huge tidal wave coming to wash over the Himalayan mountains and just wipe things out. So the students were asking me, is the world going to end in December 2012. And is there going to be a huge devastation? So I was speaking maybe in September of 2012, and they were asking this question. And I said, well, a big devastation is coming, but according to the calculations in the Vedic text, it's going to come at the end of the current Manvantar. And it was explained previously that a Manvantar is part of a day of Brahma. There are 14 Manvantars in a day of Brahma. We're in the seventh Manvantar. It began 120 million years ago, and it'll end with a devastation or pralaya about 180 million years from now. So I told the students, yeah, the devastation's coming, but it's about 180 million years from now, so you can register for next year's classes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Mr. Mohan, your thoughts?
Yes. So, very interesting question. So, to that question is, if you see the universe as a physical entity, yes, it has an shortcut finite expiration date. But if you see the universe as Chetana, Sat Chitanand, which is Vishnu himself, then that conscious will never die. So depends how you are measuring and what are you trying to measure. If a physical entity has to end, so the universe has a definite end shelf life. But Chetana, the conscious, the soul, will never die. That's eternal. And that's the definition of infinity. Even the modern science also agrees. There is something called 1 divided by 0 is infinity. So, yeah. So Chetana will never die.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that insight, and the audience definitely appreciated all you had to say. We'll go around again. So
Richard,
definitely, yeah. No, I said I'll go back to you again. I'm not gonna cut anybody off. This is the talk to the audience moment. Throw it back to our throw it back to our esteemed experts, because I know this is just scratching the surface, and we've opened up a lot of conversations. So no, I was just gonna take a minute, thanking the audience for joining in and thanking you for spending your time with us at Satology. And with that being said, we're going to go back to our one round table to give them a last opportunity to say their piece. But again, continue to tune in, continue to follow us, because we did not cover this very vast, universal topic in 1 hour. Adi, to you.
Yeah, I totally concur. So, on the topic of destruction of this universe, understand the destruction of the universe happens after 100 years of Brahma, for sure. But before that, every 4 cycles called Divya Yuga. After every yuga, there is a partial destruction. And then after every Manvantara, there is a bigger destruction. And after every day of Brahma, there is everything closes down. It's like a reset for the entire planet Earth. And the universe is like the whole Brahmand, which happens after every 100 years. So Michael Kramer was absolutely right when he said many things go before it. Over to you, Richard.
Mr. Kramer, any final thoughts for our audience out there?
Well, I also agree with the suggestion that universe is like living. In many of the texts, and I believe even the Rig Veda, the universe is characterized as organic, the universal form, Virat Rupa, which is a special form of God. So that in essence, the universe is a manifestation of a form of God in which everything has its place and is organically connected and is related to Chaitana or consciousness. So I think that is a very helpful conception.
Again, thank you for your time and sharing your expertise on this topic. I've taken lots of notes. Like I say, I'm a true student, and I'm always taking notes. And again, not enough, but I'm going to go research. And again, I got the resource with Adi, so I'm always tapping into him. and he's always patient with me to help me explain it. Sort of like, again, there are a lot of things we think we have knowledge, but we need to take baby steps to get there. So again, thank you very much, everybody. And then we're going to get ready for our next session, which is more or less an open session. We're going to be talking about, recapping what we've talked about, and we're going to go ahead and look at the expand your perspective topic again. So thank you, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your day, and everybody else, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute with our next topic. Okay. Thank you, everybody that's tuned in. Thank you, everybody that was able to see that last session. Again, I am part of this. I've been part of this, and I am continuing to be blown away by the experts I get the beauty to talk to interact with, to learn from. And that's, again, what we're looking at with Satology is the study of truth. So what is the truth, right? That's what it comes down to the core. How they created that word, sat, meaning truth, ology, the study of. And so we're all in search of truth, right? But what is truth? What is the truth to me? What is the truth to you? Is it cultural? Is it historical? So that's what we're exploring here by talking to experts who have studied particular fields. We just talk about the age of the universe. How old is the universe? I'm not an expert. I don't have all that data they do. So the more data I have, the more I can make intelligent decisions. And so that's what we're trying to do, is just give people a little bit of information. And then, yes, you're going to have to go out and explore on your own, because there's just too much data to cram into a 1 hour little session. We're not trying to educate you. We're just trying to wet your whistle a little bit and get you interested in some other expansive topics. So that's our goal here. And again, continue to follow us. We appreciate the people that do support Satology. Adi's got millions of followers around the world. We're developing a big following here, and all we're doing moving forward. So stay with us. We'll be with you in just a couple of seconds. We have our people out in our green room, so just stand by, and we'll get you started in just like 2 minutes.
Sri Narasimhan, welcome. And now this session will be hosted by Sri Narasimhan, and there are many other people joining. Karen Hall is also joining. So Karen Hall, welcome. And thank you for inviting me to your show before. And so this show will be led by Sri Narasimhan. Sri Narasimhan, you're on mute. And welcome all to Satology. And let me tell you a little bit about Karen Hall. She's an executive producer for a very popular show, Eric Zuli. I met her on an Eric Zuli show, and she also runs that show together with him. But she's an amazing, amazing interviewer. And Sri Narasimhan is a very honest person. So it will be a very interesting conversation for all of you. So Sri, and also Sri is going to greet all other people on the shows, on the chat rooms we have. Thank you all. So I will be signing off. And Eric Zuli is also joining with them. And Sri Narasimhan is the host of this show. Thank you.
Thank you, and Dhanyavad. Aditya ji, let me just say how blessed I am in the hallowed company of so many learned and interested seekers. Seeking is a lifelong characteristic of a human being, and the ultimate of seeking is to become one with the power of the universe. So let me just start off with a couple of renditions of devotion that covers the land of indigenous and civilizational people of India and beyond. So, Hari Om. Yanmaya Vashavarti Vishwakhilam Brahmadi Deva Sura Yat Sattva Damrushaiva Bhati Sakalam Rajau Yata He Brahmaha Yat Pada Plavameva Meva Bahibhamam Bodhe Sthiti Rishavata Vandeham तमशेषकारणपरम् रामाख्यमीशं हरिम्. Sri Ram Jai Ram. This is ode to Bhagavan Sri Rama that spanned the land of Bharat from top to bottom, east to west. And after him came Lord Krishna. You're more familiar with Lord Krishna. So let's do a brief invocation of Lord Krishna. Vasudev Vasudam Devam Kamsa Chanura Mardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Vishnam Mande Jagat Gurum. Gurubhyo Namaha, and respects to all the gurus, all your teachers, all the mentors, and all the folks who have showered us with the quest for knowledge. Okay, with that, let me open up to Richard Galit and Karen Hall, Queen of Empathy. So Karen, just tell us, how have you been since the last year we met? And what have you learned over the last year?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to speak. And I'm grateful to Adi and to Richard Gordon and to you and to Michael Adam Cohen for honoring me to be here. Like you, I am a truth seeker, and this year has been full of learning and growth and challenges and opportunities for me to expand my perspective in unique ways that I didn't expect, that things just kind of came to me. And it's been interesting because I've gone through some healing in my own life in deeper layers, and that has been a joyful experience as well.
Fantastic. And Richard, please enlighten us about your take on the conversations you've been having.
Sure. The way we structured this year is to expand your perspective. And so that's what we've been doing, is putting out the knowledge, like you said, and sharing. Again, it's not to give everybody the full cup. It's just to put some in their cup to give them a taste to go out and to explore. And so I'm constantly learning. I always use the term, true master is always a student, since my background is in the martial arts and in life. So I'm always learning. I've taken, like I showed before, I take tons of notes. Every speaker, I'm taking little notes, and I'm going to go and research. And like I said, I have the source here with Adi with me as my partner. And so I'm constantly going to him to get clarification on that. But yes, and the key of what we're doing here and the beautiful people we brought is people who are open-minded. And we're looking at culture, history, spirituality, language that often divides people. But we look at how it brings people together. The true essence of our soul, true essence of our heart. And then that's what we try to create with this community. So we thank you. And we thank all the people that join us in this community. So, looking forward to this conversation and interaction. And like I said, this whole 2 days has definitely made my head spin.
Thank you. Last year, when I was there in person, I got to meet you and got to meet a lot of folks native to the land. After all, man is always seeking connection. And when that connection is lost or disrupted or distorted, you find yourself in a place where you're trying to make sense out of it. And then when somebody says, hey, that's the direction to go and seek your source, and you head that direction, things become more understandable, more connected to you, right? And that's where, I was very fortunate to meet Aditya, the ambassador to the Apache Nation, and then the chiefs, as well as the mayors out there in San Diego. That was a unique experience for me. And that's part of where our journey is to seek that connection to our native lands or wherever we came from. And the more you get connected, the more you sharpen your sense of purpose.
Absolutely. So true. Connection is so vital. Connection to the earth, connection to the heavens, connection to each other is just so vital.
Yeah, we had the question earlier that I posed when I was moderating one of the sessions, because we were talking about that, and we were talking about intelligence, and then of course it always slips now to AI, right? And you can't have a conversation now about intelligence, but everybody want to go AI, which is fine. And it's exactly what you said. I said, we've seen the movies, we've seen all the horror predictions about AI takes us over, and I said, how do we avoid that, right? Especially if we have children, younger generation, there's a lot coming at them, and everybody's answer was the same: maintain our humanity, maintain our connection, maintain the actual things like this to communicate, and not let the AI infuse our whole life and take over our soul in the essence of the word. And so with that, everybody was hopeful. They said that, the machines will not take us over. They cannot infuse the soul in a machine. And so what are your thoughts on that? Do you see it similar to that? I think it echoes exactly what you said.
Right. I've often heard people say, oh no, fear starts to creep in, because what if AI replaces, my job, and then they don't need me. But AI, can have facts, and it can detect patterns, and it can predict things, but it cannot have our emotional intelligence. It cannot share our, like you said, our essence, our experience, our feelings, and our unique experience. So even if Richard and I have had similar experiences, it's different for each one of us. And so we will touch someone by our story, and it will resonate differently with different people. A certain person that connects with me may not connect with Richard, and vice versa. And so the connection is vital, and we need each other. We need each one of us. We need each person's story.
Well said. Sorry for my momentary distraction. I was trying to get Eric Zuli to log in, one of our other speakers. And that's always going to happen in the real world. People either can't log in, don't log in. But my philosophy is always to keep moving forward. And it's the human element, right? Everybody, oftentimes we're at these high-level events and people get all stressed out. Not that I don't take it serious, but I don't get stressed. I just go to plan B. Plan B, send them the link, get them in, get a better connection. All of that stuff is how I look at it. So, I don't sweat, but that's why I was slightly distracted for a moment.
No problem.
But yeah, so again.
So let me tell you my discovery with what we call as AI, right? Long time ago, I know when you were in the Marines, you must have heard about garbage in and garbage out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So think about the entire world of good and bad all going into this giant cruncher, and out comes the essence of mankind. As in Mahabharata, the great song of the land of the brothers, and the civilization that accepts light and radiates light in all directions. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattvic, Sattva, are the three qualities that is bestowed on a man: the royal desires, the gluttonous and lazy desires, and then the right desires, the one in the middle. And this mix constitutes our action and reaction. That's what the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita says, the great song of the bard that was sung. And in that battle, that was the heart of the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord shows or displays a form in one shot to the hero. I don't know if you have read The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. In this, the protagonist is Prince Arjuna, and the Lord Krishna shows him what we call is the all-in-one form, or Vishwarupa, and he opens his heart and he shows everything, the good, bad, and the ugly, right? And it would just, okay. So Lord Buddha saw some of this in his youth, and that transformed him like completely. He just saw a sick man, an old man, and death, whatever, old age and death. Here, Lord Krishna shows everything and then closes it, and Prince Arjuna's head goes for a toss. Why I'm saying all of this is drawing a parallel to AI. AI is something like that. You got to really search for the nuggets of good amidst a morass of bad. Right? And unfortunately, garbage in is garbage out, even in AI. It's going to distort. So, what do you do now is to fortify yourself against discerning what is good, bad, and evil, right?
Right. Absolutely.
I don't know if you have any experiences where you like disagreed with what AI is trying to tell you. And you try to correct it, and it's like, no, I cannot say those things here. I think you should change your mind about asking this question. Please ask it in another way.
Yes, I have that conversation all the time when I'm with ChatGPT, and I even tried, I don't know how many of you have tried Bordy, but it's like a therapist that you can use, and they have a couple different AI tools that act as a therapist, which I think are very helpful for people that don't have access to a therapist. It's a nice starting point. So I was asked to test it out and see what I thought about it, since I help people as a life coach. And so I tried it, and the Bordy started shaming me. And I was like, no. You need to have a more loving response. And so, yeah, sometimes I disagree with the output from the AI as well.
Yeah, and that's Battle of Wits. We have Dr. Eric here. Eric, just chime in. We were talking about the human effects of AI, the human interaction with the artificial stuff.
Oh yeah, well, the good news is we're not actually in the place where we're really using artificial intelligence for real. We're using man-made artificial intelligence. So, but it is pretty interesting watching the digital shift and the transition change pretty much everything possible now. And thank you so much for having me on, by the way. I'm Dr. Eric Zuli, guys. Nice to see everybody that's watching.
Welcome.
So AI is a must have at this point. I think AI is the most important piece that is going to be a part of the next digital shift with new crypto, with digital currency, social media, AI. Those are like the three number one things that's changing everything. And then in our case, we use all of that going into the streaming world to reach 400 million homes and mobile phones.
Yeah, the current battle is for the battle of the mind, right? Big Brother is watching, George Orwell. Everybody wants to be in that dark room with all these monitors and being able to control civilization, nations, peoples. And the fight is on to learn about the people whose minds you want to change. And that's why you will see a lot of AI being given away for free. When anything is given away for free, the product is not free. Your attention is. Your likes and dislikes are. So you are the product. You think you're using the product, but you're the product.
Yeah, they're testing it on us.
Drug dealers have been using that premise for many years now, giving a little taste of their drugs.
Yeah. I don't know how people out there, common folks, right? Common folks that drive neighborhoods, communities, societies, how they are being asked to interact with AI. And I don't know if you have had any stories around those other people's reaction, to finding this in the way they work, live, play, I guess?
I think that the all-in-one AIs and the AI software, the programs that actually mimic you and pretty much replace you in a sense, but also do everything for you and your business. Those are what's really going to change the pattern and really change, do a big shift with how everything's working. And personally, me, I think that it's going to be a lot easier on me. And I'm looking, I mean, how do you guys know I'm not an AI? How do you know it's really me? Eric might have programmed me, and that's why I can't answer the questions correctly. No, but the fact that it's all for you, all done for you, completely automated, and completely just copying and being able to replicate in such a fast fashion the human mind and the way things are done is very curious to me, but also very, very exciting, because me as a business owner, I'm a business owner. I'm a 7-figure business owner. My business does really well. I need about 30 people minimum to run my business a day, and that can be extremely expensive. But with AI, you can cut half the cost, if not more than half the cost, and get a lot of things done that normally you'd have to pay a VA or something like that. But it's never going to be as good as a human being. I don't think it's never going to be the same. They're getting some great programs that do some pretty good things. I personally love the fact that you can create a video out of thin air and you don't need content anymore. And you can actually take that video, the AI will give you license based upon what's being created, and you can monetize and make money. I know people that are making a couple $1,000s a day by just creating things out of thin air now with what AI has. So I think the fact that it can really truly help people to put food on their family, food in front of their family, food on the table, that's pretty awesome. There's the fact that there's businesses that can be created, and it's also taking business away from people. It's really just a matter of education on how to use AI, and really just a matter of proper prompts to properly use AI. And I think it's really just what it boils down to is education and knowing how to do it properly, and being ready for the transition, because there's no stopping it. It's already shifted, and it's going to shift that much more.
Yeah, somebody out there says we love free stuff, but nothing is for free, right? There's no such thing as free lunch. 2 questions I have for you guys. One is for Karen. How close to empathy, human empathy, can AI display? And to Eric, have you thought about values and how AI can reflect those values? Values are different among different people. Different tribes may have different values, right? How will that happen? And is there going to be some Walmartification of values? Right? Values is what makes us interesting. So either one can take any of this, whatever thought comes to your mind around empathy and values, and then we'll go to making money part of it.
Well, I'm a gentleman. I'm gonna obviously let the lady answer first.
Well, as we were talking about, the essence that comes through, and the emotional intelligence. Yes, you can program the AI and it can respond, and pick up cues, and it can respond to certain things, but the energy is not there. That's the difference. And so, like when I was talking about having the AI technology as if it was a therapist, and there have been cases where people have fallen in love with the AI or the bot or whatever, but it's you don't have that same energetic connection with AI. So it's I don't think it will ever replace that. It will probably get better and better, and it will get closer. But that human connection is just so vital, and being able to look into someone's eyes, being able to touch someone, being able to feel, that energy. Because even if you're on a Zoom call, you can still feel the energy when you're connecting with someone. You can feel when something resonates, and you can feel that joy in your heart because of that connection. And so I don't think that AI will be able to fully replace that, because that energy is not replaceable, that actual energetic connection that we do feel. So even though it's going to get better, we still need each other. We need those relationships.
I think.
Go ahead.
I hope I'm answering your question. If not, please ask it again. But I think that it's really a matter of how you're teaching the system, how you're teaching AI, how you're giving it prompts, and AI it's designed to study you and mimic you and do what you want it to do. Hence, A being artificial, I being intelligence. They're trying to make it more and more intelligent to basically record and be able to think for itself, in a sense, to do the prompts that you're telling it to do. So it's really going to be a matter of how well you're teaching it and how you're training it to answer your question.
I think you're right, but what if the person who's training it has an agenda?
That could be a problem. That's why I said it's a good thing that we're not actually in the real AI age yet. We're in a place where it's programmed and controlled AI. But when we get into the Terminator days, and you got, what is it? I forget the name of the. If you guys are watching, help me out. The name of the company that was basically the drones and the robots were controlled, and it was true AI, and they basically started taking over. We don't want to go there. And it was funny. Someone told me, and I don't know what you guys think, but a lot of these movies and a lot of these things that you're watching from the industry are messages, and they're hidden, warning signs or something like that. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, I hope Matrix and Terminator was no hidden warning sign.
I don't think people are waiting for us, rather leaving clues for us to figure out. They're just saying it. They're just telling us. We just, it's not like they are leaving us clues so that we can go piece it together. There are ways in which they're actually telling that we like control and we want to control. Unfortunately, that's what's going on. But it's a pleasure to be here with Aditya, who's helping us connect all of us from wherever we are, whatever our state, whatever our journey has been so far, to get connected with each other and also get connected to the land that we call home. And that's just an amazing journey to be a part of. And I definitely enjoyed talking to you guys. Stay on, and then we'll have a chat with Aditya as well.
Good to see you again, Aditya. You were on our Influence Income stage, and thank you so much for having me on your stage. Thank you again to Michael Adam Cohen, and good to see that Karen once again is in an awesome hosting position on another awesome stage.
No, thank you, Zuli, for coming, and thank you, Karen, for coming. And we have a different kind of platform, and it's a knowledge sharing and bringing the old history back to life. And oftentimes we usually don't see this version, mainstream textbooks. It was my little bit humble attempt to bring it onto the stage, into the mainstream in the US. And I'm thankful that so many people across the US are resonating with what we are bringing to the table. And so when we talk about Satology, which means science of truth, and I think this should become the new dictionary word as well. And that will be my contribution from USA to the Oxford English Dictionary. And that's where we should start using it, because the word mythology has destroyed people's identity. In your show, I had touched upon that how people's own language, culture, history, spirituality needs to be told as it is. without any colonial. We should not be ashamed of what happened in the past. We should say sorry and move on, and that's the way to heal. Without healing, integration or a united American identity is not going to be possible if Native Americans don't have a say in our society. As much as we are speaking openly, and some of them are scared to come on the screens, some of them are scared to live where they live, and I think it's a collective responsibility for all right-thinking individuals to come out and say, "Hey, every American is equal, every human is equal, and it's time to build people. If somebody is weak, let's help them. If somebody is strong, they should help others." It's the way it works. So thank you, both of you, and I know you are very popular, and you have a lot of voice in the community, in the U.S. and abroad, and I think having you here is a great honor for me and my team, Richard, Galit, Michael, and everybody else who is there. Sri, that it's a great honor for us for you being here. You bring that perspective which we don't see generally, and we bring something which is also unique. So together we can serve. That's what we're here for. So thank you.
100%. And this topic is an important topic, and we are working really hard on building. Right now, we're working on building a very powerful streaming coalition with multiple different networks to have a bigger and larger reach. We just recently signed with Evander Holyfield's sister-in-law. Let me say that right. Sister-in-law. And multiple other networks, Fan TV, On the Mark TV, and iVod, and so we're touching over almost 400 million people, potentially now, and we're looking for good educational stages like this for our channel we're doing called Event Television to help expand that message, help expand the reach, and get get people to that may not be watching right now but may watch on TV, and we're getting a lot of people that are starting to pick it up and stuff, because this is important information, and I don't know, I haven't had a chance to watch the whole stage, but this topic, I'm sure a lot of people would agree, is a hot one and very important. And so I would say, as far as AI goes, as far as this topic goes, the biggest thing is education, and really it's up to you and how much education and how much you're willing to put in to learn the new age, the new wave that you're forced to surf now, and that's all given to you on platforms like this and YouTube, and a lot of people are giving a lot of very strong information for free nowadays, because they want to build a subscriber base, or they just want to help people, or whatever it is. So what I did, if I don't know something, I go on YouTube and I learn it, and then I master it, and then I pass it down to someone else on behalf of our own brand. So I think really what it boils down to is, like what the name of this summit is called, is international literature. You need to read, you need to study, you need to educate. And if you put forth that effort to do that, and you master the AI, whatever place AI is in this digital shift, it's always going to change. It's always going to move. Like, it started at 1.0, now it's at like 5.0 on ChatGPT, and you just stay with the times, and you stay with educating yourself. You're going to be able to transition with your business or yourself as an individual. So, the fact of the matter is it's about educating yourself, reading and literature, and knowledge. Knowledge is power, and AI is something that's always going to be transitioning and evolving. And every business is going to utilize it, and the businesses that aren't are going to fall against that competition. And your CRM, you're going to notice that most businesses, you're going to notice now. I mean, if you go onto any website, you're going to most likely notice, if they're with the times, if they're in the front of the line, that it's AI services. It's not SaaS services now, it's SaaS AI, and SaaS stands for software as a service. And so most customers, most consumers, they want as easy as possible as you can make it. They want a done for you system. So you're going to see all these businesses transition to AI more and more, social media transitioning to AI more and more, cryptocurrency, the wave of the future, it's all transitioning to AI. So that's why I say it's super important to take the time and properly educate yourself, as well as anybody that's around you, on how to steer the vehicle correctly. Because this vehicle can take you anywhere you want it to go. Or if you let it, and you put yourself in the position to damage you because you didn't educate yourself, because you didn't put forth the effort and the time that's necessary, then that's on you. And that's why you fell behind.
Thank you for that amazing insight, Eric. And you're definitely a leader in the industry going back years now, and you coming with the change. So appreciate you being here. Appreciate you taking the time to be part of our community. Karen, same thing. Again, a little sample. Just wanted to get you involved in our community. We kind of threw you in at the last second, but we definitely want to look forward to working together in the future. Like I said, we just wanted you to come on, meet some of our folks and be part of this, but we'll definitely sit down, work out some more conducive ways for us to help each other. So again, thank you.
100%. It's all about collaborating and not competing. Thank you again to Michael Adam Cohen for the invite, and Aditya, thanks. Good to see you again. Easy Way family, guys, all over the internet and on Instagram. Follow us, follow the movement, and we're happy to support as well. Thanks again for having me.
Absolutely. We'll get together again soon. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Sri.
Thank you.
So we have the next one starting. The panel is coming here, and the topic, everybody is going to love it. It's going to be why history of colonies is lost. And people from UK are joining in. Nick Collins, the famous marine researcher and historian. I love his work personally. So Nick, welcome to the panel. And,
hi, thank you very much.
And we have from India joining. So we have him. We have Dr. Ratan Sharda joining from India. And Mr. Sharad Mohan is joining from Tennessee. And Sharad is going to stay for the next one as well. And then, so stay tuned for the next one. So Nick Collins, Ratan Sharda, and me, and also moderated by Richard. And also you have Ankit Shah joining from India. So we have UK, India, Tennessee, and us here in the US. So just give us a second while we set up. Just give me a second. We have, and so those of you who are online, you can ask questions right now to the previous panel, and if she is there, she can answer while we set up it. We're waiting for one more person joining from India.
Well, Adi, could I just add something that I wanted to say?
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say how much I admire Satology. And, as I mentioned, I'm a truth seeker. And to have this conference where you're bringing in the ancient wisdom combined with the modern philosophies, I just appreciate that so much, because so many times we think, how can they mesh? And to combine that with Richard Gordon and with, that love is the universal healing energy. That is so powerful. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate your messages and the messages of all of your speakers who are helping people to heal. Like you mentioned, if we make a mistake, say we're sorry and show forth greater love so that we can heal, because we do have wounds, and that is part of our mortal experience. But when we can help each other and lift each other and apply truth and actually show that love to each other and understand how to do that and to ourselves, then we raise the consciousness of the planet. And I just appreciate so much what you are doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen. If you want to stay, you can stay on. So I'm waiting for one more person to join from India. Somehow they miscalculated the time. It's supposed to be 2:45 p.m., which is 3:15 in the morning in India.
Oh.
So they calculated to be 415, but they had Richard. Yeah. So I think they thought it was 3. So I think they're here. Ratan Shardaji, welcome to the show, Ratan Shardaji.
Namaste.
And so Nick Collins and Ratan Shardaji, Karen, you can listen in, okay? So, all right, thank you. So we will be here. And so Nick Collins, we start with you, and Nick was waiting for us in the morning as well before we started set up the show. So Nick, thank you for respecting and being enthusiastic in part of this panel. So we'll start with Nick. Nick, you've done amazing work in marine research. Amazing work you've done in marine research. And I really value your work, what you've done so far. And can you tell us how the world was united using your marine data?
Say that again, how the world
was united using your marine research, like what you do, the marine trade routes, ancient trade routes, maritime trade routes.
I see. Okay, well, I spent a career in maritime trade, and a long time ago I did a history degree. So what I decided to do on retirement was make a history of maritime trade, which from beginning to end, from the Ice Age to 2025, in 3 volumes. So the first one, I discovered that really it's India that is the epicenter of maritime trade. And why is that? It's because during the Ice Age, Japan, northern China, northern Europe, Manhattan was all encased in ice. Permafrost was much further south. So the only area of the world which was vibrant was that stretch of water from East Africa through India, and at that time Sunderland and Modalu, which are now underwater. That was the great maritime highway, and that's where ancient civilizations developed and were the epicenter, the origin. And of course, right in the middle is India, it's the Indian subcontinent. And we don't know, because it was drowned, so much was drowned, we don't know how much influence the landmass of Sunderland, now a series of islands called Indonesia, had. Pardon me. But certainly India was part of it, and it's really demonstrated by northwest India, but also the Tamil lands of southern eastern India. In the north, of course, we have this famous 7 rivers, which fertilized a huge area, far bigger than the contemporary Mesopotamia or Egypt. And this had a head start in developing civilization. So that by the time of the Indus-Sarasvati civilization, which accelerated development around 3000 BC, it was heavily engaged in exporting timber, but especially food, actually, to Mesopotamia, sustaining those civilizations. And so, and what did they get in return? That vexed me for a while. They seem to have a culture, an economy based on sheep farming and woolen textiles, and they also sent traders up into the Taurus Mountains in southern Anatolia further up into Mesopotamia, where they got metals. And so metals seem to be what they traded with India for all those. There was also drugs came out of India and pepper. I don't know whether pepper was. It's archaeologically pretty well invisible, so it's difficult to know. But later on, we know that in the Roman times that a lot of the trade was in archaeologically invisible stuff, drugs and spices and so forth. It's not inconceivable that the same kind of products were being shipped into Mesopotamia at that time.
So if I ask you, Nick, like when you start drawing up the maritime trade routes from Asia, from India, how many points did it cover across the world?
I'm not sure I understand the question. How many points around the world from India?
How many trading points did it cover, the maritime routes, the ancient maritime routes?
Well, from India, it's East Africa, Persian Gulf, and Southeast Asia. At let's say 3000 BC, you know, and as in the Roman times, we can include China in that, I think.
So for viewers, he has a beautiful website. It's called maritimetradehistory.com, and he has done a wonderful work there. So I'm going to share that thing on the screen so you all can have a look at that, so you can see the research that he has done and published it. So is that right website? How maritime trade and the Indian subcontinent shaped the world?
That's the first book, which goes up to about the mid-8th century. Second book goes 700 to 1700. And the third book will come out early next year, which will be The Ascent of Maritime Trade, 1700 to 2025.
So in your estimation, how much was the volume of the trade in those periods, like up to 780?
That's an impossible question to answer because you know we don't have statistics on it. What we do know from the ancient port of Lothal at around 3000 BC when it was built, the dockyard could take about 30 ships of 60 tons or 60 ships of 30 tons, which in modern terms is the trifle. It's nothing. It's 60 tons is 3 small 20-foot containers today. But in those days, I think that would be pretty substantial.
Pretty substantial.
And that port was trading primarily with the rest of the Indian subcontinent and the Persian Gulf into Mesopotamia.
Ratan Shardaji is joined from India, very respected author, and one of the earliest to join Satology and promote Satology all over the world. So Ratan Shardaji, so why do you think the history of colonies is lost? And Nick has presented data with a lot of data with the maritime trade.
Thanks, Aditya, and I give my pranam to Nick and Narasimhanji. My first reaction when he said that why a colony of history of colonies are lost, I thought about the reasons. I realized that there are different reasons for different natives. I will just let us say that, okay, I can talk about natives of America. I can talk about blacks. I can talk about Hindus. The major communities who lost their civilization as a memory, and also lost their history or history that is there. For example, what Nick says would not be accepted by the academics for years together. For example, what he said about trade routes. What happens when your itihasa is treated as a myth, or you're asked to treat itihasa as a myth, then naturally nobody will research it. You have gone all over the world about Ramayana and Mahabharata, And now people realize that there is some truth to what is written in the books. But still this time we were told that all this is myth. There is no history of these people. Native people were, what I can say, uncivilized lot, who had nothing to talk about. So when the colonials attacked different civilizations, whether it's America, whether it's Africa, they came with a crutch of religion. And they're using the religion that you people are heathens, you people are no knowledge, you represent Satan and all that. They were converted, their souls were completely destroyed, they were dehumanized. And because of this, slowly the collective memory was lost. And when you are we are telling a lion cub that you are a sheep and you live with sheep, somebody is to tell the lion that you're a lion, you roar, you don't bleed. So when they're converted, they were co-opted, they were brainwashed, and it was so forceful that there was no memory left. And millions of blacks who were brought to America, they were not allowed to have their names, they were not allowed to have their customs, nothing at all. If you use your native name or you celebrated your native birthday as your own native custom, you would be punished. So slowly, and it happened to natives also, over a few generations, you lose total contact. That is the reason why slowly they became so weak. How do you write history when you have no knowledge at all about what you were, from where you came? I read poetry by a black poet, a lady poet from Africa who is now American. She's on the seashore and she cries, "Who am I?" So when you lose your own identity, how do you write our history? In case of Hindus, fortunately, we were too large. We were too successful a civilization. We fought back. We lost millions, but we kept fighting and we kept our civilization alive. So for all the people who lost their history, Hindus are the only one who still have the memory of their history, but that history was always claimed to be myth. So you had slowly those myths are coming up. In fact, our folk is the people who actually kept their memory alive, their history alive. And that is how slowly we are able to rebuild that history, which was not acceptable so far. We had people who were adopted by the colonials, and they were like coconuts, brown outside, white inside. So they copy pasted the same history which was given to them by British or other whites, and they were copy pasted and told us this is your history. So when you are not allowed to write your own history, naturally you follow the history which was pasted onto your mind. For 70 years in India after the independence, also we had same colonial historians who simply were slaves, colonial slaves of the West, who taught them what we were. And I think that is the reason. Though, for example, Hindus don't lose their civilizational history or memory, but it was weakened to a large extent. As I said, when our history was treated as myth, naturally, who would write it? So history is written by the victor. But in case of India, we didn't forget our roots because we had somewhere or other paid huge price for carrying on with our traditions, our culture. We still have same traditions, same culture, same knowledge base, same Vedas which were recited 5,000 years back even today in the same tone, tenor, and that is what has kept us alive. But yes, writing of the history or acceptance of the history, as Nick would put that he has written a history which has to be accepted. So this is how slowly colonials are rising, people who are colonized are rising. But in case of others, there is no memory left. Now those natives who are being treated as you know, in some reserves like zoo people, and who are being treated as some exhibits. When you go to Amazon and you see them standing on the rock showing off they are natives, you saw what condition they have been put in. So I would say that when your memory has been totally bleached out, weeded out of your mind, use of religion, use of your sheer power, the memory is lost. But I think slowly there are some people who still have some memory, and it will rise, I would believe. And the Hindus are the ones who will lead this realization, lead this rekindling of memories. And that is when the other races will get their pride back, their identity back.
Thank you, Ratanji. My question to Nick is, Nick, what difference has your research made to the modern academic environment?
I don't know yet. I think there's a great deal going on within India. The middle classes are avidly reading and wanting, as the gentleman just said, to know about their real history, and I think that's great. And if my work can help that, good. But it's not only me. I mean, I think what my work is focused on maritime trade worldwide, from Ice Age to today. It's been hugely, in my view, underestimated what a driver this is to the narrative of the world. And the colonial experience of the 17th to 19th century in India was damaging. But it changed a bit. The English East India Company people in the 1790s were fascinated by India, fascinated by its culture and its linguists. Its languages. And it was William Jones at first discovered that Sanskrit was the forerunner of Latin, Greek, and Celtic languages, for example. It was a later strain, as the gentleman said, of overtly Christian religionist evangelicals that downgraded India's past, and it's coming back again now. So that's surely a good thing. There's a lot of history in, not only in India that has been misunderstood, and again, a lot of pushback is now happening in various lots of different areas, and it's been difficult. The Aryan invasion theory, I thought had been just about dismantled now, but I see that some even Indians are still peddling this nonsense. Actually, if it was Aryans coming in, invading from the north, why did India have such a vibrant maritime culture, as I tried to describe? It's all nonsense. But as I said, it's not the only bit of nonsense in the whole of history. In various areas, in my own country, we talk about the Anglo-Saxon invasions. The Anglo-Saxons didn't invade; they were invited in. It's another story, perhaps not for this forum, but it's these myths are terribly difficult to get rid of, partly because entrenched interests, and partly because innocent repetition of otherwise well-meaning people.
So Professor Nick Collins, author, and Shardaji, Shri Ratan Shardaji, your different takes are actually connected. The native civilizations, their culture and their values point to their productivity and creativity, right? These are the goods and services that are up for trade. The best goods and services of value are now traded in exchange for whatever raw materials or finished products. Nick's research is really trying to figure out how different folks value that product, goods, or services, and that's where trade happens.
Yep.
The exchange of value, in turn, is the payment, and in those days, I don't think the people of our land collected anything less worthy than gold. So gold was transacted inwards goods and products were produced and exported outwards. And that's the nature of the maritime trade. I'm talking about pre-colony and pre-invaders. I'm talking about the quiescent state of the civilization called the Bharatiya civilization. Now, that's just the productivity part of it, because the philosophy that we believe in is never sit idle, always do something, right? And better yet, if you do that in the service of the supreme force, not in the service of the queen. It's not by appointment to Her Majesty, but it's by appointment to what you consider is the powerful force that runs the universe. And that's really the essence of why every Hindu wakes up in the morning and does something. And that captures the productivity, and that results in goods and services other than, the internal interactions in a land. And that is given a price. And that's what Alexander came searching for, is where did the gold go? If the Tellicherry pepper came from Kerala and went and changed the palates and tastes and cuisine as well as language of far distant lands, there was gold going the other way. Alexander came in search of the gold, and the British came in search of the same gold. Go ahead, Ratanji.
Yeah, just a small point to make. See, when we talked about discovery of India, who brought Vasco da Gama to Bharat? It was a Gujarati trader in Africa. But then the historians, the colonial historians, claim that Vasco da Gama had discovered India when he didn't even know the route. We had Columbus, who went all the way to America believing he has discovered India. So he called them Red Indians. So this strange, strange kind of approach, which is today seems to be laughable. This is what we learned all this time. And to add to Nick, you talked on maritime history. Now we in Western Coast in Maharashtra celebrate Nariyal Purnima. That is the day when the fishermen go to the sea. This is thousands of years old custom. Similarly, in Odisha, we celebrate Kartik Purnima, when the local people, the Hindus of that today, put their small toy ships into the sea, remembering that this was a time when ships actually started. This is somewhere in October, started moving again from Kalinga to south and to north, and we were told they are silly customs because we were made to forget why these were there. The significance was lost. So when Aditya talks about Ramayana's various global places, he would be laughed off saying that you're chasing myths. So you have so many customs, so many traditions which link us, which remind us of our history. But due to the westernization of the mindset and you believing that these are all outdated customs, they have no meaning, we lost that part. But slowly that is what we discovered. That's why I said the kind of clothes we wore 5,000 years back, they're still worn. Vedas still recited the same way. And we talk of the Jambu Dvipa, we talked about long back. We talked about Bhugol, that earth is round, spherical. So this is what kept us alive. And this is what we were told, that not truth. So slowly that realization is coming up. So Nick's work is very important, I think. And that was how slowly that is to be accepted. So as civilization rises, its greatness is recognized. China never gave up its civilizational memory. That is the reason they rose much faster than other countries. I think that is what will change in Bharat also. I think that in coming times, even other natives for whom, for example, Aditya is working, those natives will slowly assert themselves, not in a negative manner, but taking pride in their identity rather than being made to believe that they were good for nothing people.
Nick, my question to you is more material facts. What were the goods being traded before 700 and what were the goods being traded after 700?
I think the goods being traded outwards were remarkably similar throughout history, actually. We got the first detailed lists we've got are from the Roman period. And it's gold was going in. The Romans hadn't got anything much that India wanted apart from gold, and it worried the Roman emperors a great deal. But outwards from India, they got drugs, herbs, spices, pepper, timber, ebony. They got pearls, gems, and the Roman Empire lapped this up, especially in its heartland of Italy. And when
I'll just add here, for Americans, drugs is a very negative word nowadays. It's called medicinal herbs, right? That's what you meant?
yeah, spikenard and all those kinds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And spices and so forth. So yeah, and I don't see that it can be much different before. In fact, I've made a kind of controversial claim that when I started by saying that what on earth had Mesopotamia to send to India, and the economy was based on woolen cloth and metals from further north. But that seems to me to be inadequate to satisfy India when they were shipping out what was to become the lifeblood of Mesopotamian civilization. So there is another controversy which is related in ancient history, and that is the pharaonic the origins of Egypt's pharaohs. Very briefly, when the archaeologists first went into Egypt, Flinders Petrie, a father of Egyptology, and excavated near Nakada.
You can interrupt anytime you want, if you want.
Pardon?
No, I'm saying Ratanji wants to make a point. You can do it any time of the discussion.
That's okay.
Okay.
No, carry on.
Go ahead, Nick.
And he found evidence, which I can explain if you want, but anyway, evidence that there was an invasion from a Mesopotamian state called Uruk, a very powerful state, through the Wadis, up the Red Sea, through the Wadis, and took over the Egyptian state, and eventually, within a generation or two, unified Egypt, and they became the pharaohs. This was widely accepted all through the 20s, 30s, and 40s. But in 1945, with newly independent states being created, there was a move, pure fashion in my view, to give more weight to the indigenous origins of each state. And so Petrie's theory, which was called the dynastic race theory, and got sidelined partly because race after the Holocaust was just an uncomfortable word to use. But in the last 40 years or so, historians and archaeologists are saying, well, actually, since Petrie did these excavations, more and more evidence is coming to light to show that Egypt was invaded, and by boat through the Wadis. So, if it was invaded, and this, imagine this is quite something. This is not taking a bit of territory adjacent to you. This is traveling a long way to replace the weak political authority that was then in Egypt. The question I ask is why, and I think I find it in maritime trade. They wanted the gold which was then extracted, and the Phoenicians via the Levant, via the east coast of the Mediterranean, increased in value because it wasn't valued in Egypt because it was so abundant. Silver was more valuable. And so closer to India it got, the more valuable it got. And it seems to me that gold, which has been mentioned, was the reason. It's how Uruk and later Mesopotamian states paid for these necessary imports. And when you put it in a historical context, the Romans paid for gold. Vasco da Gama was ridiculed by the ruler of Calicut and said this. He wrote a letter to the King of Portugal. This is what I want, and he lists them. Top of the list, gold. The English East India Company had to pay in gold. So this is not. I don't think this is an outrageous theory. I can't find any written evidence, correspondence and saying let's invade Egypt for its gold. But logically, it seems to me that's the most likely, most plausible explanation.
Nothing, Charles.
Well, I think when you talk about what was traded, it tells us that actually we were the people who were selling the best. Somebody remarked the best of the steel. We were, in fact, shipbuilders for the world. And people asked Indians to build ships for them. And Sanjeev Sainal recently experimented with the ship, the way it was built at that time, stitch ship, not with the nails. And these kind of
I saw in Gujarat when I went there. Wherever.
Right.
These ports,
right.
large ports.
Yeah, and he talked on maritime trade, and we know that we had a wonderful port in Lothal thousands of years back. And why it was never talked about, I do not know. We had channels, we had trade routes, and why they were never researched. So my complaint with our so-called historians is, that we never trusted what was already available. We simply copy-pasted it, never had any intellectual rigor, nor any urge to research. As I said, in case of Middle East or in Africa or in America, they were totally, their thinking was totally curbed. They were made rootless. They had no base to start with. We had, but still we chose to follow the colonial path, and that is the reason it has taken so many years to slowly get these things coming out. And very few in the West, like Nick has done, have done that research. You talked about Aryan migration theory. The very people who talked about Aryan migration theory, they simply had not read anything. They refuse to accept any evidence even today. Why? They have changed their thinking or their proclamation from Aryan invasion theory to Aryan migration theory. So now they say, okay, there was no violence. Okay, there was no attack. And but they basically, everybody walked in. So in India is like a pasture land. Anybody can walk in and put in his tent. With that thought, now that is called Aryan migration theory. Nobody is ready to read the latest research. I do not know the reason. This colonial mindset, this slavery is something that is totally, I would say, it flabbergasts me why there is no intellectual honesty, why there is so much of slavery in the mind that we simply refuse to accept our own history. Now, when you more and more excavation is done, when excavation was done in Tamil Nadu, the local archaeology department, one of the best one, was not allowed to take the evidence and sent outside to get it vetted. That is the level of our colonial mindset, that we refuse to accept what is in front of our eyes. And we have now skeletons 8,000-year-old. We have chariots available now in our archaeology, but even what is available was never accepted. So this Harappan civilization became a standalone event which had no link with past or the future. How can it be possible that there is no connection between past and the future, and is it a standalone event for some 1,000 years? Some people came and they lived and they disappeared. So unless we have that rigor, the intellectual honesty, it will not happen. Now,
don't you
as
think
I
it's
talked about
changing
Middle
now,
East,
then?
it is so silly, but in case of Africa, in case of Middle East, in case of native land, Their memories have been so totally been appropriated, so much totally been lost. How do they go back? If there is no path, at reading recently, they have lost that path itself. How do they turn back? Unless there is some threat somewhere. See, Jews were able to reinvent their language because they were still left with a couple of, or maybe 4 or 5 people who knew their language, Hebrew. From there, they restarted everything. So when somebody from the native old religion is called pagan religion of the time, unless there is somebody who can go back and find some strand of that history, we will not be able to trace it back. Now, the Egyptians who created pyramids, there is no pyramid. There would be no Egyptians as far as we are concerned, or the world is concerned. There would be no civilization of Egypt. Now, we have to accept because it is there, but it is like a museum. The people who built those pyramids and put their kings there, so nobody disturbs them. Now they're being exhumed. They are being shown to the world. That is the kind of respect we pay to those people. That people who actually created those miraculous places to rest their souls and their afterlife today are exposed to the world more and more. Corpses are being dug up and they are being exhibited to the world. It is an insult to that civilization. So unless we start respecting civilizations of other people, unless we treat them as something very precious to the humankind, this is the kind of kind of, I would say, ham-headed history or a one-legged history that we will see. But that is what is changing, as you rightly said. But I think the due respect to that local civilization is a must. And Egypt is an ideal example where their history and their sacred memory has been trampled upon for some tourism instead of learning from them.
Actually, today morning we had a show, we had a session with all the Native American chiefs, and that we discussed that. So very interesting was there. So the evangelicals and the churches were writing Bible in their language to convert them. So that's the only document left, by the way, of their language. So they are relearning their
Yes.
language from those Bibles, actually rediscovering, and then trying to find the traces of the religion. That's what they're doing.
Aditya, language is one of the very powerful tools with which you
Absolutely.
kill the local civilization. In case of northeast of India, whether local script has been destroyed and Roman script is forced on them, and
Yes.
people who oppose were actually murdered because your language actually keeps you in touch with your past, with your culture, with your history. But when we destroy the language, you destroy the very link to your civilization.
Absolutely. So India has a very beautiful script called Devanagari. And Devanagari script has been functional for way before any Roman script was invented. And the good thing is, it is surviving, it's thriving now. More companies or countries are using it in the research work as well. Imagine, just to let you know, in Devanagari, you can write the dog's bark as it is because every dog has a different bark, and you can do that. That's how beautiful the script is. Nick, coming back to you. So, when you're doing your research, did you come across any scripts that were native indigenous that were used in the maritime trade?
Any scripts?
Language scripts, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Indus Saravati script, I think, has not been deciphered yet. But I don't think there's any evidence of this used in maritime trade. They used seals as evidence of goods in transit, of ownership of goods in transit. But the interesting, I just make 2 points. I'll come back to that point. The gentleman who referred to Lothal, and this didn't arise out of nowhere. Quite right. And it was in 2012 that ports in the Gulf of Cambay were found, which presumably was the legendary port of Dvarka, and that there were 2 ports on the then ancient river, which seems to correspond to the flood of 5600 BC or thereabouts, and the one of 9,500 BC. So it's interesting, I think, that that the origins of this go way back beyond the 10th millennium, and then in Tamil literature, they also talk of two floods that destroyed their sangam. So the history here, it goes back way further in literature and maritime trade than has previously been recognized. Then to answer your point on the script, I don't know whether it's whether you know, but I think back in the 1930s, it was recognized that the script of the Indus Saravati civilization bears striking similarities to that discovered in Rapa Nui, used to be called Easter Island,
Yes.
which
I
has,
mean, yes.
you know about this, right? Well,
off the Chile.
Pardon?
Off the Chile coast of Chile.
Yeah. And people are baffled by this. It's not only, individual characters, it's just groups of characters. But it seems to me that before these flooding events, 5,600 BC, then there seemed to be more of a unified culture, perhaps a Vedic Indian culture, I don't know. But it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that this script got there via sea or land, which is much, much greater then, and has been subsequently lost. I don't know. That's conjecture, but I don't know what you think about that.
So coming to the panel, we have last 15 minutes left, and Ratan Shardaji and Nick is there. So Sharad, Karen, and Shri, do you have any questions for Nick or Ratan Shardaji? Please go ahead.
Let me go first with Ratan Shardaji. He started
short,
off.
so you can get the maximum answers.
Sure. He started off talking about the last living civilization. And my question to him is, how and why wasn't it taken out by multiple invasions? Considering that we had the tradition of Shruti and Smriti. Because of the Shruti and Smriti, even if the written was destroyed, the memory and learning through rote was not. How essential was that to us, connecting those gaps and missing pieces of work?
Yeah, right. See, that's why Shruti or the hearing is very important, because that is the incantation, the tone, and the tenor never changed. The scientific activities became rituals. So what was actually scientific became a ritual, and then it was created this commit of orthodoxy, but kept it alive. And why Brahmins were attacked? Because they knew that they are the fountainheads of the knowledge. They are the one preservers of knowledge. Whatever kind of today abuse we do to the Brahmins, but actually scholars, I should call them scholars, because for Hindus, those who were scholars were Brahmins. They were not any kind of caste attached to it. So those people, they kept it alive, and that is the price they paid. And I think we never lost the spirit. We kept on fighting. The spirit of keeping alive and fighting even when you are killed, whether they were Islamic invaders and later British were, I would say, much more clever. While Islamists simply killed and simply steamrolled over the civilization, the sheer size of our nation, which people actually got exhausted. So by the time they reached Aravali, they had no strength left to go to South. That is why South is still carrying that huge Vedic civilizational memories and knowledge, which was not there in case of North, which was continuously plundered. But you still have Pandits in Kashi, you still have people in Rajasthan, people in Bengal who carried the tradition and knowledge system. They were hidden, they were manuscripts, they were burnt. We know about Nalanda, which was burned for 6 months to destroy it. We know how Takshila was destroyed. So centers of learning were destroyed. But as we enclosed ourselves like a tortoise who is attacked, we were able to preserve. We got into our homes. We got those knowledge into our homes, and those homes carried on the rituals. So that is where even system of family inheritance and inheriting the knowledge became a very important part of preserving what we had, and that continuity was there all the time.
Question to Nick. Sharath, you had a question to Nick?
Yes, yes. So it's always great to hear Ratan Shadaji, Pranam, and Nick. We are all family here. So Nick is from UK, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Nick, one of the questions regarding that is, in fact, two questions. You said you have written a history from the Ice Age till today, right? The naval history. I was just curious to know, because the oldest Roman history starts from something around 27 BCE, whereas Ice Age is 2.6 million to 11,700 million. So that's a huge gap between few hundred and thousand years to your entire Ice Age. So what was your finding regarding that? The second question is, see, we had the concept of the Jambudvip, which Ratan Shadaji mentioned in our Bhagavad Purana, where the entire continent was divided into 7 different continents. It was not based on the geographical definition, but more on a spiritual and the kind of people they are, right? Which we are seeing right now with all those CRT kind of thing and grouping of the people and the clash of civilization kind of situation going on. I won't go into the political side of it, but the relationship between Europe and Asia, we were on the same land. We are still on the same land, and 1/4 of the land is called Europe, and then the remaining the three part of the land is called your Asia. No geographical reasoning, no tectonic plate reasoning. Did you not face challenge in your naval history when you were plotting this? Because there is no science here. You accepted these type of a logic for some kind of I don't want to say that, but there is no science here. That is and the last question, Aditya, sorry, one last question. During the Alexander's trip to India, there was a Seleucus who was given 500 elephants from Magad region, along with the people who handle this elephant. 500 people, okay, 500 people and 500 elephants were imported to exported to Europe. And when I correlate this with the Toba volcano after your ice age, and only 1,000 residual humans were left, and from 1,000 to 1,500 humans, the entire 8 billion people have been created now. So don't you see that the Roman will have those 500 Magad people in their blood, and the whole history should be seen from a different perspective? I think there are a lot of things which a new way to think, right? I'm not pointing any blame on anybody, but these are the findings which you are, or people like you should also think.
Nick. Yes, Nick.
I just want to add a point, because somebody made a remark in the here that Shivaji and the warriors actually stopped the invaders. I totally agree. I am talking the overall scenario. As I said, we continuously resisted. We had kings and queens all over India who continuously fought and resisted the invaders. So I'm taking a little longer look at the history rather than just coming to directly to Shivaji. Of course, I would go back to saying that there were Bappa Rawal who stopped for years together. But those people are those who actually were able to preserve what we had. For example, if Aurangzeb spent 30 of his life, died in South, but could not conquer. And the daughter-in-law of Shivaji is one who fought for him for more than a decade. So we have that history. But this history is what has kept us alive. But this rebellion, or continuously somewhere or other having that resistance, is what one piece or the other part of Bharat was able to preserve something. That's what I meant when I said, so I would not go, I would have happily talked about history, but I just kept it as a side piece to the overall history of how our colonial history tried to kill the local history, and how finally some people are rising because we had that continuity with which we are able to relive our lives, rebuild our civilization, which others unfortunately could not, because nothing was left.
It's almost like a Hitchcock movie, right? There are a bunch of clues left, and it's for us to piece it together. So Nick, I don't know if there was a question for Nick in there, but go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, my expertise, such as it is about trade. It's not naval history, so it's a maritime trade, and I don't wish to get involved in Indian history, because you know much more about it than me. I know about it from my research on the trade, but you know, the Northwest India, fed by these 7 rivers, was the most populous part of the world. I mean, it's been estimated that 10% of the world's population lived in Northwest India before the drying up of the Sarasvati. So, I mean, yeah, we can go back and say that Indian history has been misrepresented, but more and more evidence is now there in front of the faces of these people that refuse to believe the evidence in front of them. So it's only a matter of time before everybody is going to be singing off the same hymn sheet, if you like, or reading off the same page. I think. I hope you agree. I don't know. Maybe you're pessimistic. I'm not.
I would like to punt this to Karen. You know, it's only a matter of time before we heal.
Yes.
No,
I
thank
had
you.
a question.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
I didn't know if I could ask Dr. Ratan Sharda. I'm fascinated by the way that the rituals and the writings were preserved in the South, and such as Nalanda. And I wondered if you could speak about how we can expand our perspective by accessing that information that has been lost for so long.
Karen, actually, you would need to come to India. You'd have to go to meet some acharya somewhere in hidden part or some small remote village in Kerala or some remote place in Chennai. And I'm surprised when I hear stories from, hinterland, the gurus who sit there or the wise men who sit there, who share their knowledge, who still carry on those spiritual healing the way they were in the long time back. See, the old medicinal people didn't ask you what is wrong with you. They took your pulse and looked at you and then told you what is wrong with you. So the entire medical science, it was so difficult from what people today do that I have stories about Ayurveda Acharya looked at a person who was just 50 years back walking across the lane in the village, and he looked at him, told his wife, called her and said, don't give him any water when he comes home. He will keep on crying for water. Don't give it to him. Give him oil. And the person went on, crying and shouting at the wife, and she went and gave him oil, finally vomited. And he was saved from some poison. Now, how could a vet, they actually just look at the person walking on the lane and cure him? That is surprise. They cure you like that. And we talked about technology. I recently again went to Ellora caves. And those are fascinating. A cave temple built from the top over a period of 100, 200 years, 10 generations worked on the site. Nearly 300,000 tons of stone was removed. Ashwin Sanghi, in fact, has written a book, The Ayodhya Alliance Now. He looks at fascination. How is it possible to break those rocks to such a precision? There are chisel marks, and how they were removed, where they went. So somebody has to actually go and research, and he created a fiction out of it. Beautifully written. Do they have special metals? Do they special kind of compound mixtures which nobody knows about? Even the Vishnu Stamba in Delhi, we just fascinate about, rather than thinking that how somebody could make it and from where did the compound come. They are there in the Rasayan Shastra books. So our books are much more researched now in West. than we could, because we never treasured them. We never actually, valued them. I know about a Gujarati student who came from USA to learn Sanskrit. He met my brother, and my brother asked him why learning Sanskrit. He was doing biotech in USA. So the head of the department told him, go back, learn Sanskrit, then come back. Because to learn biotech, you have to have the knowledge of Sanskrit, because our scriptures have all that knowledge. But we simply, when somebody says, we laugh. I don't claim that I know scriptures. I don't claim I, metallurgy person. I am not claiming that I have got Ayurveda recipes with me, but I had a book which was given to me by my grandfather, which had wonderful recipes for various diseases. Now, unless we respect that, that knowledge and go back to it and try to actually let the knowledge real, not some hocus pocus. When allopathy people simply attack you saying that who are you when you talk about these things, you have no knowledge. In COVID, most of the people who survived in India survived because we are Ayurvedic kadas. So every area had this particular recipe where you boiled over those medicinal plants and took them, but they were treated as hoax. But we did survive, didn't we? If you look at a population where we were told that 50 million people will die, but we didn't die. Everybody didn't have access to vaccine. Everybody was not living in cities. So these are some fascinating things that should give us an idea that how much is yet to be discovered about our knowledge, about our history, and our ancient practices.
Yes.
You did mention about Nalanda. While Nalanda itself was burnt by Bakhtiyar Khilji, turns out they had smartly kept a copy of all the books in Tibet, in Dharamshala. So
I don't know whether all, yes, but whether all or some, we don't know.
All of
Because people who carried the books,
traditions were there. Traditions always carried them. So it's not
yeah,
just
because they carried the books to China all the way. We know that many people came, sacrificed their lives carrying those manuscripts to China through the difficult terrain of Himalaya. We know that. But whichever is left, it's so huge even now. There are some millions of manuscripts still with us, which have not even been digitized so far. So much is to be, learned, and so much is to be yet understood.
I'm just going to quickly connect all the thoughts here. Nick, you just brought up Lothal, the port in Gujarat, which made ships and boats. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi has made an effort to preserve Lothal and make it a national maritime heritage complex. I haven't been there, but Dr. Ratan Sharda has some experience of Lothal. And
No,
it's
not really, but there is a huge digital exhibition coming up in Lothal, state-of-art exhibition. And even if you look at a water preservation system, the famous Baulis of Rajasthan and Ahmedabad, the kind of geometry they have, the kind of science they have, the way they harvested the water when Saraswati started drying up, all that areas have such beautiful, fascinating water preservation systems. And British said these ponds have been covered. Our own builders said, what's a useless place? We have to cover those ponds. But those were actually lifelines of those areas. We didn't depend on monsoon all the time. We didn't depend on some dam somewhere. We had local water preservation systems. So everywhere we have tapped the nature in a very different way. And that is the reason we worship nature. We don't worship nature because we are some kind of orthodox people who have some rituals. We worship them because we are part of the nature. We never thought we'll conquer the nature. We said we live with the nature because she is Mother Nature. So approach to the humanity, approach to nature, so what was scientific became spiritual. So we continuously respect it. And that was the idea. Idea was not to idolize everything. Idea was to create a kind of spiritual aura around those things. So you respect that, though our resources, respected our entire ecosystem of the nature. That is how we survived. And if you're talking about experiences, there is Tibetan doctors still in Dharamshala and some places who I went there, and they took urine in a pot and they smell it. They put a stick around it. They're able to tell you what is wrong with you. Now, so Years and years of preserving this knowledge, understanding knowledge goes on and on. And that is why allopathy is to respect Ayurveda, and they will research and give it back to you as a herbal medicine. No, it's an Ayurveda medicine. So that is where our patents, which we never asked for, our IPR, which we never asked for. I, in fact, once said jokingly, if we start demanding royalty for our IPRs, the entire West would go bankrupt.
Yes.
Great. I know in one of the posts that Nick Collins had, he actually made an assertion that Buddhism was spread to China and Japan by sea. And here I am thinking it went across the mountains and land.
Both ways, I would say.
What gives?
I think it went both ways.
See, the first monk from Kerala actually went by Himalayas.
Yeah.
And some of the people from China who came to take back the manuscripts, they also came from Himalayas. Yes, trade was very important. That is how our religion reached China. So we have temples of our mandirs of our ancient Hindu gods, even in China, because that's what went with the traders and merchants.
You refer definitely to the great, amazing Bodhidharma,
yes,
the prince in Telangana, Kerala region, who was around 7 foot tall, and he was built like an amazing warrior, who was one of the 5 devotees of Bodhisattva, and then made his pilgrimage up north and actually inaugurated or set up the Shaolin Temple, which is still alive, the longest martial arts temple out there in China. But Nick, I won't let you go because you said something about Buddhism by sea.
Yeah, I mean, it went both ways. Obviously, I think if you go to Japan and a place called Yoshino, you'll see that how Buddhism in the 8th century was transported across the sea from China, and the great Buddhist temples were erected in in the sacred mountain scenery around Yoshino. It's a fascinating place. So I suppose in the back of my mind, I was thinking across the sea from China, but I think it came both ways. Yeah.
Okay.
But I like to emphasize the sea because it's my speciality, right?
Thank you. Increasingly, there is a lot of focus on the maritime coast of India that holds the clue to how our ancient people survived. Our north had obviously inhospitable terrain, except this place called Khyber Pass. That's where things initially traded, and then also it was an Achilles heel for us. But most of the ancient traditions that Dr. Sarada refers to, the folk tradition, the coastal tradition, the ones that are in the mountains in that region in the south of India, those traditions were preserved mainly with folklores related to the sea, because that is where people found their food and their livelihood.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. We see Mr. Cohen here. Michael, do you have anything?
I think moderator should, Aditya, we have a session 5, the last session. Where is the moderator?
Yeah, we're getting ready for that. Yeah, Adi stepped away for a second, so we're getting ready. So we're just letting this very interesting conversation play out. Sure. And then I'll ask one simple question for the panel. It's kind of a go-away question, and just simply, so I've listened to all the information. Again, as I say, I'm a student, and I continue to learn, and I definitely acknowledge that a lot of this stuff I did not know, so I'm always quick to acknowledge that. But the question I have to you is, if you could answer it going around quickly, we're looking at expanding this, right? We say, why? Why are colonies lost? It's the basic question that we asked and you addressed. But moving forward with the youth, right? The younger generation, high school, college. How are we going to make it found, right? How are we going to make this information palpable to them, right? Big question, but just maybe one sentence of how.
I think social media has got a big part to play. I think it's already playing a big part in this general conversation that's not filtering down to school level. That's the biggest factor, I think.
That's great insight, and that's why we're doing what we do with the Satology effort is to get out there and get to the schools, because again, they're not going to come flocking to us unless we're cool on TikTok. So I don't think any of you want to do any cool dances to appeal to our TikTok crowd. Anybody else? Quick thoughts on that before we segue over to the next panel?
Yeah, make it interesting, make it engaging, make it such that people are curious. Don't make it too difficult, but make it such that it's close to where their mental space is, and draw them closer to figuring the more complex questions. So it's got to be simple first. Why am I here? Why am I the way I am? Why are my parents the way they are? And then slowly build that out.
See, I would say that as far as Western people are concerned, whether they're Hindus or blacks or natives, they get strength from how Hindus survived. But all of them cannot come to India. But those in India, because that is where the base is, and we people are fascinated more by the West, not anymore, by the way, but till this time, that we just have to take our children to the ancient temples of medieval temples of Hoysalas and to Hampi and to Ellora and to the Kailasa temple, where they will be fascinated when they're taught what this is, that we had this entire architectural strength and many other things, which will then they will go back. We can't simply talk of Taj all the time. So we don't even know what wealth we have. We have more tourists to those places like Taj than to Ellora. When I ask people, they're surprised they haven't gone there. I asked about Hampi, not many people have gone there. There's so much of wealth that we can't even actually value that. It is like, living in a sea of wealth and you don't understand the value of that wealth. And that is where the young can simply go, and they are simply to be exposed to what we already have. You go to Konark and you are fascinated, but how many people go to Konark? It's pitiable number. So it begins from, like Modi ji said, begin with local domestic tourism as far as we are concerned. And we are able to create that kind of good infrastructure, good mindset, where foreigners will feel like coming to India and understanding, how this civilization is built. And then we start respecting. And I think, unfortunately, the other civilizations, the ancient traditions and culture don't have much of that left. But whatever elders have, if they are put on record, I heard a very wonderful black guru of that tribe in Africa who described a state of meditation, which is very similar to what Shankaracharya felt when he went into Samadhi. So the similarities of ancient traditions, if they are brought together, then every young person would feel that there is something in us which has kept us alive, which has changed the human history, because these noble thoughts. Unfortunately, when Buddhism was ruling the Afghan area and the entire belt from India, because it was totally non-violent. When they were attacked by the Islamic hordes, they were reciting mantras. No, God don't come and protect you. God's give you strength to protect yourself. That was lost in somewhere in the translation. So we have to learn from that to preserve a civilization, you have to pay a price, and you have to work hard for it. When the world around you is very satanic and very violent, you cannot speak about your non-violence to a few people, because you have to preserve yourself before you start telling what's right, what's wrong.
Shardaji, somewhere I heard we need to first understand what to protect. That's the first step. Once you understood that, the second step is protect what you just understood.
So, Karen, your last thought?
And disseminate it. I would say disseminate it. Unless you disseminate this beauty to our younger generation, how do they really realize the wealth of strength that we had? They will not. They will still look at us, look at the bullock carts, look at the garbage around us and say, oh, we are nothing. But how did we come to that place? That is to be understood. And then you can say, okay, I'll go back to that strength we had. You go to some villages are so clean. but there are villages who are very dirty. Why they are clean? Those who are clean, because somewhere that habits are continued. We had this idea of Shauch, the cleanliness, which kept villages, which kept our cities very clean. You look at the civilization, the Saraswati civilization, where we had toilets in those times. We had
Covered toilets.
covered toilets, and this entire wonderful way of hygiene and health we lost, and we don't want to remember that. So once you take to the young people there, they realize that what kind of science we had. So that is how you slowly rebuild your civilization.
Richard, can I add one line here? Since it's a closing remark. So I would say in the era of war, when we don't need war, the United Nations has become totally not relevant. Hand it over to the women and the children population of the world, because women have never created any war. And children, if they take over as the ambassador of the United Nations instead of old men, definitely there will be a more coexistence, more feel of entitlement and power, and then you will see a very different world coming from the United Nations. That will be my recommendation to the entire globe. Yeah, thanks.
No, I appreciate everybody's insight on that. And again, I know that was a big question. I'll go to Karen since she didn't get a chance to speak. We're still waiting on Adi. So again, big question with a short answer. And Sharad, great answer in a very concise way. But go ahead, Karen.
You wanted me to ask another question? Is that what you were saying?
No, just basically finish it up with how do we get to the youth?
Oh, how do we get to the youth? I would love to have, I was thinking another book for Adi, Adi to go and interview these, these elderly people that have the traditions and the gurus that could teach us all the things, so that we have that recorded, and then the youth can access that. I just think that is so vital, just like we did with Holocaust survivors, and we have their stories from their own voice. I think it would be a beautiful thing. In fact, I'm thinking, who can we talk to make this happen?
Adi's the man. We'll definitely work together and make that happen. Everybody, thank you for being on this panel. We're going to segue to our next one. So if you're not on the next one, you can go ahead and drop out. So the next one, we're going to be finishing up our 2-day oversight, is going to be what makes you intelligent? Okay, so very simple question with a very complex, lot of response to go with it.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Cheers.
Thank you, Nick, for your insight, and you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, and you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick, for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, so here we are at our last discussion. Thank you for those that have been with us from the duration of starting yesterday. Thank you for those that have come and gone, and thank you for those that are supporting us by blitzing us out there. So a lot of appreciation goes out to everybody out there in the whole World Wide Web. So we appreciate that. Again, look us up, Satology, the study of truth. As you see here, we're bringing people together with different ideas, different concepts, but all we have in common is trying to make life better for humankind, not in any one spot, but on a global nature. So that's our goal, and we'll continue to do that. So try to support us any way you can. People are on this broadcast. As you see, there's lots of prominent people giving their time, and their time is valuable. So we appreciate that they're giving that time to us on the weekend, beyond their businesses, their studies, their academics, their book writing, their touring and doing all this kind of stuff. So again, our thanks goes out to all the people that made this possible. So now we're back to the table again. What makes you intelligent? So we sort of had a kind of discussion before, and what always amuses me when I do these 2 days and being involved, immersed in it, is that everything kind of goes full circle. We have different topics and we're creative on topics, and they all kind of come back to the same thing, right? The core of what our essence is, and then how we evolve. So we'll go to Adi and we'll let him start the foundation with, we need that. And again, for our new viewers and those who are new to the concept of what is intelligent. Most people get confused with the interchanging words, especially in Western society, especially on TV shows and posters and fortune cookies. People throw the word intelligent around with no real understanding of the actual meaning. So start us out with that.
So that is interesting in saying in Bhagavad Gita, Evam Bhute Param. So इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदं मुख्यं मया नघ एतद् बुद्धिमान् बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतिकृत्यस्य भारत. So the real essence of intelligence is never discussed nowadays. The intelligence is discussed like if you can do number crunching and the IQ tests. IQ tests are not a barometer of intelligence, by the way. IQ test just shows that how much fast you can assimilate and how fast you can turn it out. And so wrong barometers of intelligence have been chosen. In fact, a person who knows the value of life and come out of the cycle of repeated birth and death is called intelligent by the most intelligent people of the world. And rest of the people who are just trying to make problem solving engineering feats, engineering equations, mathematical equations. I mean, those are not considered intelligent in the real sense of the word. Because when we lose the purpose, then we are really not being intelligent. So most of the current definition of intelligence actually is not intelligence at all. So I think we need to think deeply in what makes us intelligent, and I think that's where we need to go. And I will bring a lot of references here. Why? Who was called intelligent at what point of time in the history? Now, going back to a couple of million years back in Treta Yuga, and there, and somebody asked me the definition of Yuga. By the way, I tell you that there is a cyclical age, Satyug, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga. It's not what Hindus believe, like what the European scholars will say. This is what the Hindus think about it. No, every age has a calculation mechanism, and this is the most scientific calculation mechanism in terms of yoga. Now, these yugas are calculated based on the values and virtues. So, as the virtues decline, we go into a lower age. Now, today, everyone will agree with me that virtues are lowest ever in the recorded history or seen history. Now, I'm going back to this history which is not yet seen nor spoken in the world. So, if I see those ages and coming to now today's age, then yes, we are declining. Our intelligence is going down. We are becoming more rudimentary, and we are becoming more basic. So, the reason why I say that, because you can see around you people who are there 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we think now they are having a very happy life, except Europeans because they were fighting. If you go 300 years ago, then also you'll say that they were having a better form of life than today, because today the anxieties are very high. Small children are committing suicide, which is a sorry state for the society. People are living hopelessly. People are living. First, you lose hope, and then you lose your home. It's a sequence. So people have no hope for the future. That's where society is going down. So the intelligence of the society, of the individual, is definitely, and we can see that in the number of hospitals being, the number of mental diseases being spread. In fact, I was reading one report, American report, saying that the mental disease will be the number one disease in USA in the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years. So, what makes us intelligent, or what can make us intelligent, is that we need to discuss that more, and then we can find out the answers to it. First, we define the problem, then we can have the solution.
Great insight. Mr. Mohan, you have anything to add to that, please?
Yeah. So, intelligence. What makes you intelligent? Well, I am not intelligent in that perspective, but what is intelligence, that I can answer. Most of the time, as Aditya mentioned, that it's not the academic education that makes you intelligent, or number crunching and all those things, which I also agree to that. If you see the ancient Indian text, and I bring ancient because I have a study on that, intelligence is viewed as a multi-dimensional quality that goes beyond mere intellectual ability. And this includes your emotional, spiritual, and practical aspects. These three. And in Bhagavad Gita, as Aditya mentioned, there is something called Sthita Prayagna, right? If I'm pronouncing it correctly, Sthita Pragya. An emotional, stable person who maintains equanimity in pleasure and pain, is free from attachment, fear, and anger, and acts out of the duty without worrying about the results. The concept closely matches to the modern ideas about emotional intelligence, self awareness, emotional control, and rational action. And Krishna teaches that a calm and a tranquil mind leads to a lasting wisdom. Similarly, Vedas and Upanishad also mention about pragna. So, what is intelligence, right? Again, we talk about the soul, the Atman, and the Atman. So, in Sanatan, it's not the acquired skill, right, which you can get from your school or teacher, because if that was what intelligence is, then what we will call about the artificial machine intelligence, animal intelligence, society intelligence, everywhere, every particular pattern of doing something, we call it as intelligence, right? So unless and until there is a karuna, there is a spiritual angle, there is a practical aspect, means you have felt it, right? And that is what will all get into something called intelligence. And then we'll talk about the Atman, which is the existence, knowledge, Sat Chitanand, which is the existence, knowledge, and bliss, the pure Anand. If you acquired that, you are intelligent. Otherwise, we are no one right now in that journey. We are still a student. Yes, Aditya.
Great insight. So you brought up a couple of times, which was actually the next question and the way I was going to bring us, since we had the last conversation and we didn't touch upon it. Emotional intelligence, right? That's part of the intelligence. What role does it play? Do we feel that the individuals of today are suffering from a low emotional intelligence? Is it taught in schools? Is it taught at home? Is it something you acquire? Right. So that there's always the buzz about that. You know, people are always jumping on the EI. It's almost like the equivalent to AI. Let's talk about emotional intelligence. So let's cut through to some basic facts, right? What is the side of emotional intelligence? How does it play? And how, if we're emotionally low in intelligence, how can we kind of boost it up?
Richard, yes. See, there is a IQ, EQ, SQ, and YQ nowadays. YQ is yoga quotient, IQ is intelligence quotient, EQ is emotional quotient, and SQ is spiritual quotient. Now, everyone has made quotients. Now, quotient is a fraction. Everybody knows that. Now, we are talking about fractional intelligence. How is it possible? So, coming to the point of EQ, believe me, now these are all concepts in the West. I mean, you cannot divide a human, and the super specialization in the Western academics by Western academics has resulted in so much anxiety. Actually, I mean, a human is a human at the end of the day. A human being has emotions. Human being has intelligence. Human being has spirituality, and human being has YQ is I added yoga quotient actually is a spiritual being. Now you cannot see a human being from multiple lenses and focus on one lens. You know, we need to talk about integrated comprehensive development of one human being. Like when talk about human development is like a comprehensive development. You cannot separate the intelligence out, the emotions out. Mostly in the West we talk about that. Now, even not even West we. Okay, let's go to the villages in Mexico or India or anywhere else. We are looking at a holistic development, like complete development of a human being. Complete. A human being needs emotions to be mentally stable, needs intelligence to make wise decisions, needs spirituality to function coherently needs yoga, spirituality to develop personally, remove the faults. So when we talk about a human being, we talk about everything in one package. Now we cannot separate EQ out of it, because now EQ is taught to people who don't have EQ, like they're cold people. They can't relate with people, and it has a lot to do with development or growth in the childhood. When the grandparents are not treating you well, that time you develop emotional problems. Or your mother and father did not treat you well, that time you develop emotional problems. And so blaming a child or individual of lacking emotional quotient, we should also blame the society which broke up the families, because it's not the parent and the it's not just the parents who teach the child, it's the grandparents who teach the child. Grandparents teach about the culture. So parents, children who have grandparents, they're emotionally stable. Children who have both parents together, even they may not be together, at least they're there, those children become emotionally stable also. So it's not a function of teaching somebody in a classroom how to develop emotional quotient. Obviously, classes do help to some extent, but the guy is, or a person is going to fall back into the old nature. So the 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 problem with the emotional quotient is it has not been defined yet, and people don't want to take responsibility. You know, when the religious institutions want to break up your family, then how can you save your family? And they teach you that the okay, in the name of whatever ism, then you don't need somebody, then obviously there will be a problem. And that's what we are experiencing today, that we have emotionless people trying to run corporations, and those guys are cold towards the other people because they never had the happiness of living in a joint families today, like with the grandparents, grandfather, with a husband wife, with a mother father, that we have not seen yet. So the problem is not just social, the problem is religious as well.
Great, man. Good, Rod.
Yes. Okay. So developing an intellect means questioning, reasoning, and making judgments independently. The mind is considered an instrument for awareness, comprehension, knowledge, insight, memory, reflection, desire, control. Knowledge is seen as an inherent attribute of the mind, which must be cultivated through learning and experience. So, in a nutshell, in the Hindu philosophy, the true intelligence combines rational wisdom, self-control, emotional stability, and spiritual insight, all guiding one toward the right action and higher understanding. And how to achieve this, right? He mentioned about Aditya mentioned about the young minds and the family setup, and uh, the one solution could be, again, one has to relate. I'm just mentioning from Sanatan perspective, Yagyopavit, Sadguru Diksha, and Sadguru's Anusran, meaning you need to do certain rituals, you need to have a guru, a teacher, and you should follow your teacher. This is the path of realizing the full potential of an individual and all round integrated development in a fully positive direction. And for that, there are three dimensions. One is called yajan, which is called sacrifice. Another is called yajan, which is called dedication. And there is something called istadharya, which is called your living ideals, your full interest, right? So these are the three dimensions which will help into you becoming uh, I would say, on the path of intelligence. Otherwise, if you see the modern science, right? We know that the brain is the most vital organ of a human body because it is intelligent. But now the new research scientists are saying, no, it's not a brain. The second brain is your gut biome. Your trillions of bacteria sits in the gut, which decides the way you eat, the way you do things. So, we are still bounded by the physical entity, not the chetana. That's where the intelligence comes in. That will be my say in this round.
Great answers and just very good explanation. And again, this is what's lacking. People are not getting this education and they're not understanding fully. So there's a full understanding, help people get closer to being a more complete person. That always becomes the question, and it goes back and forth where knowledge doesn't make you a person, it doesn't make you intelligent. So the question I have is exploring this a little further, based on having intelligence, right? We all know people are intelligent, but does integrity play a role, right? There's integrity, especially if you look at the corporate world. You have people who are intelligent by definition, but if they lack integrity, or does integrity guide you through your life? Is that essential or important?
First of all, I would like to talk about the integrity is also very misunderstood concept. Integrity. Now, integrity is actually being true to yourself and 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 delivering a value which is true to yourself. Is integrity, and it's like when your integrity is low, your character is meaningless. So if the character is lost, integrity can still be redeemed, but the integrity is lost, everything else is gone. Now the back to one last word. I catch on to words, and then first of all, to Sharadji's point, you know, any Sanskrit word, no translation into English language, even though the English language has come from Sanskrit through Latin, but still there is a vast difference because of the usage. So yajan doesn't mean yajan, yajan, patan, patan, dan, kriya. So yajan doesn't mean sacrifice, because sacrifice has been mistaken and misconstrued in the English word significantly. They have often connected to human sacrifice also. Now coming to the integrity, actually. Now how can you be integrity? How can you have integrity when you don't know the simple basics of life? Simple basics of life are connected to your own real self, which is you are the soul, and you possess intelligence, you possess mental capacity, you have a mind, and you have a body, but the owner is somewhere else. So when you start identifying the original question, who is the owner of your mind, intelligence, and body, and when you answer that question, that's where the integrity starts at a very deep level. This is where the ancient cultures come into play. They did not teach people how to be an engineer or a doctor if the person doesn't know who is he. First of all, who am I? And that's where it starts. When you get the answer to that question, then that person can adopt any skill. That person will be successful because he doesn't have to be taught to be confident in front of other people, because he is confident in front of himself. And that's where the integrity begins. And when people do not teach these definitions to their children, then the child may have the most confident communication, but that child will fail when he is faced with the most serious problem, because the integrity definition was itself shallow in the first place. But when you teach your children, Brahmasmi, I'm the spirit soul, every day, then that child will grow up to be a very strong person in case of the worst issues. The worst problems come to the strongest people, not to the weakest people. Because for the weak people, a simple button in a shirt can throw them off. If the button is missing, they can't go anywhere. It's gone. But to the strong people, the challenges are given and the challenges are taken as well. So integrity, we have to again go back to the core basics, how to develop integrity. And that's where we need to focus on the original definitions.
Appreciate that insight. Swarajji?
Yes. See, integrity and intelligence are both valuable traits, But integrity is often regarded as more fundamental and essentially is very special in leadership and ethical context. Whereas intelligence, as we discussed earlier, it refers to your cognitive abilities like your knowledge, your analytical skills, your problem solving. But integrity brings honesty, moral values, and consistency of character. And this is what it is needed to be built. I mean, I'm just quoting Warren Buffett. He says that intelligence, energy, and integrity are the three traits he seeks in people, emphasizing that without integrity, intelligence and energy are meaningless and potential harmful. So you see from the leader what integrity means. It involves a very high ethical standard, honesty, truth, trustworthiness, whereas intelligence includes both. Even a terrorists are intelligent. They know how to harm people. But when it comes to integrity, they don't have integrity. They are against humanity. So that's my take on that. Um, we have to even in a life, right? A person, there are many people, mostly the people who are on the wrong side of righteousness, the evil mind. They're always seen as very sharp, very intelligent, very witty, but when it comes to integrity, they lack. So this is the difference which we have to make the younger generation understand, that integrity is the key for making them a human. Because out of 84 lakh yoni, 84 lakh yonis, you got a life of a human being, which will eventually, if you do your karmas well, lead to moksha. That is something we should treasure, irrespective of religion. Whether so that's my say. Yes,
I
Aditya.
appreciate your thoughts there. And again, both of you are very good at clarifying it. Again, giving the definitions and then helping people understand. You both mentioned, which we know is a fact, the family tree, grandparents, parents in the home is definitely going to give you the advantages in life. But the reality is, looking at the West, looking throughout the world at this time, there's not always grandparents in the home. There's not even two parents in the home in a lot of cases. And then, of course, you have people who have no parents. So you have the tier structure of not having that solid foundation in the home to teach you things as integrity and to help you develop and teach you culture and how to behave in society. So the question becomes, how or does a person, are they able to come from this environment and then change, right? They don't have the tools, 3-4 years old, being nurtured and taught. And they've done the studies, which you're all familiar with monkeys. One's a hugged and one's a not. And it's dramatically different in the monkey's life and how they behave. So, of course, it's the same way with humans. If you weren't hugged or tended to, you're going to have a little bit different approach on life. So how do we help the next generation of young people, even adults? There's some adults that are dealing with this now. They say, oh, it's my mother's fault, and there's some truth to that. So how do we help those people out there that don't have the structure and the foundation to start life with?
Actually, the problem is in our school curriculums, actually, because we cannot overthrow a system which we have created over the years. And not everybody can afford nowadays a private education also. Both ways the problem is. To make it practical, I think we need to start working on the school side. First of all, in the society, it is not the school's responsibility to bring up your child, number one. It is a parent's responsibility. People who produce that child must be held responsible for bringing up the child, number one. Number two, the concept of larger family needs to be promoted and incentivized in the US and in other countries as well. That it should be collective family responsibility for growing up a child. Oftentimes, in the name of nuclear families, to protect the wealth or to increase the wealth, we ignore the extended family, and we use school as a place to grow up our child. Most of the times we send children to school, in not in all the families, but in some families, so that children can learn some values. And that is the worst thing. Number one, values are universal. Values are not pertaining to any religion. Values pertain to dharma, which is a universal set of duties. And schools cannot teach you values. They're not supposed to teach you values.
Correct.
They're supposed to indoctrinate you, to bring you to the point which everybody needs to be part of it. Schools are not supposed to judge you, nor indoctrinate you. Schools are supposed to help you learn some concepts which you cannot learn within the house. That's the only purpose of the school. But oftentimes people use schools as a way to gain time from the children. Okay, child is there, I can do something else. And now we have left our child to a suicide center, actually. Spiritual suicide, values suicide, and everything else. Because the teachers over there, they're working for money, not for giving values to your kids. That's the job for them. And as soon as they finish the job, they can tell you either you're good or bad, or if you're not good or bad, you have ADHD. Go to a doctor, take some pills. So it was never about the performance of the kid or value to the kid. And I know it's very hard to hear for some people, but that's truth. I mean, you can check it out in your own experience what teachers did. And some teachers are really good also. I must say that. I've had a fortune of being some very good teachers. So now we need to really think about it, that how we can make our schools just a place of information, not the value, not judge you. Every child is unique, every child is special. But to give you an information which you can go back home and verify from your parents, was that right or wrong? School should not be telling you what is right or wrong. It's the parents must tell you what is right or wrong. So that now when you discuss with your parents and they tell you what is right or wrong, the child gets it. Yes, this is the right path. Because the first teachers for a child are mother and father. No one can replace, no one can take their position. I think that primacy, when we bring to the school system, that's where it starts changing the game.
Very interesting observation, Aditya ji. So, two things. If you come from a Sanatan background, there is a saying, and if you believe in rebirth and not one life cycle, there is a saying that the kid you get is based on your past karmas. So if your past karma was not, say, punished because you did something to somebody wrong, you will get in the form of a child who will give you some kind of a problem in this life. That's one of the saying. So you do get a child from your based on your karma. That's said. Again, there are multiple things which is said. If you don't believe in Sanatan text, if you're a very scientific and so-called rational person, till the umbilical cord of mother and child is separated, there are a lot of genetic behavior disorder, good or bad, is passed to the child. And child, even in medical science, they will ask about the parent's history to come to the conclusion. Even modern science asks that very important question. So there is a relationship between the child's behavior and what parents pass them, how parents are. Society can change them to a great extent, and that is where Aditya is referring to the education system. The current education system is only preparing zombies to mug up tons and tons of knowledge, go and vomit on the paper, become a scholar, and get some job. It is very industry driven approach. It's not a human building aspect. And even in Western society, and we have been hearing about the Indian society, and we have a Gurukulam concept. And before that, I had mentioned about the Yagopit and on the Guru and Sadguru and all those things. Even if you go to the Western way of living, Elon Musk, and I will just read that one part here. Elon Musk had created a program called Ad Astra. Ad Astra is a program which he created for his own child, where he's definitely seen as a front end of a Western society, somebody, a role model, right? Not political aspect. I'm talking about his scientific achievement. This guy started with a STEM education for his young kids without sending them to school. Then he emphasized on education which gives you a hands-on experience, project-based learning, critical thinking, okay, and very important part, real world problem solving. Real world problem solving, this is what our ancient gurukulam used to do. This is where Arjuna got all this skill from Dronacharya on real world problem. This is where Sri Rama got from Vishwamitra, where he first time at the young age of, I think, 14 or something, he went and killed the first demon. So that real age problem solving is something which is missing from the school. And this is what our education system, whether from ancient time or from a new modern time, should build in their curriculum. Yeah.
Great points and great follow-up to Dite's statements. And that makes me think, when you said that, there's a common statement amongst all cultures and religions that the son will bear the sins of the father. So everybody kind of believes that. And so that leads me to the question. And again, Adi, you spoke a lot on this, and so you can definitely shed some insight. So now you're bearing the sins of your father, or your karma, as it's called. Are you destined to live that life of misery based on past experiences?
Actually, there is no permanent hell. There is no permanent heaven, by the way. It is a surprise to everybody. So there is nobody is condemned to hell for life, eternity. And anyone who says that must be really stupid. And nobody is condemned to heaven for eternity. The Sanskrit word says, "A Brahma Bhavana Loka Punaravartina Arjuna." Whether you go from the highest of the heaven, it will come down based on your karma. So there is no permanent hell, there is no permanent heaven. So everyone should relax and be happy. Okay, you're not eternally condemned to happiness as well as condemned to unhappiness. Because the person who is managing you wants to make you happy, by the way, but not in a way that you want to be happy. So, coming to the point, actually, the concept of karma is the most misunderstood concept in the Western world. That's why I wrote the book "Karma is a Bitch," and that's an American slang, by the way. So, but inside is full science of karma. Karma just means action, and like blinking of an eye is an action. So it just means action, nothing more than that, nothing less than that also. So when you do good karma, then it is bound to get you good results. But when you do bad karma, you are bound to get bad results. May not today, but maybe much later down the line. But everyone can become free from the karma. And it's the only thing which can be removed, by the way. Everything else stays. Time stays, Atma stays, Prakriti stays, the nature stays, and Paramatma stays. But karma is something which can be changed. So nobody is condemned to rot in hell because of their karma for eternity. They just need to correct themselves and come out of it. So karma as a concept is a relieving concept. So that, yes, I can stop my bad karma and be happy. And the worst thing is that it's often used to in a negative way in the society. Somebody is going to get you karma. Very wrong statement, because that act of speaking itself was a bad karma, by the way. So what the way we need to understand is, just like you breathe, you blink your eyes, or somebody is lying on the bed, that person is also doing the karma because he's breathing still. So the way society uses the word karma and the way actually the karma is two different things. Now there is a higher version of karma called karma yoga. Through your actions and dedication to Yogeshwar, you can become free of karma. And that's also called yoga. That's also called bhakti. That's also called living a life. And in fact, when the world was created, the first instruction was given, Yogastha Kuru Karmani. So do your actions as per yoga. Yogastha Kuru Karmani. So that's why we got to understand it properly, and we have classes and programs for that. It's on our window where you can join these Gurukul courses and learn properly so that you don't curse others and also yourself.
Thank you. Shiraji?
Okay, yeah. So I would say that the kids of today, as I mentioned yesterday, in the to know themselves, they should come out of the, or anyone, not only kids, even adults, come out of your self-created or technology-created balloon, and don't be don't do bhakti, not bhakti in not the real spiritual way. Don't do bhakti of artificial intelligence, especially to the alpha and the Gen Z population, and be slave of that, because that's going to keep you in the bubble. And as I kept on saying yesterday, nothing grows inside the bubble. You are just a part of the cage. Break that cage, and that could be only broken through your definitely, you need to have intelligence, then followed by integrity, and connect with your creator. Connect with your creator. That will keep you on the righteous path, so that you, with all your intelligence, you still do things for the humanity, for the larger interest. That will be my message.
Excellent. Adi, as we're running to the end of our Satology International LitFest 2025 and this panel, any last thoughts on this panel?
No, I think thank you all the viewers who are watching across the stream, and I think we all will come together behind the screen also. And thank you for all the viewers who are watching, and thank you Sharaji and all the participating channels we had who made this stream big for everybody. And next year we'll be back in physical location and also online. Now we have tasted this part also. Now we'll continue both of them so simultaneously, so that we make it accessible to all. And I think do join us next year in bigger numbers and do support us. We need your help. We need your support. You can join learnthingsshare.com. You can support through gamingcipher.com. You can support Sanity GP Bonita, Sanity Bonita. And also, so all these places you can approach us. You can join our Satology education programs, which are 7 days a week. And across the world, our Gurukuls are very popular now, getting popular day by day. And so you can join them, and we can show you how you can make your life better using ancient knowledge system of the world.
Thank you.
Also, look out for retreats also in Mexico, in India, in other parts of the world. And we want you to sign up in advance so that we can book things. And I can guarantee you one thing, you'll get the Satology experience. We have set up that quality.
Shiraji, thoughts?
Yes, it was a great session. So many thanks to all the panelists, especially people who woke up 3 a.m., 2 a.m. in India, like Ratan Sharda ji, Dr. Ankit Shah ji, and all the panelists in US, and Nick and Richard, you, the way you moderated for last 2 days, unthankable job, but you had to digest so many topics which was new to you, make notes, and then conclude. It's phenomenal job. It's not an easy job. I know that it's very, very tough. And Aditya, it's always a great thing, Sanatan Jhanda aap upar rakhiye isi tarah se. And for the viewers, please come and join Satology movement in a big way. We need 1 million viewership and subscribers, so that more work and more effective work could be done. That will be my
No, so certainly for 2 days. I mean, 2 days. So those of you who watch our American Panchayat, Sharaji and I know each other for many, many years, many decades actually, at least 2 decades you can say. And the way he has stood by for last 2 days and many other events also, from the first Satology event to now this is the 6th one. So thank you very much, Sharaji. He has his own channel, Golgappe, and also many other things he does. So do stay connected with him as well for his program. But he is part of the Satology family, by the way.
Yes, again, thank you to everybody. And this is just our annual event, but we're doing stuff all the time. Like Adi said, the goal is to reach people, to make changes. We're not just talking. You know, everybody's here talking, but everybody in the Satology family is about making active changes. So that's the difference. So join us if you're a change maker, and we're going to make changes together. So again, thank you for your time, your contributions, and we'll see you soon. We're out there. We're doing lots of good work out there. And if you need our help,
They're coming in the studio as well. Okay.
And Aditya, if you want to close this session, have some Gita prayer. Any prayer
Yes.
you want to end?
Yes, we are coming there and we are doing it. We are
Okay,
just gonna...
great. Okay, fine.
Hold on.
he's going to transport.
Should I drop? Is it okay or?
He's coming. We're doing the real world transport. He's running.
Okay.
He's running. So we're in the garage. He's in the other room. That's the high tech side of it. So we didn't get the transport down yet. We're still back to basic. He ran over here.
Yes. So we have.
Yes.
We have two.
Where is Govind, Riley, and the kids? Oh, hi.
Vedic is coming.
Khalid's been behind the scenes the whole time. Jackie as well.
So thank you all. So we have a team, and also for all the viewers, we also have many people behind the scenes.
Oh,
including Sri Narsimhan and Vibhutija, Desh Kapoor, and a lot of people from India, our Satology Gurukul students. Amazing, amazing team. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Namaste. And I'll say one shloka, Narayanam Namaskritya, Dharam Chaiva Narottamam, Devim Saraswatim Vyasam, Tato Jayamudiraye. So with that, it's the first shloka of Mahabharata. Everybody can read that. And we end this show and this program 2 days. And next year we'll be back with a bigger bang and better experience. Namaste.
Namaste. Hey.